Chapter 101 Fairy. We are the loyal partners of Wizards. Third more. Please subscribe and ask for chapters. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. In fact, as the director of the Department of Prohibition of Mole Abuse, Arthur is no stranger to such a situation. After all, in his long work experience of seizing prohibited items, although most of the wizards who play tricks on moles belong to the category of bad personality, there are still very few who try to use bribes to avoid punishment. Not only that, even in the Ministry of Magic, it is not uncommon for the boss to give flattery and political gifts to the boss, especially when he was in the Department of Prohibition of Mole Abuse and a man named Dolores. The interns of Mrich worked together briefly. Frankly speaking, Arthur Weasley is not a stupid official who is indifferent to the world. The heavy pressure of supporting 7 children has already smoothed most of his edges and corners. Therefore, in the case of not affecting the business, Arthur does not mind being able to pay more. By the way, this is why he chose to be the backpot man reason. However, in this situation, it is not him who has the most power to make a decision, but Dirk Cresswell, who is the director of the Fairy Liaison Office. He who knows the best about fairies will undoubtedly make a decision. You need to be right. While thinking about it, Arthur turned his head subconsciously and glanced at Dirk Cresswell next to him, raised his eyebrows, and a trace of questioning appeared in his eyes, as if he was not quite the same as the stingy goblin's face in the director's mouth. Who knows that after looking at it, Dirk Cresswell is even more exaggerated dozens of times than his performance. I saw that the look on the wizard's face with thick lens glasses could no longer be simply described as surprised, with a wide open mouth and 2 raised eyeballs, as if he saw a magician. Like giant monsters. You know, since Dirk Cresswell took office in the Fairy Liaison Office, let alone receive any gifts, even the white water that quenches thirst has to be heated by himself with magic. After all, the officials and wizards of the Ministry of Magic Savers, in the eyes of fairies, are 2 kinds of creatures. Well, you know, Mr. Douglas, we can't take advantage of our position to illegally accept other people's property. The poor director of the Fairy Liaison Office swallowed and tried to look away from the tray. His voice was a little dry. Oh, my dear friend wizard, what are you talking about? In the values of the fairies, time can be measured by money. Since I wasted the time of both of you, I should compensate for it as a matter of course. An erudite official of the Ministry of Magic, I think you should understand and respect this concept of our Gringotts goblin. Douglas smiled slyly, picked up the gem box from the tray, and incontrovertibly stuffed it into the hands of Cresswell and Mr. Weasley. As the controller of the Gringotts Venture Capital Department, he wanted to convince the 2 impoverished magics. Ministry officials are simply too simply on the way here. Douglas easily figured out the deposit status of the 2 wizards. Since you said that, of course, we respect the idea of fairies, don't we, Arthur? Dirk blinked, rolled his throat, touched Arthur next to him with his elbow, and said quickly, although I don't understand why the fairies suddenly released their good intentions, there is definitely no problem in accepting them. Dirk thought about it carefully and didn't seem to have anything to worry about the fairies. Even if the position is convenient, in more cases, he represents the Ministry of Magic to seek convenient help from the goblins of Gringotts. Arthur Weasley relaxed, and squeezed the box in his hand. Speaking of it, he hadn't bought Molly jewelry for several years. Hesitatingly said slowly, thank you for your kindness. However, I think we'd better talk about the reopening of the gold gallon and ruble exchange window. Oh, of course. Time is money, and we understand what the 2 of you came from. Before he could finish speaking, the goblin who claimed to be Douglas put up pointed fingers and with an impeccable smile on his face, bent over, methodically and authentically. In fact, because of the substantial exchange rate changes in the ruble before, in order to protect your interests, we chose to temporarily close the exchange window. Now that the exchange rate has stabilized, we have opened the exchange window again. Please rest assured, Gringotts Wizarding Bank has always been the most trusted partner of human wizards, and it has always been. Ministry of Magic, Office of the Minister. So, The fairy really agreed so easily? Didn't ask for anything? Connolly Fudge raised his eyebrows and asked again in disbelief. Yes, Mr. Minister. Arthur Weasley shrugged helplessly, and replied for the third time, if there is a request, there is only one. I hope the Ministry of Magic can hold a press conference to respond positively to the Hogwarts thing, so as not to have a big impact. The situation of the run. Even if they don't say this, we will do it. Craswell, you have been dealing with Gringotts fairies the longest in the entire department. What do you think? Fudge waved his hand indifferently, turned his head to look at the director of the Fairy Liaison Office standing next to Arthur and asked, well, I don't think there is anything unusual about the goblins of Gringotts. Dirk Cresswell happily felt the heavy and hard little box in his arms, and he must have answered cautiously in his heart. The explanation of temporarily closing the window based on the violent exchange rate fluctuations. I think it is completely in line with the style of the fairies. In my opinion, Gringotts may prefer to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic as much as possible in order to withdraw funds as soon as possible. After all, compared to the castle, I think fairies might prefer gold coins. Is that so? Indeed. The Misers group of misfortunes are just as promising. Fudge chuckled lightly. Although this result was a bit unexpected, it was generally reasonable. In this way, he finally has a relatively good news that can be announced to the wizards. All right, I understand. After looking around the office, the Minister of Magic, who got a definite reply again, was no longer confused. He looked towards the door in a good mood and asked, Dolores, are the reporters from the various newspapers here? Of course, Mr. Minister. Everything is ready. The reporters are already in the reception hall waiting for the Ministry of Magic to issue a statement. Umbridge's unique high-pitched and thin voice rang from the door, and both Dirk and Arthur were startled. I don't know when. A pudgy woman dressed as a little girl has appeared in the minister's office. It's hard to imagine that she is so big that she didn't make any noise. Do you need an interview? Well, we didn't actually do much. Dirk Craswell pulled his clothes in embarrassment. To be honest, he had never been in a newspaper. Accept interview? No, Mr. Craswell, you may have understood something wrong. Umbridge smiled and looked up and down. The thin Fairy Liaison Office director raised his eyebrows, and said in her usual sweet and greasy tone, thank you for the hard work of both of you. Secretary Connolly and I will take over the next thing. I think both of you should have a lot of things to deal with. While talking, Umbridge opened the door, tilted his head, and politely invited Mr. Weasley and Mr. Craswell out of the minister's office. Before leaving the office, Arthur Weasley heard vaguely that Umbridge seemed to be discussing what Fudge said. You don't need to tell Dumbledore. Gringotts Wizard Credit Loan, Goblin is an ally of wizards. But still, before he could hear it clearly, the door of the minister's office was heavily closed again. Third. Ho ho ho. It seems a bit difficult for me to be the fifth watch Lolita today, and the fourth is okay. I seem to have overestimated myself. Now my paws and head hurt so much. I will take a rest for a quarter of an hour. Chapter 102. The Lovewood Family's Dialogue. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. The Ministry of Magic admits that Hogwarts real estate proves that unknown persons are mortgaged. In a brief statement at noon today, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge confirmed that the land certificate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was temporarily mortgaged at the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. I must very regretfully confirm that the property certificate originally belonged to the Slytherin family, that is, the location of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was recently mortgaged in Gringotts by an unknown person in exchange for a huge amount of the currency of a certain mole country. Connolly Fudge said, we have solid evidence to believe that this conspiracy against the magical world came from the retaliation of a remnant party or groups who followed that wizard who cannot be named. But please don't panic. Thanks to the efforts of the Ministry of Magic, Gringotts Wizarding Bank agreed to fully support and cooperate with the Ministry of Magic's work to save Hogwarts. That is to say, it only needs to allocate enough money to raise funds. After Long completes the exchange, The Ministry of Magic can directly buy Hogwarts back from Gringotts. Mr. Minister's positive response allowed us to see the growth and action of the Ministry of Magic. At the same time, we have not yet received Albus Dumbledore's comment on this matter. He is the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the International Federation of Wizards, the Commissioner and the Chief Wizard of Wizingmau. But in the past 24 hours, he has not warned people and made a difference as before. We have to start to wonder whether we expect too much from this old man. Father, I'm afraid you have to revise the manuscript again. Dumbledore did not respond to it. The girl who was reading the newspaper paused, looked up at the wizard who was writing at the desk by the dining table and said, "She has matted, dirty, waist-long golden hair, very light eyebrows, and a necklace strung with a cork of butterbeer around her neck." The man she called the father was a fun-looking wizard, with white cotton candy-like hair on his shoulders, and the tassels on his hat hanging straight to the nose. He was wearing an egg-eye yellow robe with a dazzling color. There was a gold chain hanging from his neck with a strange symbol shining on it, which looked like a triangular eye. "No, this just illustrates my inference, my dear little Luna." "As if the Majesty has been provoked," the wizard said seriously without hesitation. "Hogwarts is a living magic castle." As the principal recognized by the school, Albus Dumbledore knows more than magic. There are so many idiots. You see, what a simple truth this is. Only the actual occupants of the house can be sold, not the owner written on the piece of paper. This is the home of the Lovewood family. Since Pandora Lovewood, the hostess of the house, died unexpectedly last year because he made a big mistake in experimenting with a spell, only Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of the Diverse magazine, and his Luna Lovegood, the only daughter, has become dependent on each other. At this time, Mr. Lovegood is preparing the manuscript for the new issue of Singing a Devil, and his daughter Luna is reading him the front page of Special Supplement Daily Prophet in order to provide inspiration for his father. Although most of the time, Mr. Lovewood seems to be doing a kind of antonymous word practice work. Well, in that case, why don't people try to send owls directly to Hogwarts to ask Professor Dumbledore? Luna glanced at her mouth and continued to ask, turning the newspaper in her hand upside down, seeming to like the conversation very much. "Oh, Luna, I remember you asked this question before, right?" Mr. Lovegood said unhappily. "This is not good. A qualified reporter needs to always remember the questions he asked." "But you also said that a qualified reporter sometimes needs to ask the same question several times to find out the truth," the girl replied fluently. Her eyes were a little dull, and she stared at the newspaper in front of her blankly. "Huh, okay. I'd rather say it again, and don't want you to be fooled by the mediocrity with the wrong book content in the future." Mr. Lovegood thought for a while, put down the pen in his hand, stood up and beckoned out the window. A small owl with a slightly flat head and a bit like an eagle head flew into the room from the old crabapple tree covered with small red fruits. "First of all, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is in a state of magic protection most of the time. Its address has been cast with an extremely powerful non-markable curse. Except for the specific time period for receiving letters, most of them are not Hogwarts. None of the owls at Watts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry could find the location of this school. They could only hover over the Scottish Highlands. Cannot plot curse. Click here to expand and view." Mr. Lovewood continued to explain Luna's long blonde hair that looked like her mother. "Secondly, the owl's ability to communicate comes from the name magic in the ancient contract. A powerful wizard can cast spells on his own name, making it impossible for the owl to track him. Believe me, as the most powerful wizard in the world, Dumbledore, almost no one can break the magic protection cast on one's name, unless he agrees, otherwise no owl can find him." While talking, he wrote Albus Dumbledore received on a piece of parchment and handed it to the little owl, turning his head to his daughter and shrugging his shoulders. "Look, if saying that the name cannot be read, then the owl will not have any reaction for them. This is just a small piece of paper with incomprehensible human characters, huh? Before he finished speaking, the man suddenly felt a pulling force from his right hand. Mr. Lovegood turned his head and saw the little eagle-head owl of their house excitedly grabbed the piece of paper in his hand, flapping its wings and trying to fly. "So father, can I understand that Professor Dumbledore is willing to accept your letter?" Luna blinked, and reached out her hand to help her father hold the little owl in her arms, and asked curiously. "Yes, eyes." "Oh, my God, Mr. Dumbledore must have seen the contradictory, and I knew he would be interested. Parchment, where there is blank parchment. I have to hurry up right to him. Maybe he knows the whereabouts of the horned snorer." Mr. Lovegood's eyes widened suddenly. He nodded in disbelief, jumped up with excitement in an instant, and searched on the workbench. Seeing her father getting busy again, Luna shook her head, and continued to turn her attention back to the place she hadn't finished reading before, and said softly, "However, Professor Dumbledore wrote to say that he would be happy to answer some wizards' confusion in this regard." Standing up, Luna opened the window and looked out. In the fading sky, dozens of owls carrying letters crossed the roof of their home and flew towards the Scottish Highlands. And farther away, more and more owls gathered together and flew away in groups. "Hogwarts tomorrow will be very lively, right? It's a pity that she won't be able to go to school the next year." Fourth, hinging, sleeping. "So tired. There is only so much today. Good night, please." Say Jang. Chapter 103, The Verbal Agreement. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. Hogwarts, Hufflepuff Common Room. Because it is located on the basement level of the castle, you can't see the sky outside the window. However, based on the dark and quiet Hufflepuff girls' dormitory, it should be less than 6 o'clock. In the dark, a petite figure slowly sat up, habitually wiped his saliva with the small animal pillow on his chest, and rubbed his eyes sleepily. "Oh, it's time to make breakfast, otherwise Bran will cry again." The girl couldn't help but yawned again. The girl muttered to herself, looked around in confusion, her eyes loose. Gradually begin to focus. A strange and warm room, with a fluffy carpet next to the bed. Even if you step on it barefoot, you won't feel cold. It was still early, and the dormitory was exceptionally quiet, with only the slight breathing of the girls and a few quiet dreams. "Yeah, I almost forgot. I'm already in Hogwarts now." Elena shook her head dumbly. It was the second day of school officially, but she hadn't had time to adjust the biological clock she had previously cultivated in the orphanage. Unlike yesterday, there was a sleeping little beaver next to her, which could make her hug and continue to lie in bed with peace of mind. Elena, who woke up alone, suddenly felt a sense of belated loneliness in her heart. Fluorescence flickers. After sitting on the edge of the bed for a while, the little silver-haired Lori looked around the dark dormitory, fumbled and picked up the wand on the bedside. A faint dim white light lit up from the tip of her black walnut wand. With the faint light, the girl put on Hufflepuff's college robe, carried her shoes, and walked out of the dormitory lightly and entered the Hufflepuff common room. It was still early, and the spacious room was empty. No one, even the portrait on the wall, was still asleep. The only thing that was leaping was the flame in the fireplace with a slight crackling sound. After a simple wash, Elena walked out of the Hufflepuff common room. The magic torches on both sides of the stone corridor still exudes a soft warm light. Looking at the portraits of inedible food on both sides of the corridor, the girl's mood became even more intense. Sad. Although Hufflepuff College is the most adept at food magic, this is not the reason to decorate the outer corridors of the college with food portraits, right? In Elena's view, such an environment arrangement is more suitable for imaginative foodies than a match for the occasion as a torture. Fortunately, the Hufflepuff common room is closer to the kitchen. The particularly good-looking silver-haired snack shop raised his eyebrows, and walked to the portrait in the middle of the corridor that corresponds to the kitchen door. He stretched out his finger and scratched the big green pear in the painting, waiting for it to turn out of the door handle. Like yesterday, Lizzie squirmed left and right, let out a chuckle, and then there was no more. and the picture returned to calm again. Elena blinked her eyes in confusion. Was it the wrong way to open her? But she was successful yesterday. Raise your hand and scratch it. Raiko squirmed and smiled, then continued to play dead. Well, open the door, otherwise I will use this painting to polish my nails and test spells. Elena squinted her eyes, moved her wrist blankly, and was about to show her nails. At this moment, the portrait in front of him suddenly revolved and opened. Burly, the house elf she was familiar with, stood respectfully at the door, with a look of embarrassment on her face. Dear Ms. Caslana, please understand us. Professor Dumbledore specifically asked that no wizard should be allowed to enter the kitchen for half a step without the permission of the principal, nor should we provide extra for the wizards. Provide any food. It's really stingy. Elena curled her lips non-committal. Regarding the answer of Burly, the housekeeper, Elena was not at all surprised. She would be a little surprised if the stingy old carrot did not take any countermeasures. However, the main purpose of her coming this morning was not for breakfast, but for another, more important thing. Burly, speaking of it, are you still serving breakfast at the orphanage? After I came to Hogwarts. After speaking, Elena looked carelessly into the eyes of the house elf in front of her. There is no doubt that Professor Dumbledore is a Gryffindor through and through. And the people at Gryffindor College, the biggest problem with them is that they only want to follow the rules they think are correct. Not to mention the characters in the original work that have not yet fully revealed their conclusive character. Even though JKR clearly shows some tendencies in the book, Elena still retains some skepticism. Not to mention that a controversial and intelligent merchant like Dumbledore, even if she made an unbreakable oath, she still couldn't fully believe it. And this verbal agreement made casually at the orphanage table is precisely an event that is very suitable to help Elena make a judgment. Of course, Professor Dumbledore has also specifically urged that the dining specifications provided there are still in accordance with the standards before the implementation of the regulations. In fact, in a while, I will bring breakfast over. The elf Burly bent over respectfully and replied without hesitation. Is it? After carefully observing Burly's expression, Elena nodded non-committal, and softly asked a little rudely, show it to me, if you can. No problem. Wait a moment. The house elf hesitated for a while, and his ears as big as two bats moved. After carefully observing that there were no other little wizards around, he snapped his fingers lightly. A huge white tablecloth appeared behind it, full of various hearty breakfasts, just as Dumbledore had promised in the orphanage a month ago. Elena glanced eagerly at the steaming baked bacon slices, golden egg tarts, soft and fragrant cheesecake, hot milk dripping with honey. She swallowed hard. These little things are better than her. Much happiness. The silver-haired little Lorry took a deep breath in intoxication, and then tried to shift her attention to the elf's face. Her face straightened, and said sincerely, thank you very much, I really trouble you, Mr. Burly. Miss Caslana. Facing Elena's gratitude, the house elf Burly waved his hand in a flustered manner, and was about to say something. Suddenly his face changed, his slender arm waved sharply, and he panicked and closed the door of the portrait again. Stand up. Soon, the silver-haired little Lorry, who was locked outside the door with a dazed expression, knew the reason. Elena, why did you run out alone? It scared me to death, but fortunately you didn't go far. Behind her, little Hannah, who was still wearing plain white pajamas, hurried to her. When I woke up, I suddenly found that the opposite bed was empty again, but Hannah Abbott, who was guarding Elena to fall asleep yesterday, was very scared. After learning about Elena's idiot attributes, Hannah was even more worried. Let this white-haired dumpling wander around under the complex castle alone, and rushed out to find someone before he even had time to change his clothes. I am a cute round-faced fat chicken. Jang said that if it exceeds 1,000, well, tomorrow it should evolve into Rue-a-Right. Chapter 104. Hufflepuff's students are all awake. Hogwarts Castle has a large underground area. It is said that there is only one floor, but it is actually divided into many areas of different depths. Here, although the stairs will not move, it is said that there will still be individual areas every few years. The new students called for some new students to mysteriously disappear in the Mazel-like underpass. If Elena wants to take a walk in the future, she must remember to ask me to accompany you. You are like this. Little Hannah's crackling babble echoed in the stone corridor outside Hufflepuff's common room at less than 6 in the morning, and there were occasional sounds of breath changing because of the urgency of speaking. Good. Looking at the girl in her pajamas in front of her with a messy blonde hair just waking up, the silver-haired little witch who had been aggressive before seemed to be a different person, nodding helplessly to deal with it. If we say that the biggest difference between the two eras, apart from technology and magic, there is actually another point in Eleanor's eyes, that is, being cared for in previous lives is a very rare situation. As transportation and communication become more and more convenient, everyone is accustomed to being alone, keeping their distance politely, accustomed to carrying everything silently. Concealing the truth behind the screen is just like, sometimes in the dead of night, she would suddenly laugh in front of the computer for a long time, then smile and inexplicably start to cry. I hope someone will ask her what she is laughing at. But according to Benight's evaluation of Elena, she is like a timid hedgehog, always trying to separate herself from the world with various invisible spikes intentionally or unconsciously. In fact, what Elena wants to tell the fool dad is that in 20 years, almost everyone will become such a hedgehog. Hey, listen to me carefully, it's really not a joke. Several seniors have said that there are terrible monsters hidden in the castle. If you accidentally encounter them, you will be eaten. Seeing the silver-haired witch in front of you, her eyes began to wander. Hannah raised her hand and shook it vigorously in front of Eleanor's eyes, and said with a serious face, "Maybe it's because I'm too impressed with the campus strange talk of the senior students." Hannah, who was not good at speaking, flushed her face in anxiousness. She wished she could learn a magic so she could throw all the meanings she wanted to express into someone else's in one go. In the head, halfway through the conversation, Hannah felt her body sink and she was surrounded by warmth. They lied to you, idiot Hannah. This is the castle of wizards. Even if there are monsters, it is already very hard to hide and not be caught and eaten by us. How dare you to run like a big show? Come out and eat people. Eleanor's eyes softened slightly, and she sighed helplessly. She took off her black wizard robe and wrapped the blonde little Lolita in a thin pajamas. Her index finger gently sealed Hannah's lips with an irrefutable tone, said seriously, "Okay, the discussion is over. Now, immediately go back to the dormitory, wash, comb, and change clothes. We still have 7 full years to learn about the cute monsters inside and outside the castle." Half hugged and half pushed Hannah Abbott back to the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory. In the girls' somewhat distrustful eyes, Elena trapped herself in the soft chair in the Hufflepuff common room, helplessly sighed. If things go on like this, how can she be willing to leave these lovely children to face the terrorist attacks of the second-generation Dark Lord in the future? Should we think about preventing the Iron Pot stew from being nasty in 4 years? While waiting for Hannah to clean up and wash, Elena was thinking about how to reduce the burden of the boy who survived, and she took out an oily paper package from her robe and opened it, which contained several pieces wrapped in sweet spices. This is the delicious wind snake left over by the first-grade little wizards during dinner yesterday. Well, it seems a bit cold. Elena frowned when her fingers touched the cold fish. Although eating fish cold is also a way, the silver-haired snacks from the Flame Cuisine country obviously prefer food that tends to be steamy. Besides, the meat of the mutant fish growing in the Black Lake is inherently cold. As an exquisite girl who knows how to keep healthy, Elena will not eat cold fish directly in the morning. Looking around, the little silver-haired witch raised her brows, picked up the fire fork in the lounge and skewered the fish on it, squatting in front of the fireplace, and started to grill the fish with a crackling flame face expectantly. After peeling off the purple-black scales of the mutant fish, there is a layer of white tender flesh with a little greenishness inside. According to Hagrid, it should be because of the long-term consumption of mutant water plants at the bottom of the lake. Even after a baking, the coldness inside still locks most of the nutrition. Although the traditional view is that grilling is not a healthy cooking method, at this point, grilled fish is not among them. In fact, if Elena remembers it correctly, a research report from the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine in the United States will conclude that eating grilled fish once a week is good for brain health, because fish contains a type of omega-3 fatty acid that the human body cannot synthesize by itself. Long-term intake of these fatty acids will reduce the probability of developing cardiovascular diseases. Because the high temperature of frying will destroy omega-3 fatty acids, the content of omega-3 fatty acids that can be preserved in grilled fish is higher than fried fish and fried fish. Maybe it will be necessary to propose to Dumbledore in the future to regularly add meals to all the students in the Black Lake mutant fish soup. Squatting in front of the fireplace, the little silver horde Lily satisfactorily watched the tender white fish surface gradually stained with a crispy golden color. The plump fish oil oozes out a little bit, dripping into the charcoal fire below, and a light ball rises. White aerosol. In order to keep the original taste of the meat as much as possible, when cooking the grilled fish this time, Elena used only coarse salt for seasoning, except for a little bit of sweet spice that was applied to the surface to cover the fishy taste. Perhaps because of the living environment, Elena found that the mutant fish in the Black Lake had a stronger fragrance than ordinary fish. The magical fireplace flame is just right, saving most of the time needed to control the fire for barbecues. Soon, the surface of the fish began to make noises, and more hot oil slowly slipped along the plump texture of the fish, and people couldn't help but began to swallow. One of the biggest requirements in cooking is patience. Elena took a deep breath, with a look of intoxication on her face, but the flip of her hand became more and more detailed. Most of the fish oil remained on the surface, forming a seductive bright epidermis. Although he is underground, some kind of magic is obviously used in the Hufflepuff lounge. The air is not frozen and closed, and a gentle breeze can be felt from time to time. With the airflow in the lounge, the charming aroma of grilled fish permeating the lounge quickly began to drift towards the male and female dormitories on both sides. Smell good. What scent? Oh my god. Who took the food from the kitchen to the lounge? Has dinner been served? One Hufflepuff student in pajamas rubbed their eyes and walked out slowly following the fragrance. Sorry, today I read a new book called Summon Nightmare by a famous gourmet author. I accidentally read it and forgot the code word, so there is only one update. The one node will be added tomorrow. Now, come out as an apologetic reserve for everyone to feel good. Chapter 105. The Little Badgers Gradually Falling. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. The sound, taste, atmosphere. It's really a nostalgic feeling. Elena unhurriedly turned over the grilled fish in the fireplace. Her gaze swept over the more and more crowd behind her, her mouth slightly raised, just like she was cooking breakfast on the small balcony of the university dormitory in her previous life. The aroma of the food will always be a universal good morning greeting all over the world. In fact, Elena herself was not very satisfied with the grilled fish meal next to the Hogwarts Forest Farm last night, even though most of the freshmen have fallen into the joy of food. In order to take care of all the first-year students, she was not allowed to raise 5 fires and start grilling fish. While improving the efficiency, she also inevitably lost some of the deliciousness that the grilled fish should have. She did not perfect the mutant fish. The taste is fully displayed. But fortunately, now that she woke up early now, she has plenty of time to make up for her regrets a little bit. Elena uses the tongs very skillfully, which is mainly derived from the basic skills honed by grilling fish on the banks of Lovewood Lake for a long time. Most experienced foodies know that grilled fish that is truly delicious cannot be used on a grilled fish rack. Frequent flips must be used to avoid burnt. After a while, the tongue of fire caused the fish skin to shrink and roll up, and the originally bluish mutant fish became coated with a thin layer of bright yellow grease on both sides. This is completely different from the fatness of large livestock. It looks exceptionally clear and translucent. Gudong. The sound of drooling increased. At this time, Dozens of hungry Hufflepuff students in pajamas were already standing in the common room. Looking at the tempting scene in front of them, the sounds of drooling came one after another. Want to eat? Elena took the grilled fish from the fire in the fireplace, turned around and shook it in the air, with a satisfying smile in her eyes, and the rich aroma of grilled fish instantly detonated in everyone's noses. But is it okay? But it's only a whole piece. An unknown Hufflepuff senior girl asked hesitantly, her eyes moving up and down with the grilled fish in Elena's hand. I have to say that the grilled fish in Elena's hands can be regarded as the top existence they have seen for so many years, no matter in terms of appearance or fragrance. Well, today, I can share some of you for the time being. After all, maybe I will trouble you all because of hunger in the future. The silver-haired little Lori smiled slightly, waved her hand quite generously, and laid the fish pieces flat on the oily paper unfolded in front of her. But, if the knife and fork are not separated from the plate, what are you going to do, Elena? A slender, handsome Hufflepuff boy nodded, tried hard to restrain the urge to swallow, and said seriously, you know, even in Hufflepuff College, the legendary gathering place for food magic, no one has ever thought about preparing tableware in the dormitory, right? Elena is no stranger to the talking boys. After all, when chatting in the girls' dormitory last night, he had appeared at least 24 times. The hottest little meat of Hufflepuff College, Cedric D. Gory. Interesting question. Elena raised her eyebrows and glanced playfully at Cedric, who was wearing spotted pajamas and had messy hair in front of him. Frankly speaking, the boys are really handsome, with a straight nose and a slightly pale face. If you go to a vampire-themed love movie in later generations, you must be very popular. Unfortunately, it is too much. Not the type she likes. No cutlery. Oh my god, are you wizards or not? Looking around the circle of Hufflepuff seniors who agreed and nodded their heads with regret, Elena patted her head quite speechlessly. They were really a bunch of old-fashioned, corrupt people who didn't know how to work. Oh, right. As soon as he woke up, Cedric, who was still a little confused, nodded suddenly, took out his wand from his pajamas pocket, looked around in the lounge looking around, muttering quietly, Transfiguration, transfiguration. Well, we need to find something smaller. Oh, are you all idiots? Miss Hufflepuff will definitely be angry when she sees you like this. However, before they could find a small object suitable for transformation, they heard the little silver-haired witch in front of her let out a sigh of disgust. Senior Diggory, please pass your wand over. Huh? Cedric turned his head unconsciously, and subconsciously sent the wand forward and handed it to Elena. You guys, it's too bad, too squeamish. I have forgotten the original nature of the wand. I saw the little silver-haired witch shook her head sadly, and took out her beloved black walnut wand from her pocket. Well, of course the two were together. Then, in the sluggish gaze of all the senior students, Elena used her chopsticks to skillfully draw a piece of grilled fish and pick it up, skewer it in from the tip of Cedric's wand. Skewer it in. Come try it, it's quite delicious. In Cedric's bewildered eyes, Elena smiled sweetly, stretched out her hand and pushed her wand to the mouth of Hogwarts First Blood in the original book, with a little faintly hidden in her tone, a bewitching rhythm. Looking at the delicate little girl in front of him, there was a short blank in the young Cedric Diggory's mind. He only felt a kind of very comfortable joy, and subconsciously opened his mouth subconsciously, acting that he didn't usually do it at all. The inelegant action he would make a bite of the fish on the magic wand. This is. Cedric's eyes widened instantly. The crispy fish skin made a nice clicking sound between the lips and teeth, and the coarse salt sprinkled on the surface, mixed with the bright yellow fish fat, instantly bloomed the first wave of tremors on the tip of the tongue. Immediately, the tender and tough mutant fish bounced playfully in the mouth, and the rich gravy that was blocked by the cold came out of the fish fiber. Different from all the fish he had eaten before, because he usually eats the mutant aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake. The meat of the mutant fish in the Black Lake naturally has a fragrant and delicious algae taste. When paired with the flame-like heat, It seems to be a warm sea beach massage that people can't help but close their eyes. Cold and hot, sweet and salty, crispy and tender, the earth and the deep play like a symphony. Waves are transmitted from every taste bud to Cedric's brain. Call simply too delicious too. Cedric gasped tone with a strange move. Seeing Cedric's reaction, Irene nodded in satisfaction. The effect was quite good, and it was not in vain that she used a little trick. She clapped her hands, the girl smiled softly, pushed the boy who was still immersed in the delicacy aside, clapped her hands, and picked up a piece of fish and said skillfully, "Okay, next one. Everyone line up, don't worry, there is still a lot of fish, stretch out your wands in turn." Although I said that, in fact, the mutant fish that Elena brought back to the common room was less than half a fish. Facing the hungry foodies of Hufflepuff College, just a small piece of fish cannot offset the hunger. To be precise, after each small piece of grilled fish, the stomach becomes even hungry. However, the long-standing friendly and loyal academy atmosphere has prevented the little badger from doing bad behaviors of looting in public. Therefore, after everyone has eaten their share of fish, they can only look at the silver hoard witch by the fireplace while licking the tip of the magic wand reluctantly. Hey, it's still too little. Looking at the little Hufflepuff wizards whose faces were still full of thoughts, Elena lowered her head, tried her best to conceal the brighter look in her eyes, and spoke slowly in a seductive tone. In fact, fish meat is not only fried and grilled, but I also have more different ways of cooking fish. For example, boiled fish, vinegared fish fillets, steamed fish with ginger, squirrel fish, fish with pickled cabbage, red bean stew fish, fish head with chopped pepper, spicy fish, braised fish cubes, tomato fish soup, salted fish balls, basil fish soup, etc. But after a pause, a hint of meaning flashed in Elena's eyes, and she continued to speak softly. If there was a point. If you still want to eat in the future, you need to prepare the ingredients together. The first chapter, I tried my best to continue writing. Maybe there is still right. By the way, I would like to ask for a monthly pass for next month's guarantee. And Jang said feeding. Okay. Oh, don't hit me, I will really try my best. Chapter 106 When flickering is in progress. Seeking monthly ticket for chapter. Quasi-prepare the ingredients. Hearing Elena's words, most of the students in the common room looked at each other, a touch of confusion appeared on their faces. However, first-year freshmen like Hannah Abbott behaved quite calmly, and most of them nodded in understanding, watching Elena expectantly, waiting for the eldest sister's next arrangements. Of course, you don't think that what you just ate was just ordinary herring bought from the market, did you? Elena showed a weird look on her face, and she ran her fingers across herself, Hannah, and some of the Hufflepuff first-year freshmen present, and said in a slightly exaggerated manner, "That's all the first-year training sequence for everyone." It took a lot of hard work to finally catch the mutant fish from the icy black lake. Looking around the little wizards who were licking their magic wands by the fireplace, the silver-haired little Lori spread her hands. As senior Hufflepuff seniors, don't always come to grab the work of our weak and poor first-year students. Although the main fisher is Hagrid, every first-year freshman is involved in the subsequent food processing. In order to cultivate the character of the little wizards in the first grade, Elena personally supervised that everyone must take a knife to make a few knives on the mutant fish. As for the work of descaling and peeling the fish, the whole first grade was simply broken up and divided into several groups are responsible for the fish they want to eat at night. Elena and Hagrid were surprised to find that, for some reason, the best performers in each group were mostly girls. After experiencing a brief panic, most of the little witches quickly calmed down. Following Elena's demonstration, the knife was accurate and cold. On the contrary, there were many boys who were crying all the way. Of course, they were eating. After the delicious grilled fish, their eyes became firmer. According to Elena's estimation, maybe the next time you kill fish, everyone will take the initiative to take the knife and participate in group activities. Of course, There is no need to share these specific details with the senior students. Mutated fish in the Black Lake? That's how it is. No wonder the taste and texture are so different. Cedric smacked his lips, as if reminiscing about the feast on the tip of his tongue just now. Thinking about it carefully, the coldness in the fish meat really resembles the smell of the lake outside Hogwarts Castle. At the thought of this, Cedric couldn't help feeling a little upset. He ate too fast just now, and he couldn't taste the deliciousness of this rare fish. While the young degree classmate was still upset, a gentle female voice came out of the crowd. In other words, in fact, you only need to go to the lake to find a way to catch a few more such mutant fish. Will you help Elena prepare for everyone? Everyone turned their heads, and it was Dassana, a 6th grade girl from Hufflepuff. Seeing everyone turning their heads to look at her, the tall Shanna shrugged her shoulders and said naturally, frankly speaking, after the 3 simple and difficult meals yesterday, I think we really need to think of ways to improve ourselves. Let's eat. There is no doubt that in order to preserve the huge wealth that is at least enough for Hogwarts to squander hundreds of years, and to ensure that the magical world can remain invincible in this game, Dumbledore is indeed the next one. Gruel. The school has implemented strict austerity policies in all aspects of the cost. In addition to the lunch that is disturbed by the first-year students, even the dinner is not much better for the 3 meals a day. The main food component is still mashed potatoes, cabbage, bacon. This makes the old students who are used to eating a hearty meal still slightly dissatisfied in private. But Shanna, if you really want to go fishing in the Black Lake, the more suitable time is only the noon and afternoon breaks. Cedric frowned and interrupted. In that case, we might be run into by the group of Slytherins living at the bottom of the lake, so that everyone might be laughed at again, right? The relationship between the 4 Hogwarts colleges is actually not that complicated. To sum it up with Dumbledore's classic idiot: crying nose, residue, screw, neteet, odnt, teak. It is actually 4, a chain of contempt. For more explanation, please refer to the textual research on the rumors of the work-related H-colleagues. Well, Diggory, you are right, Slytherin is indeed a problem. Shanna touched her lips in distress. She was not worried about being ridiculed, but as the only college that lived on the bottom of the lake, Slytherin's xenophobia was the most serious of the 4 colleges. In fact, I'm more worried that they will not allow us to do this. As the senior students mentioned Slytherin, the atmosphere in the common room suddenly became unpleasant. Although on the surface, the hostility between Gryffindor and Slytherin is the most obvious, there are actually not many opportunities for the 2 colleges to meet. This can be seen from the first-year curriculum. Except for the potions class and the flight class, Slytherin and Gryffindor have no overlapping classes. For the detailed timetable, see the first-year course deduction related to the work. Therefore, among the entire Hogwarts, the ones who have dealt with Slytherin the most are actually the poor Hufflepuff badgers, whether it is the distribution of common rooms on the same floor, or the overlap of nearly half of the courses, or the innate arrogance of the pureblood family towards the civilian grassroots. To be honest, the pureblood family in Gryffindor is actually not too few. Almost no Hufflepuff student has not been bullied by the Slytherin snakes next door. The thought of the need and the possibility of dealing with Slytherin College made the faces of the senior students a little unsightly. Glancing at the Hufflepuff common room that suddenly became gloomy, Elena wrinkled. She finally knew why Hufflepuff hadn't won the Academy Cup for decades. It was obvious that the atmosphere in the Academy was not right. This is not enough. She is also counting on mobilizing the power of the masses high-grade thugs to help her keep a steady stream of ingredients that are not so easy to handle. And many more. The Silver Horde Witch rolled her eyes, pressed her finger to her lips, and asked curiously, but the portrait of Principal Felida Spool in Professor Dumbledore's office tells me that Slytherin College is in a precise sense. It's actually at the bottom of the entire Hogwarts food chain. As far as I know, Hufflepuff has a very glorious and long history for more than 100 years. Aren't you curious, Professor Dumbledore? Principal Felida Spool, is Slytherin at the bottom? The brilliant Hufflepuff College. The girl's voice is not too loud, but the keywords revealed in just a few sentences are enough to attract everyone's attention to her again. But perhaps because the two principals were involved at the same time, and the information revealed was too unbelievable, the Hufflepuff common room suddenly fell into a strange atmosphere of silence. Actually, cold! Elena, who maintained her innocent expression, felt her smile become a little stiff, and the light from the corner of her eyes slowly swept across the crowd in front of her. Suddenly, she felt like a group of groundhogs who couldn't speak, looking at her with a silly mouth open and curious, waiting for someone to ask questions. The stuffy gourds of Hufflepuff are too difficult to deal with. If the same situation were changed to Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, or even Slytherin, there would have been enthusiastic little wizards who would take the initiative to pick them up. Words. Fortunately, just when she was about to break the jar and change to a strong character, she looked around with her most familiar Hannah Abbott, and asked courageously in a low voice, "Philida, who is Principal Spool? Why does she say that? Have we Hufflepuff really once been brilliant, Elena?" For the first time since entering Hogwarts, Elena felt a heartfelt touch and relaxation after hearing Hannah's voice. It was not in vain that she fed her food and clothed her. Elena secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and was not in the mood to betray her, cleared her throat, and quickly followed Hannah's little elitist words. Of course, as everyone knows. Chapter 2, Evolutionary Success. On February 1st, the new book Above the Dome by the Human Armory was released. It is a very good book. I will keep up with it every day. I recommend everyone to check it out. The activity continues, but it changes a bit. If the 2 chapters changed today and the chapters with non-character numbers are over 500, I will try to maintain the evolutionary form of the Hell Double Beast tomorrow. Rua. By the way, ask for a monthly guarantee pass. I really work hard. Hogwarts first grade full class schedule with deduction process. This chapter is free. Written at the top. Rowling pays the highest tribute and thanks her for leading us into the world of magic. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry 1991 first grade class schedule with deduction process. This is a very serious textual article, because most of the timetables circulated on the internet so far are incorrect. As a high-level wizard of the H seminar, Yu Meng decided to share her information. It can be reprinted and used directly. If possible, please indicate the source and let me know so that I can also come over. Thank you. I hope that I can provide a little help to all readers and fellow authors who love and yearn for the magical world, so that you can read and create more logically and smoothly. In particular, the first reference basis for this deduction comes from Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Order of the Phoenix, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince original work. The second reference sequence is based on a total of 10 H-series movie scenes. When there is a contradiction between the movie scene and the description, the original version shall prevail. When the content is self-contradictory, normal logical reasoning shall prevail. Art 1 class time. The entrance age at Hogwarts is 11 years old, so the 12th grade corresponds to the 1113-year-old group, combined with the original weather description and the British junior high school schedule in the 1990s. The class time for the junior wizards should be Monday to Friday, 09:0012:00 in the morning, and 14:0015:30 in the afternoon. The flight class for the first grade is scheduled after 15:30. Class time for senior grades is 14:0018:00 in the afternoon. Due to some special courses and boarding system, there will be some courses after dinner. Considering that the night time in Scotland should be 20:0021:00. Art 2 class staff. Since the optional courses are open after the 3rd grade, the major courses are our choice after the 5th grade. Therefore, Hogwarts temporarily uses one main lecturer and one assistant professor for each course or substitute teacher, who does not live in the castle, and is temporarily hired according to the principal's letter. Generally speaking, Each course is completed jointly by 2 colleges of the same grade. In rare cases, there will be mixed grades or multiple colleges sharing classes, such as explanations of rare magic creatures or magic props or celestial conditions. In particular, time converters are very rare and unbalanced props. JKR also realized this problem and quickly destroyed them all using plot kills. Will not be used as normal teaching props. Art 3. Class hour adjustment. Because each professor needs to deal with the courses of 37 grades at the same time, generally speaking, unless there is a change in the teaching staff and have to be adjusted, usually the timetable for each basic grade will stabilize. Among them, there are no elective and self-study courses for the first and second grade students. The stability coefficient is much higher than that of other grades. That is to say, there must be a fixed logical self-consistent relationship between the first and second grades. Art 4 Course Introduction. The LS test will examine all required courses, which is equivalent to the main course of the high school entrance examination. The 6 main courses in the magical world are potions, herbal medicine, magic spells, defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, and history of magic. And astronomy is a compulsory course but not the main course. According to the course schedule in the original text, we can find that all major courses are scheduled at least 2 hours a week. Below is the text version of the timetable for each college. Please keep your own timetable properly. The picture version of the timetable can be read and downloaded in the V group. G. Gryffindor, H. Hufflepuff, R. Ravenclaw, S. Slytherin. Gryffindor 1st grade. Monday morning Na. Afternoon herbal medicine class H. Evening magic history H. Tuesday morning herbal medicine class H. Spell class R. Afternoon polymorphism R. Evening Na. Wednesday morning herbal medicine class H. Black magic defense H. Afternoon black magic defense H. Evening astronomy R. Thursday morning spell class R. History of magic H. Afternoon transfiguration R plus flying class S. Night Na. Friday morning potions class Afternoon Na. Evening Na. Hufflepuff 1st grade. Monday morning potions class R. Afternoon herbal medicine class G. Evening magic history G. Tuesday morning herbal medicine class G. Transfiguration S. Afternoon spell class S. Evening astronomy S. Wednesday morning herbal medicine class G. Black magic defense G. Afternoon black magic defense G. Now night. Thursday morning transfiguration S. History of magic G. Afternoon spell class S. Night Na. Friday morning Na. Afternoon Na plus flight lesson R. Evening Na. Ravenclaw 1st grade. Monday morning potions class H. Afternoon magic history S. Evening Na. Tuesday morning black magic defense S. Spell class G. Afternoon polymorphs G. Night Na. Wednesday morning Na plus herbal medicine class S. Afternoon herbal medicine class S. Evening astronomy G. Thursday morning spell class G. Black magic defense S. Afternoon polymorphism G. Evening magic history S. Friday morning Na. Afternoon herbal lesson S plus flying lesson H. Evening Na. Slytherin 1st grade. Monday morning Na. Afternoon magic history R. Evening Na. On Tuesday morning, black magic defense R. Transfiguration H. Afternoon transfiguration G. Night Na. Wednesday morning Na plus herbal medicine class R. Afternoon herbal medicine class R. Evening Na. Thursday morning transfiguration H. Black magic defense R. Afternoon spell class H plus flying class G. Evening magic history R. Friday morning potions class G. Afternoon herbal medicine class R. Evening Na. Next is the detailed reasoning process. To be honest, this is really a huge workload. The main benchmarking time nodes are derived from Gryffindor as a clue. The first is the course schedule that can be clearly determined in the original text. 1. Every Wednesday night, Gryffindor has an astronomy class. 1813 Part 1, Chapter 8, Paragraph 13 explained only once. 2. Every Friday morning, Gryffindor will have 2 potions classes with Slytherin, and Gryffindor only has this class on this day. 1823. 3. Starting from the second week, Gryffindor will have flying lessons with Slattery every Thursday afternoon. The flight class time is 3:30 p.m., and the first year Gryffindor only has flight class and potions class together. 191. 4. Gryffindor will have 3 hours of herbal medicine every week, and the lessons are uneven. 1813. 5. On Halloween in 1991 October 31st, there was a spell class on Thursday morning. Gryffindor learned the floating spell 2 months after school started. And after the curse class, there is another course that will not be named, because Hermione has skipped the class, and it is inferred that there is only the history of magic. 11,067. 6. Quidditch games are held on weekends. 1112. 7. Gryffindor has a herbal medicine class in the first morning, and Slytherin College has no class at this time. 11,457. 8. Gryffindor is taking herbal medicine class with Hufflepuff, and there is no herbal medicine class on Monday morning in the first grade. 2,627. The following are the conclusions that need to be drawn through simple reasoning. 9. Gryffindor has a metamorphosis on Thursday afternoon, because in Chapter 8 of the first book, before taking the potions class, it was mentioned that Professor McGonagall is the Dean of Gryffindor, but she still left them a lot of homework yesterday. Joint point 5 and the second point can be drawn to this conclusion. 10. In the movie, in order to save the cost of costumes and actors, most of the course magic is changed to Gryffindor and Slytherin. According to the net text, it is understood that it is to fight the poor Draco Xialong in the face desperately, but in the spell class, we can see that the school badge on the student sitting behind Hermione is a blue raven. At the same time, in conjunction with Hagrid's compliment from the cabin, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw took the curse lesson together. 11. Because the lion and the snake are mutually exclusive for all courses except the flight lesson of the potions class, combined with the original schedule of the 2 colleges for each class, the eagle and the badger must also be mutually exclusive for all courses except the flight lesson of the potions class. 12. First-year freshmen do not have potions classes on Wednesday morning and Thursday afternoon, because the first-year potions classes require multiple classes and the courses cannot conflict with second-year students. From the second part and the first part, there are more specific chapters. 13. The second quarter of the morning for the first-year students is not deformity. 14. The first-year freshman has no potions class on Thursday morning, because at this time Professor Snape is cooking the annoying third-year Pippy shrimp. 15. The schedule of Gryffindor's defense against the dark arts class is after the spell class, polymorphism, herbal medicine class, and the history of magic, because everyone is looking forward to this class, and there is a boring, interesting, and tired state comparison. 16. Gryffindor's first grade will inevitably have a class in the castle on Monday, because Harry was inhumane on the first day of school, and the professor who joined the class unexpectedly did not respond, and the joint first day at 15 o'clock. You can get a history of magic on Monday night. 1819. 17. Gryffindor is taking the defense against the dark arts class with Hufflepuff, from various movies, and in the second classroom, there is no Ravenclaw role that has appeared. 18. The history of magic must have a morning course, and it is a course at Gryffindor College. This is derived from the description of the cause of death before and after Professor Binns, who forgot to bring his body when he got up in the morning for class. 19. According to the original description, the closer the relationship of the courses arranged between the colleges will increase. The lion and the badger are natural good friends. Most of the interpersonal relationship reflects this, and the above logic is searched again, and it is still self-consistent. 20. Combining all the above conditions and combining and sorting, you can get the above timetable. This may be the most comprehensive class schedule. I'm exhausted, and I've turned the book several times. A little bit of control changes. Fortunately, Fat Gus Math is super strong. Chapter 107, Hufflepuff and the Honey Badger. After the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry founded the school, everyone created their own academy to spread and continue the young wizards they wanted to cultivate. In addition to the college's representative colors and personality concepts, the most recognizable among the 4 colleges is actually the college's iconic animal image. Each iconic animal implies a certain trait that the 4 founders hope their students can embody: the lion of Gryffindor representing bravery and adventure, the eagle of Ravenclaw representing wisdom and freedom, representatives the shrewd and patient Slytherin snake, and the Hufflepuff badger representing equality and fearlessness. However, over time, with the understanding and growth of generations of wizards, the moral of each academy has attached more well-known labels. For example, Gryffindor is often labeled as a righteous attribute, Slytherin is labeled as cunning, and Ravenclaw is synonymous with weird. The most incredible thing is Hufflepuff. I don't know when the labels of mediocrity, honesty, patience, and honesty were madly pasted on them one by one, so that the teachers and students of Hufflepuff College began to believe them. Do you mean that we should not be friendly and enthusiastic to tolerate everyone in the school? No matter what it used to be, loyalty and sincerity have become the most important academy atmosphere in Hufflepuff. This is indispensable of. Cedric Diggory frowned and interrupted, holding his arms. I don't know why, although his brain keeps telling him that he only needs to listen quietly to the beautiful silver-haired little lullaby, but the faint anxiety and crisis in his heart are getting stronger and stronger. The split-like uncomfortable feeling of opposition made him faintly dizzy. Of course not. In fact, I quite agree with and like the atmosphere of Hufflepuff College, which is why I am so eager to enter Hufflepuff College. Elena shyly lifted her hair and smiled. The bright smile made Cedric's heartbeat, who was thinking silently, suddenly missed a beat, and said sweetly, I just think, maybe, we shouldn't forget the original intention of Miss Helga Hufflepuff when she founded the college. Look at the college emblem on her chest. Elena swept around the little Hufflepuff wizards who were mostly in pajamas, and quickly changed her words. Well, I mean, take a look at the college in the lounge. The flag on the banner. Our Hufflepuff's iconic animal is a badger. Elena proudly held up her small chest that was temporarily flat, and said earnestly. Hannah Abbott looked at the emblem bulging on her chest, tilted her head cutely, her tone filled with confusion. But, what does that mean? We are indeed just like this animal? Ordinary and practical. Peaceful and united. Wait, ordinary, practical, peaceful? Exclamation mark. Elena frowned and looked at Hannah with a weird look. Her eyes slowly swept across a pile of Hufflepuff wizards whose faces were filled with approval. She patted her forehead in an incredible way. You won't. I have never understood what kind of animal a badger is. God, are you really Hufflepuffs? Ahem. Animals in the non-magical world are not taught in class. The prefect Shanna gave a light cough. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face, nodded frankly and admitted, and then asked generously, said, if Elena knows you, don't sell it, tell everyone quickly. It is undeniable that the power of example is a very powerful and subtle effect. Since Mr. Newt Scamander, who was born in Hufflepuff College, became a celebrity in the entire magical world, many students will unconsciously use him as the object of imitation in their lives. Therefore, Hufflepuff can be regarded as the group of people who are most interested in animals and plants in Hogwarts. In fact, Hufflepuff's curiosity for new knowledge is not inferior to Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, but more often, shame and self-confidence limit their access to knowledge. Badgers are divided into many types. The most common ones are Olvia and Lavora. According to the emblem of our college, it seems that they are more inclined to the latter. Honey Badger is a kind of brave, strong and a fair animal. Facing animals that are weaker than it, it never relaxes or despises it, and when confronted with beasts that are bigger than it mentioned, it will not fear and shrink at all. Everything is in the honey badger. All eyes are of equal size and same height, and this amazing quality and nature is the perfect interpretation of the idea that Miss Hufflepuff has always wanted to advocate. We should learn to treat everyone equally. Elena raised her eyebrows, gently stroked her fingers on the Hufflepuff badger on her left chest, and said solemnly every word. It is only aimed at the weak and the general mediocrity. It is nothing more than condescending pity and cowardice. The true equality and integrity is not just for the group of people lower than us, but to be able to refuse fear of all powerful opponents, face each other bravely, not afraid or arrogant. This is the idea that Miss Hufflepuff wants to convey. But, isn't our Hufflepuff recruiting standard only accepting honest and hard-working people? A Hufflepuff freshman who was hiding by the stairs asked, a little at a loss. As a little wizard who had just arrived at Hogwarts, what Elena said was too much for his cognitive subversion. It's strong, and it's completely different from what her parents taught her. She is not the only one who feels this way. In fact, the hearts of all Hufflepuff students present are slightly shaken. Elena's words seem a bit unusual, but every theory is solid and fundamental. Can't refute. Oh? Do you really think that Hufflepuff College's selection criteria are the same as those of the other 3 colleges? The silver-haired little Lori raised her eyebrows, turned her face, and said seriously, listen, if Hufflepuff really only recruits honest, loyal, hard-working and persevering students, so many people are wearing sorting hats. Sometimes you will hear something like this. Elena cleared her throat, imitating the slow voice of the sorting hat, and said, well, let me think about which college you should be assigned to. Without the courage of Gryffindor, I don't have enough ambition. I don't like learning. Still lazy. I'm sorry, little wizard. You don't have the qualities that an academy needs. Take the train home tomorrow morning. So, sure enough, we are the most mediocre group of people that nobody wants. Hearing Elena's voice, the little wizard who plucked up the courage to ask questions almost didn't cry directly, and the morale that had just risen in the whole lounge was about to fall to the bottom again. No, on the contrary. At this moment, the corners of Elena's mouth raised, her tone clear and confident. Looking around at the little wizards whose eyes were beginning to be confused, the little silver-haired witch smiled gently. Honesty, hard work, fairness and tenacity, these attributes are not so much inherent character traits as they are all one. In the growth environment, people can rely on their own efforts to achieve the goals acquired. We are the unqualified group of wizards with endless possibilities. To be precise, we can have all the academy qualities, and there is no upper limit to everyone's achievements. This can be seen from the initial branching of the college. Compared with the other 3 colleges' emphasis on talent, Hufflepuff pays more attention to the possibility of a person, and this is the human wizard. The most important reason why it is so powerful. As an indispensable and important college of Hogwarts, Hufflepuff, with the largest number of wizards, should never be a symbol of mediocrity. To be precise, the great wizards born in Hufflepuff are no better than anyone. There are fewer colleges. Click here for details. Those great wizards from the Badger House. While talking, Elena took out a golden red bow tie from her robe that hadn't been put in the suitcase, shook it, and gave the last dose of strong medicine. Did you see it? Professor Dumbledore personally granted me the right to wear Gryffindor costumes and enter the Gryffindor lounge, because he also recognized my courage. But in fact, you all know that I am a Hufflepuff. But, even so, Slytherin, still following Elena's words, watching the atmosphere in the common room is about to reach its climax. The tall female classmate Shanna said with some worry. Slytherin? Why should we be afraid of the fewest people, who have been at the bottom since ancient times? Looking directly at the senior girl prefect who was 1 head taller than her without fear, Elena spread out without knowing it, and said with a relaxed face, not to mention that neither eagles nor lions are afraid of snakes. I know that in the entire nature, honey badgers are one of the few top predators that are immune to snake venom. Elena licked her lips. A look of danger flashed in her eyes. It is them who really should be afraid. Honey badgers are the natural enemies of the little snake. It's been too long, it's time to get everything back on track. Up, so tired, I'm sleeping. I wrote almost 7,000 words today. Chapter 108, The Inertia of History. Unless you have the special ability to change people's minds, such as Yuri of the Soviet Union, Charles of the United States, or Orchine Down's esoteric shadow sacrifice, if you want to change people's deep-rooted concepts with the power of words alone, a conversation is obviously far away. Not enough. Even all the greatest leaders, fighters, or spiritual mentors in the history of mankind know the importance of gradual progress, unless it is a huge change in thought after experiencing it once. Otherwise, most of the time a new value formation often takes a few days or even years. Not to mention, Elena quite understands that as a first-year little wizard who has just joined Hogwarts, the authority and weight contained in her words is even more pitiful. Therefore, she did not rush to expand and explain the nature of badgers and the qualities that Hufflepuff College should possess. What she did was to plant a seed deep in everyone's heart. As the difficulties and doubts in life continue to emerge, this seed will take root in the soil of hesitation and self-doubt. When the nature of the honey badger is gradually explored and confirmed by curious and confused little wizards, ancient legends and this story they will be just rightly combined by themselves, and finally they will slowly condense into a kind of belief in their minds. After looking around for a week full of thoughts, disdain, or suspicion, the exquisite face of the mixed blood made a stunning smile of charm. Apparently, the seeds have been successfully planted, and all that is left is accumulated guidance and watering. So next, it's time for them to think about life. Elena's eyes flashed, brewing the end of the last paragraph, and her tone eased slightly. In fact, before I came to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I had heard a lot of stories about the 4 colleges. Even on the Hogwarts Express, the most discussed topics among our freshmen were about sorting the 4 Hogwarts colleges. They all said that there are a lot of rice buckets in Hufflepuff, and the only specialty is that they can eat. The hands of the senior wizards who were still licking their wands stiffened. They put down their wands one by one and wiped them on their robes without leaving a trace. Every year, Hufflepuff's students fail the most. For many years, there has never been a first-grade student here. In the classroom, the professors get extra points for outstanding performance. Poor, usually only when you need to work hard, you can earn a few points. The old students standing in the Hufflepuff common room began to show a little bit of irritation on their faces, and opened their mouths. But they did not say anything in despair. Although it has the largest number of people in the 4 colleges, Hufflepuff's Quidditch is not that great. It is more like a sparring team in the other 3 colleges. The talent of flying in the sky looks like living in Hufflepuff in the mud has no fate. The faces of Hufflepuff Quidditch players such as Cedric Diggory have also begun to look ugly. They have the most personnel to choose from, but rarely win the Quidditch Cup. Became a nightmare curse for the Hufflepuff team. Some people say that Hufflepuff is a place where you don't know what the honor is, and the Academy Cup scores are often the bottom. If they are assigned here, they may choose to drop out. As the prefect, Shanna had only a polite and rigid smile on her face. The long-term humility and tolerance, as well as the college atmosphere that is especially easy to be satisfied, made the entire college filled with a lazy atmosphere. Under this circumstance, unless there are extremely serious points deductions in individual colleges, Hufflepuff will always be at the bottom. As if not seeing the sullen Hufflepuff badgers around, Elena continued speaking on her own, speaking gradually lighter, but faster, and people had to pay more attention to hear clearly. Everyone is saying not to provoke the insidious Slytherin. Watch out for the aggressive Gryffindor, watch out for the smart Ravenclaw. As for Hufflepuff, well, they are a good group of people. Oh, yes. I think about it, this is how they describe Hufflepuff College. The legendary House Elf Academy. At this point, Elena paused for a while, and looked around in the common room. Many Hufflepuff wizards have already started to pant, their fists are tight and loose. and their faces are not angry. Even people who don't know how to observe words and colors can see it. However, there was a sense of sadness in the girl's eyes, and so, none of the senior wizards and witches present still stood up to argue or express anger, just like a group of silent lambs. Ugh. Elena seems to hear the same sigh from the depths of her soul. She is not unfamiliar with this situation. To be precise, she should be too familiar with it, just like the history and the group of lives she has witnessed and understood in her previous life. People around me, why don't you guys speak? In fact, how I wish someone could come out to refute and stop it. Why not? After a short silence, Elena lowered her eyes, and suddenly a wave of irritation rose in her heart, even though she had anticipated this situation in advance, but was not happy at all. Her voice rose slightly. I said, shouldn't it be necessary to try some changes? Maybe the fish in the Black Lake is a good opportunity to try. After that, Elena's gaze stopped at the female prefect Shanna, and Cedric Diggory, who was about to be the male prefect next year. On this point, let's think about it again. It's best to discuss it more. Shanna said hesitantly. Hufflepuff College has been the most friendly and gentle wizard for a long time. We respected and loved in the academy. The reason why the Academy Cup scores are not high is also because we do not quarrel and fight with others for the sake of fame. Frankly speaking, as a Hufflepuff 6th grader, from the bottom of her heart, Shanna didn't intend to make any big moves. Now she has put all her mind on the upcoming and future work. Shanna is not the only one. This terrible inertia and inertia almost simultaneously exist in the minds of all senior Hufflepuff students. Therefore, when Shanna, as the prefect, said this, almost all the senior wizards became a little lighter and nodded at the same time. After all, Hufflepuff's status quo has been stable for nearly 100 years. The activity will continue. If the chapter says no more than 500, one more chapter will be added. By the way, share a real thing, Meng is a little badger. In the HP official post, the Badger Academy has the least number of colleges. The Dean of the Badger Academy receives the most private messages about whether to transfer. The show-off of the three houses. The background board is almost always the Badger Academy, and at the same time, the Badger Academy is almost a default emotional vent. However, the Badger Academy usually cheers yourself up, you are the best, and it is almost completely silent and beaten. As for the honey badger who takes the initiative to fight back, were banned and expelled by everyone including their own prefects and deans as unkind and unfriendly. Just like Newt Scamander, who was expelled from the school. Chapter 109. Yes, Shanna is right. After Shanna took the initiative to break the silence, Cedric, who was faint-faced, quickly organized the language. The next Hufflepuff boy prefect frowned and looked at the little silver-haired witch in front of the fireplace and asked, knowing that there may be conflicts, why should we fight back like those reckless lions to provoke and amplify disputes? Have you ever thought that your friends might be hurt for the sake of short-term vanity and satisfaction? After a pause, it seemed that the previous tone was a bit too aggressive, and Cedric's expression eased a little, and he spoke earnestly and earnestly persuaded him. Elena, you are still very young. Maybe there are many things that are important to you now, but it's not a big deal to think about it afterwards. You know, many contradictions are actually calm as long as one party takes the initiative to give in. Facing a Cedric whose expression was patiently explained by the people who came by, Elena couldn't help but raised her eyebrows and let out a non-committal chuckling. Yes. When Slytherin ridiculed our pedigree, we gave in. When Gryffindor laughed at us for being useless, we also endured. When Ravenclaw was stupid to despise us, we also silently accepted. Of course, Senior Diggory, I think what you said should also come from our long-standing friendliness and gentleness. After a pause, although the silver-haired little witch still had a smile on her face, there was no more smile in her tone, After all, to continue tradition, every Hufflepuff must learn and be accustomed to retreating and patience. That's fine. That's not what I meant. Cedric frowned. For the first time he found it difficult to communicate with freshmen. I understand. Seeing that the topic was about to turn into a meaningless argument, the girl shrugged and took the initiative to end the discussion. Let's go. Hannah, didn't you agree to take me to the school? Kneeling down, carefully put away the oily paper used to wrap the fish, Elena turned her head and looked at Hannah, who had already cleaned up and washed, holding a small reserve of grain in her hand, beckoned, turned and walked out of the public rest room. On the basement level of Hogwarts, a three-way junction covered with marble floors. Hannah, are you sure we are not in the wrong direction? To be honest, even without moving stairs, Hogwarts' intricate underpasses were still not friendly to her. Elena looked behind her, and she couldn't remember how she walked through the labyrinth of underground stone corridors from the Hufflepuff common room to this place. The two were accompanied by several other early Hufflepuff first-year freshmen, a total of 2 boys and a girl, namely Justin Finley, Ernie Macmillan, and Hannah's new friend Susan Burns. Don't worry, we've all walked this road several times. Hannah, who was walking in the front, replied without thinking. According to the senior class, if you go further to the end, there will be an empty, wet stone wall. Behind the stone wall is the common room of Slytherin College. She seemed very happy to have the opportunity to encounter a field that Elena was not familiar with. Hannah was a lot more excited than usual. She turned sideways and pointed to the marble steps on the right-hand side and continued. And here is the only way to the upper level of Hogwarts Castle. Whether it is Hufflepuff College or Slytherin College, you have to pass through here if you want to take classes. Therefore, some senior hedges-packy jokingly called this road the Deadwind Path. After a slight chill, Hannah calmed down, spinning a small half-circle on the spot, briskly leading everyone to the left passage leading to the auditorium, while talking. However, luckily, most of those Slytherins like to sleep late, so we won't meet Slater at this time. Hannah's cheerful voice stopped abruptly after entering the Deadwind Path, turning into a strange ho-ho. Immediately behind Hannah and entered the Deadwind Path, Elena and the others quickly understood the reason. Standing in the middle of the road were 2 senior Slytherin College students, who were holding their arms in front of Hannah with a playful expression. Sure enough, Bull, right. Hufflepuffs, the little diners, can't wait to get up early and sneak into the auditorium for breakfast. The senior Slytherin with short brown hair on the left held his arms and looked sarcastically. Said to the ground, "Hey Draco, don't waste time." The boy named Bull yawned and interrupted impatiently, looking up and down the silver horde which standing behind Hannah. "Hey, you are the first-year freshman named Elena Caslana. I heard that you took the first-year student and stole the turkey from the kitchen that should belong to our third grade in the kitchen." Although it was a question, the boy's tone was very determined. After all, Elena's beautiful silver hair is really eye-catching, not to mention the deep impression left by the school's teachers and students at the previous branching ceremony. It is estimated that they will not be forgotten for several years. Third grade turkey. It looks like I'm here to find the fault. Elena's pupils shrank slightly, and she glanced carelessly at the back of the 2 of them, her eyes flashing clearly. There was a cringing first-year Slytherin student standing there, and the girl vaguely remembered his name as Blaise Shabini. "We are not a rice bucket, and we are not stealing. It is a secret Easter egg left by Professor Dumbledore, specifically to reward students who have extraordinary courage and can break conventional thinking." Hearing Boss words, Justin Fennery retorted with excitement as if he had been bitten by a snake. The faces of Susan, Ernie and others also showed the same unconvinced expression. Only Hannah, who had been to the principal's office, turned pale. She shrank back subconsciously, and turned her head to look at Elena anxiously. "About this matter, the school has handled it properly. If you are interested, you can ask Professor Dumbledore about the specific situation." Elena replied calmly, not humble or overbearing, and selectively ignored the 2 Slytherin trash talks. drinks. Now, can I ask the two seniors to make it? We are going to the auditorium for breakfast. Don't use Dumbledore to scare people. We don't fear that old fellow like you good babies. Derek waved his hand roughly, hugged his arms and looked at the little wizards in front of him arrogantly, threatening fiercely. I don't care about Easter eggs or Easter eggs. Listen, newborn, you have to give us a satisfactory explanation. While talking, Derek stretched out his hand to grab Elena. Chapter 110. You may need a little help. How dare to take the lead! Exclamation mark. It seems that the wise saying is really good. People are mortal, and some people need a little help if they need it. Elena Kaslana's pupils shrunk slightly, her body sank slightly, her weight shifted to her right foot, a stigma on the back of her left hand that fisted into a virtual fist gradually lit up, and her whole body had already subconsciously counterattacked. Preparation. Hogwarts boys in 3rd grade or at the age of 10. Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue. Chapter 110. You may need a little help while hitting it. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 111. The 1st grade is covered by me. Grab, don't use such ugly words. Derek raised his eyebrows, sneered, and corrected his expression arrogantly. In Slytherin College, it is normal to learn to surrender to the noble and stronger senior wizards. In the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Slytherin College may be the place where the upper and lower systems are the most distinct. In order to reflect the ancient nobility and class, they have formulated various shadow courtyard regulations in addition to school regulations and college regulations to consolidate their privileges in schools and colleges. Those 1st grade pure-blooded little wizards who are full of superiority will soon understand clearly the preciousness of rights and class under the pressure from the upper grades. Then, they will show what they feel and learn to the junior students and the students of the other 3 colleges at the same level. It's disgusting. Fortunately, I was not assigned to Slytherin. Susan Burns frowned, couldn't help muttering a word, raised her head and looked behind the 2 senior Slytherins. Shabini, his eyes are a bit complicated. Sorry, but we are not Slytherin. If you want food, grab it yourself. Hearing Derek's words, Hannah also showed a clear expression of disgust on her face, shook her head, and refused unceremoniously. Perhaps, suffering a bit first will make our communication a bit smoother. Bowl rolled up his sleeves impatiently, showing his strong arms, and approaching a group of Hufflepuff freshmen who were not sure what to do in front of him. This year's Hufflepuff freshmen seemed a little strange. Suddenly, there was a rush and chaotic running sound from the marble corridor leading to the Slytherin common room on the left. Everyone turned their heads curiously, and saw the 3 figures of Malfoy, Gore and Crabbe appearing at the entrance of the tunnel. Everyone looked a little bit bruised and swollen, as if they had just been beaten by someone. Wait, it's all a misunderstanding. Seeing the 2 sides facing each other, Malfoy danced his arms anxiously and walked into the crowd, quickly separating Derek from Hannah and the others. Draco? Hannah frowned, looking at the little boy with pale blonde hair in front of him. Without responding to the little Hannah Lolita behind him, Draco Malfoy tried to squeeze a pleasing smile on his face and looked at Derek and Bowl, who were not far away. I didn't say it was done before. If there are grilled fish like this in the future, we will all bring it back to the common room. Why should I come to Elena? Well, Elena and the others. Pay attention to your tone, freshman. Are you interrogating me? Derek squinted his eyes a little displeased, and waved his hand like a fly. Going to the 1st grader. When is it your turn to teach us? Did something happen? But this is different from what we discussed before. You promised that as long as our contribution is made, this matter will be over. How can you? Draco Malfoy smiled stiffly, staring at Derek in disbelief. He originally thought that he had calmly wiped out all the troubles, as if his father was able to solve all the problems with ease. Get out of the way, Malfoy. Don't get in the way. I warn you again, don't be nosy. A trace of shame and impatience appeared on the sturdy Derek's face, and he reached out abruptly to grab Draco's collar, and violently pushed him aside, pushing him back several steps, staggering. How can you do this? Draco is a junior in your own college. Don't you have a little bit of shame? Ernie Macmillan, who was standing next to Hannah, stepped forward to support Draco, lest he fell directly to the ground, stepped forward, pointed to Derek's nose and asked angrily. Ernie and Draco are in the same dinner cooking group. After a day of training, the two can barely be regarded as friends, even if Draco occasionally has a badass. While talking, Ernie glanced behind him with disappointment. Ernie didn't know why Elena was so silent today. It was as if she was a different person. Fortunately, Ernie thought she was a very brave witch before, and it turned out that the critical moment was still the same as most girls. This is our own academy. I hate the first year. Take care of yourself. You wizards from the house-raised elf academy, the only value is to provide us with help and food. Don't kill my patients. Derek, who is nearly 1.7 meters tall, glanced at Ernie Macmillan, who was pointing at him with a weird expression. He grinned and squeezed Ernie's arm and pulled forward. The short and thin Ernie didn't have any resistance, stumbled and fell to the ground. Ernie, you are too much. Seeing Ernie fall to the ground, the first-year students at Hufflepuff College at the back could no longer bear it. Hannah, Justin and others rushed forward angrily. HMPH. It seems that if you don't suffer a bit, you will not be honest. Derek snorted coldly, and angrily raised his foot to kick to the front. Hannah, the 13-year-old rotten elementary school wizard, didn't know what Liangxiangxu was. Seeing the feet of the senior boys getting closer and closer, Hannah, who rushed up with a head of blood, closed her eyes in fear, gritted her teeth and lowered her head, ready to be kicked. Boom! Hannah felt like she hit a soft, petite body. Opening her eyes, she saw a little silver horde witch who did not know when she stood in front of everyone, crossed her hands and stubbornly withstood Derek's kick. "Ai, Elena, are you okay?" Hannah was stunned, looking at the girl who fell to the ground because of the unstable center of gravity, and asked anxiously. "It's okay. This is much less powerful than Lauxin Lao Turnip." Elena stood up slowly, and calmly patted the gray on her body. Instead of looking at Derek, she raised her left hand and looked at it strangely. The whole person exudes a calm, terrifying and reassuring way. A feeling of. Derek frowned. The expression of the silver-haired little witch in front of him was calm and made him a little uneasy. He looked around at the number of little wizards in the hallway. If you count the 3 of Draco, there are already 8 people. The 2 Slytherin third graders looked at each other and unanimously pulled out their wands from their robes and pinched them in their hands, feeling a little more confident in their hearts. "As far as I know, you are the leader of the first graders. I think you should know what to do now." Seeing Derek withdraw their wands, the little wizards who had not yet started to learn magic took a step back subconsciously. "Forget it, Elena. They really can beat people, and the senior students can do a lot of powerful magic. The big deal, we can tell the professors later." Hannah gently pulled Elena's sleeves, whispered to discourage. "Magic?" Elena raised her head and looked at the tall Derek and bowled blankly, her voice calmly like a pool of stagnant water. "It's a bit wrong to take all the meat, so it's not a big problem to apologize. But you shouldn't have to take our food away. And the most important thing is," Elena's gaze hovered over Draco, Gore, Crab, Ernie and others. Her hands slowly released the buttons of the wizard's robe, and flames were burning in her ice blue eyes. "You should not bully my friends." Before the voice fell, Elena untied her robe, threw it forward, and blocked Derek's vision with a large black wizard robe, and then she slammed her right foot, turning from stillness to sprint in an instant. There are so many obstacles. Derek was shocked, waving his wand and emitting a red beam, hitting the flying wizard robe with a muffled sound and a slightly burnt smell. The wizard's robe hit by the red magic light beam flew high, revealing her body half shrunk below, and had rushed to Elena right in front of Derek. Obstacle. Looking at Elena, who was holding both fists in front of him, Derek panicked and pressed his wand down in a hurry. Before Derek could react, Elena's center of gravity plummeted, and the side of her left leg stopped, her knees slightly bent against the marble floor. A wave of power went from the feet to the waist and then to the hands. The rotation of the body injected all the power into the clenched right fist. A perfect uppercut struck Derek's legs from bottom to top. Between, boom, snapped. The first grade is covered by my old lady. Go. Chapter 112, regarding the lethality that her fist can cause. Elena still has a rough idea in her heart. If you really hit the boy's fragile position with all your strength, you may have a large area of bleeding if you are not careful, causing people to be killed directly. After all, the medical level of the magical world has always been in a state of chaos with high and low levels. It's just a quarrel between classmates. Even if it rises to campus bullying, it won't be full of malicious pain to kill the killer. What's more, Elena is also a little bit mentally clean. Therefore, Elena consciously moved the position of her fist up a few inches, benevolent, and hit the celiac nerve plexus under Derek's sternum with a heavy blow. Derek, who had never experienced social beatings, let out a vague whimper, his eyes bulged out, and his whole body arched like a cooked prawn. The severe pain rushed to him with an extreme nausea and dizziness. Brain, bang. Without support for a second, the tall Derek shook his footsteps. His sturdy body fell without any resistance, and he hugged his abdomen and curled up on the floor in pain. One was temporarily solved, and then before Elena, who had just exhausted all her energy, could not adjust her posture, she felt a pain in her scalp, as if a cow had hit her back. Derek. Little girl, let me tell you, you are done. Bull, who was standing behind, roared with a frightened face, rushed forward and grabbed Elena's long silver hair, and hit the girl's thin back with his right fist. Well, Elena let out a painful grunt, leaned back unconsciously, raised her left foot and kicked the magic wand in Derek's hand. Then he bent his knees and leapt up hard, slamming his head against the chin of the Slytherin third grader behind him. Boom! There was another crash that sounded painful, and Bowl subconsciously let go of his hand and lifted his foot to kick the little silver-haired witch in front of him. As a batsman for the Slytherin college team, he knew very well that this time they definitely had a hard time. This girl named Elena Caslana is not a gentle Hufflepuff witch at all. She is definitely a little madman who fights with people all year round. However, the little girl is only a little girl after all. Facing Elena, who is only 1.2 meters tall, the strong Slytherin third grade has an obvious advantage in the fight. Even if there is a gap in fighting experience between the two sides, in the case of close combat, the arm length and height make it impossible for Elena to avoid Bowl's attack. The two scuffled together and smashed each other with their fists desperately. Damn bitch, I will definitely make you pay. Because Elena kept a little bit of strength, she fell on the ground with Derek grinning and wanted to stand up, her face filled with crazy anger. Her fingers he fumbled towards the wand that was kicked aside. What are you doing in a daze? Go and help. Susan, you go to the common room to call someone. Hannah but glanced at the scared little wizards around, turned her head and yelled at Susan, then clenched her fists and rushed towards the three scuffled together. Gore, Crab, let's go together. Big sister fights because of us. The hesitation on Draco Malfoy's face flashed past, and he looked at Elena in front of him. His eyes firmed and raised. He raised his sleeves and rushed up with Hannah without hesitation. Go, fight with them. It's so deceptive. We are not afraid of snakes, honey badgers. What about the seniors? Everyone beat them together. With the two people taking the lead, especially the outrageous little wizards glanced at each other, waved their fists and rushed forward. Derek was beaten back by the yelling little wizards before Derek could stand up. On the ground. You little lunatics, I want bastards, I swear The whole tunnel was caught in a melee. The fight did not last too long. A few minutes later, the victory of the first-year freshmen who occupied the absolute advantage is almost inevitable. The only drawback is that as soon as the two sides fought, Blaise Shabini screamed in horror and ran away. In the not-so-eyed corridor, Derek and Ball, who had been aggressive before, huddled in the corners with scattered hair and unconsciousness. their bodies covered with footprints and bruises. Draco Malfoy opened his arms unimaginably and lay on the ground panting, his pale blonde hair lying on his head in a mess. In the melee just now, he got Poll on his stomach again. The left eye also swelled quickly, and it was not clear whether blood or sweat was sticky and blocked his vision. Patter, patter. He heard a light footstep stop beside him, and Draco tilted his head and tried to squint to look aside. "Are you okay?" In the swaying flames, a delicate-faced silver-haired girl walked up to him, with a hand on her knees, bent down and reached out to him, trying to pull him up from the ground. Draco felt his body. The pain seems to have alleviated a lot. "Why do you have to fight? Clearly discuss and give in. Even if you pretend to agree, you can leave." Seeing Elena's scorched black marks and her bruised and swollen arms, Draco murmured in a complicated tone, "Because we are friends." Elena pulled her clothes to cover the scars, and smiled. The bright smile, like sunlight, instantly illuminates the entire stone corridor. "Sister Elena, Draco Malfoy, lying on the ground, stayed for a while, plucking up his courage and preparing to say something. Suddenly, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the left side, accompanied by the rough talk and laughter of several boys. The left side was the direction of the Slytherin common room. Hearing the voice, Draco Malfoy's face changed abruptly, and he looked at Elena in horror. "It's Marcus and the others. Marcus Flint." "Like Bowl and Derek, they are all members of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Go away or hide, ill." However, it was too late. Before Draco finished speaking, the members of the Slytherin team who were talking loudly had already turned from the end of the tunnel, facing the scene in the tunnel. Everyone stopped talking as if they had been cast by magic. "How is this going?" Marcus, who was chatting with Graham Monter, a chaser like a gorilla, glanced at Derek and Bowl, who were curled up in the corner of the corridor. Their expressions became particularly ugly, as if they had encountered a fly while eating. I glanced at the two unconscious men on the ground, as well as the scarred first-year wizards of Hufflepuff College. The senior Slytherin students standing at the end of the tunnel drew out their magic wands. The enemy looked forward. "Draco, sorry." Elena glanced at the figure in the silver-green robe that was pressing down in front of her, turned her head and glanced at the little boy with a swollen eye, and said softly, "Huh?" Why? Draco Malfoy raised his head in confusion, a smooth white forehead rapidly expanding. Boom! Putting down Draco Malfoy, who had been in a stupefied coma, Elena stood up, quietly kicked Gore and Crabbe, who were struggling to stand up, and motioned for them to continue lying on the ground, dead. Then, walking to the front of the crowd, facing the rows of senior Slytherin college students holding their wands, Elena said calmly without fear, "As you can see, these Slytherin students attempted to rob and threaten them and were defeated by us." She didn't think that the proud Slytherins would listen to the explanations of their first-year students, and she wouldn't be arrogant thinking that she could solve everyone with washwang. If conflict is unavoidable, at least make yourself look dignified. Chapter 113. Someone has to stay. Can I understand that this is a provocation against the Great Slytherin Academy, a sneak attack from a group of despicable Hufflepuff wizards? You really think that after attacking my team members, you can leave without anyone else? Marcus Flint took his gaze slowly back from Derek and Bowl, and looked at the Hufflepuff first-year freshman who stunned Draco Malfoy in front of him. His expression gradually turned from surprise to anger, threateningly licked the raised big teeth. "You know, the precedent for entering the school hospital at the beginning of semester is not unprecedented. Trust me, don't even try to run away." As the captain of the Slytherin team, Marcus is tall and extremely muscular. He has big fangs that bulge out, treacherous grey eyes and messy black hair. It looks like a rude and unkind character. Despicable sneak attack? Elena looked around, curled her lips disapprovingly, and retorted tit-for-tatly, "No, I think you should look at your eyes." It's obvious that no matter whether it is in terms of the number of students in the academy or age, physique, true meanness is not on our side. Maybe you should think about whether it is for other reasons. Today, Hufflepuff first-year students, Hannah, Justin, and Ernie, are still standing in the corridor. As for Draco, Gore, and Crab, who had participated in the siege before, they were already actively or passively lying on the ground, playing the dead corpse together with the unconscious Derek and Bowl. It's just that 3 of them are our actors, Elena secretly added. Spell? Impossible. It is impossible for first-year students to use ordinary spells to knock down third-year students. Not to mention, you haven't started any spell-related courses. Standing next to Marcus like a gorilla, Monta frowned and thought for a moment, and suddenly there was a trace of astonishment in her eyes. She stared at the silver-haired little witch with a confident face. Could it be that you used? Is it some kind of forbidden black magic? Following Montage's guess, there was a commotion in the crowded Slytherin College. As a long-standing pureblood wizarding college, the powerful black magic is not unfamiliar to them. To be precise, they are the ones who fear and understand black magic the most in the entire school. Heart-drilling curse. How dare you? That's right, she must have used that unforgivable spell. Look at Derek's face. I have seen such a similar look in textbooks. A slightly chubby Slytherin boy glanced across Derek's distorted and painful face and screamed in horror. Heartbreaking spell? It seems to have caused some kind of strange misunderstanding. Eleanor's eyes rolled. But speaking of the wizarding world, the way of torture is really backward and single. Oh, no, of course not. I don't want to be imprisoned in Azkaban. In fact, I just happen to know that there are ways that can have the same or even stronger effect. Squinting her eyes, Elena drew her magic wand from her arms and took a step forward. Her movement made all Slytherin students subconsciously take a step back. At the same time, on the back of Elena's smooth left hand, a bright magical imprint began to appear little by little, as if some family children have occasionally glimpsed on their parents. The kind of similar, just patterns. The scary imprint is slightly different. So a small group of Slytherin students took a step back cautiously. Generally speaking, Eleanor's gaze moved quickly back and forth between the corridor and the crowd, observing and calculating the situation she was about to face. 1, 2, 3. Well, there are at least 1 of them. Judging from their body and physique, most of them are stronger and taller than Derek and Bowl. Obviously, they are at least a group of third-year students. In the previous fight, Elena and the others had actually returned to the original 3-way intersection. The stone promenade leading to the Slytherin common room is much wider than the upwind path, and the distance of 5 or 6 meters makes it difficult for Elena to reproduce the time when she faced Derek before. The rope substitute technique used, especially the senior Slytherins in front of them, are all ready to cast spells. If they want to cross the distance of 5 or 6 meters, they need to withstand more than 10 spell attacks. Even Hagrid, who has the blood of a giant, it may be safe and sound, not to mention that Elena is just a little mixed bloodver who hasn't grown up yet. No matter the number, strength, physique, or even terrain, there is no element that is beneficial to Elena. In this case, there are only 2 choices left for everyone. Listen, I count 3 and 2, and then you close your eyes and run along the aisle on the right to the top of the auditorium. Elena took a small step back and whispered to Hannah and the others behind her. You can't run away, or let's go together and fight with them. Justin, with a bruised forehead, said excitedly, his voice trembling a little, and personally participated in the act of beating the 2 senior Slytherins, which made this obedient student taste a strange sense of pleasure that he had never had before. Yeah, why run? We are fearless honey badgers. The blonde Ernie Macmillan also nodded his head. His face was full of excitement. Born into a family of pureblood wizards, he was a bit dissatisfied with the so-called noble Slytherin. Compared to Justin, the mutual restraint between the honey badger and the snake has begun to become a certain concept he firmly believes. Elena glanced at the group of self-confident Hufflepuff wizards behind her with a headache. Her eyes flashed with helplessness, her mouth twitched. Oh no, because of fearlessness. So 20 years later the honey badger has turned himself into an endangered animal. I hope that Dumbledore will not be so stingy that she will get angry because of the little changes she has made for the better future of the college. Fortunately, Her cute little Hannah Lolita still maintained a calm attitude, and was not dazzled by the short victory. "Elena, who shall we beat first?" you said. On Hannah Abbott's round, small, cute face, the blush from strenuous exercise has not disappeared, and her eyes seem to be twinkling with stars. Seeing the excitement and eagerness on Hannah's head really Iron Ibo's face, Elena felt a bit more pain in her head. "Courage is commendable, but this stage is too early for you. A group of wizards who don't even know spells. On this occasion, it's just my drag." With a sigh, the girl carefully analyzed and said, "If you really want to help, just run faster and go to the auditorium to inform the professor." "What about you?" Elena Hannah Abbott, who was standing behind the girl, frowned, tugged at the corner of her clothes and asked with some anxiety. "Someone has to stay to stop them, right? Otherwise, we can't run the curse." Elena smiled, pulled her sleeves out of Hannah's hands a little bit harder, and slowly walked forward. As a group of senior Slytherin students watched vigilantly, her left hand drew another magic wand out of her arms and pointed it forward. "Perhaps you can beat me down, but I promise you can definitely leave a deep memory on two lucky people before then." Hearing Elena's words, the little Slytherin wizards who had seen Derek and Bowles' tragedy stared at her wand vigilantly. The dazzling magic traces on the back of the girl's left hand made them afraid to act rashly. "The more senior you are, the more you can understand the power of black magic such as unforgivable spells. No one wants to take the initiative to take a shot. Don't listen to her nonsense. The heart drill is not something a first-year student can master." "She is delaying time." Glancing at the talking crowd around him, Marcus frowned, said gruffly, and took the initiative to raise his wand. "It's just a group of first-year freshmen in the House Elf Academy, and teach them some lessons. As the only way from the two colleges to the auditorium, you only need to wait a few more minutes, and it will be more troublesome when the students of the two colleges increase." But the mark on her hand. "Look at Derek and Bowl. I remember they left the lounge less than a quarter of an hour, right?" She has two magic wands. While everyone in Slytherin was still hesitating, Elena on the other side had begun to count softly. 3, 2, 1. "Sorry, no one of you can stay except me." Feel double happiness. A bright smile appeared on Elena's face, and she took a sudden step forward, swinging the two black walnut wands in her left and right hands at the same time. The bright light flickers. Osuksu. Different from the previous lighting on the banks of the Black Lake, this time Elena poured all her attention and magic on this spell almost in one breath. Two groups of dazzling white light instantly lit up in the dim stone corridor. The violent and dazzling white light pierced all the Slytherin students who were looking at Elena with wide-eyed eyes like a sharp sword, causing everyone to suffer for the first time. He covered his eyes with the ground. "Ah, my eyes. Oh, damn it. This is an enhanced light spell. Assholes, we were fooled." "Catch them." "Faint. There are so many obstacles." "Relax." All petrochemicals, accompanied by the rapid sound of curses and angry roars. Dozens of curse beams that lost their sights flew around in the stone corridor. At the same time, Elena bent down dexterously, avoided the curse flying over her head, turned her head, and shouted at the Hufflepuff first-grade wizards who closed their eyes obediently behind her. "It's now. Run. Don't look back." Chapter 114. The Snake and the Badger. A big chapter again. Hoo-ha! A violent gasp. Elena leaned back behind Derek, who was temporarily used as a meat shield, and carefully lifted the clothes on her left waist. Hiss. There was a shocking scorch mark on the original white and delicate skin. It was the wound left after Marcus's curse was wiped. The hot curse even burned part of the clothing fibers into the wound, giving off an unpleasant smell. The burnt smell. The girl's right hand that was hit by the frozen curse trembled uncontrollably, and a thin layer of frost spread down from her right shoulder, and without looking at her, she knew that the skin underneath must have long been an ugly black-blue color. The flying fragments of the stone wall scratched the back of her hands and cheeks, leaving light traces of blood. Elena's own black walnut wand no longer knew where it flew. After she was hit by the first disarming spell, she lost the cover of strong light and fell into a complete passive state. Fortunately, She rolled over to Derek, who had lost consciousness for the first time, and lifted him up to block the volley of spells. Otherwise she might have been lying on the ground and being killed. Of course, the students of Slytherin College were not completely unscathed. Not far from Elena, two boys who tried to hold the Silver Horde Witch close up were still twisting their faces and kneeling on the ground, moaning in pain. If it wasn't for Marcus' timely response, perhaps he is one of them now. Even then he can feel the pain from time to time on the small kicked muscle in the inner thigh. What are we going to do now, Marcus? You can see, this little girl is so cruel that she can't get close at all. The chaser Terence Higgs raised his wand and pointed it forward, and shouted at Marcus helplessly. Yeah, or just forget it this time. If we drag on, people will come. If so many of us bully a first-year girl goalkeeper, Miles Black also lit. The head hit the round field. The members of the Slytherin team, who have always admired brutal violence and strong thinking, although they didn't say anything, at this time they had mixed feelings about the Hufflepuff first grade who was hiding behind Derek. But a first-year freshman who only mastered flash art can deal with nearly 10 senior students for so long. The curse that hit her is like hitting a statue that doesn't know the pain, even if it's them. I can't do this myself. If a person stays behind, the noble act of helping his companions to escape is just to give them some respect. Then, pretending to be stunned by the curse on the ground, tricking them into approaching, and then suddenly attacking like a lurking poisonous snake. It made everyone feel cold all over. Even now everyone can see that Elena is at the end of the battle, and no one is willing to take the initiative to approach. The girl's icy blue eyes with flames hidden in it are like a poisonous snake that keeps whispering. Being on the brink of extinction exudes a more dangerous atmosphere. You guys can't get rid of rubbish when they see beautiful girls. I'll come. Glancing at the retreating players around him, Marcus Flint showed a touch of anger on his face. He was originally just trying to ask for an explanation and teach him a lesson that is not serious or serious, but he never thought about it. Things will be delayed to this extent. With his knowledge of these guys, he has no doubt that this group of guys might even take the initiative to pursue the dangerous and beautiful girl in front of them without ethics. God knows how tempting this kind of rebellious, shrewd, cunning, fierce, and beautiful girl is for boys like them in Slytherin College. Wait, Derek is still blocking her. The chaser Terence Higgs hesitated to persuade him, and he subconsciously reached out and held Marcus' arm. He is also a 6th grade student. He is not like others. The players are so afraid of Marcus. That's better. He won't feel the pain anyway. Marcus Flint waved his arm violently and broke free of Terence's palm. He waved his wand vigorously, his arm spun like a windmill, and roared, "Get out of me!" Strong impact obstreperature. A thick red light was emitted from the front end of his wand and hit Derek, who was already unconscious, with a heavy impact. The powerful impact hit Derek with a burst of skeletal dislocation. Elena felt like she was hitting a speeding truck head, and an unstoppable force came from Derek, knocking her and Derek away from the ground at the same time. Bang! Derek's heavy body flew for several feet before hitting the wall and slowly sliding down. The powerful impact caused Elena to roll and collide on the ground for several times before stopping. Elena, who fell on the marble floor, propped up her body with her left elbow, gritted her teeth and raised her head to look at Marcus, who was grinning. "It's really annoying. Look, aren't you great? Please forgive me, maybe I will let you go." Marcus held his wand and walked slowly to a position 4 or 5 meters away from Elena, cautiously stopped. "Oh, come here if you have the ability." "Coward." Elena spit out bloody saliva, her thin and delicate shoulders trembled unconsciously, and a touch of pain appeared on her face. Not surprisingly, her right shoulder should have been dislocated, and even the most basic force can no longer be achieved. Elena's heart was helpless indeed. Only magic can fight magic. Hearing Elena's words, the smug smile on Marcus' face stiffened, and he felt the bruise on the inner thigh start to hurt again. "I want to see how hard your mouth is." Marcus licked his big teeth unkindly and raised his wand high. his eyes full of crazy pleasure. It seems that it is inevitable to suffer a bit. Eleanor's pupils tightened, and subconsciously raised her still movable left arm to block her face. Faint, a dazzling red beam cut through the air. Marcus Flint's happy expression froze on his face, and at least 3 or 4 beams of different colors hit him, knocking his sturdy body directly away from Elena. There are so many obstacles. Except for your weapons, armor bodyguard. Fossils turned into mud. Corrosion by acid. All petrochemicals. A large mess of chanting curses rang out. From behind Elena, countless spells of light passed over the girl's head and flew towards the senior Slytherin students directly in front, colliding with the spells issued by the members of the Slytherin team, exploding one after another like fireworks. This is Elena, who was lying on the ground, turned her head and looked back. I saw Susan and Hannah rushing over from the back with the black-squeezed Hufflepuff college students. Numerous little wizards who knew and did not know waved their magic wands to join the battle. Many of them even wore pajamas. Wear slippers, Elena, we're late. Seeing the terrible scars on the girl's body, Hannah tightly covered her mouth, tears in her eyes burst out, carefully guarding Elena behind her back. You are right, if you can't protect your friends and juniors. We are still Hufflepuffs and wizards. Cedric Diggory, with a twisted wizard hat on his head, glanced at Elena, who was covered with scars, and his eyes twitched slightly. He had never thought that a girl would face the blame in such a tough way. You succeeded. Protected your friends, and then, it's our turn to protect you. After speaking, Cedric raised his wand, stepped forward, and rushed up with the screaming little badgers. Let the group of little snakes see Hufflepuff's anger and unity. Terence, what are you doing in a daze? Go to the lounge and call people. These Hufflepuffs are crazy. Haven't you seen it yet? This is definitely a well-planned act of revenge. The cursed Slytherin goalkeeper Miles Blake turned his head and roared loudly. The proud Slytherin College has never been so frustrated as it is today, and it was actually blocked by a group of Hufflepuff students not far from the common room with dense spells. I'll be right back, you guys hold on. Looking at the approaching Hufflepuffs and the 3 fork in the road that had become a terrible battlefield, Miles Blake's face changed and he quickly turned to the rear, ran to the Slytherin common room. Everyone is coming out. Hufflepuff Academy has hit the door. At the same time, Hogwarts Auditorium. Dumbledore is discussing and communicating with professors on the teaching plan and implementation of the first day of Hogwarts military training. After a day of teaching, I will inevitably encounter various problems and situations, and communication between professors is naturally indispensable. Oh, yes. The contradictions between the colleges will be reduced. This is one of the goals we want to achieve. Don't worry about the situation in the magical world. I will choose some of them to answer in person this morning. Yes. As a school, we have always neglected the physical health and growth of students, so that the physique of some students is too weak. Mixed grade training, Gryffindor will bring motivation to work hard. Slytherin will let them know how to protect themselves and pursue honor, Ravenclaw will help them learn new skills, and the gentle and friendly Hedgepatch will cleverly integrate the 4 colleges. Severus, your method is good. I think we really need to consider giving students more security in the course. Mag, you mean Elena Castellana? Don't worry, that kid is not bad in nature. And it won't be long before Hufflepuff's Academy atmosphere will make her more stable. Dumbledore waved his hand with a relaxed look. After mortgaging the school, threatening the Sorting Hat, and looting the canteen, his mentality has been stabilized a lot. What's more, from the friendly and cooperative atmosphere in the first grade last night, it can be seen that Elena has indeed gradually become more obedient and stable. Boom. Justin, panting with an anxious face, pressed one hand on his knee, and one hand on the door of the auditorium. Before he could adjust his breathing, he raised his head and shouted at Dumbledore, "Dang, Professor Dumbledore, quickly go and help Elena." Before he could finish speaking, a series of crisp air bursts sounded from the middle of the auditorium. Snapped, snapped, snapped. Several house elves with ears as big as bat wings appeared in front of the teacher's bench with a look of fear. "Mr. Dumbledore, Something is wrong. The students of Hufflepuff College and Slytherin College are fighting. There are hundreds of people, and the number is still increasing. What did you say? McGonagall, Snape, Sprout and others stood up anxiously, and everyone including Professor Quirrell unanimously looked at Dumbledore, who was sitting in the center. The relaxed smile on the old man's face suddenly stopped, frowning and subconsciously pressing down on his chest. His tall and healthy body shook slightly. Ruatilda. Chapter 115. The Scene Reversal. The scene is completely out of control. The narrow three-way intersection has been completely reduced to a battlefield where snakes and badgers compete and confront each other. The students who originally only wanted to go to the auditorium on the first floor to eat quietly were inevitably involved in this sudden college confrontation. Being in the college, everyone has close friends, which made the situation chaotic, becomes more chaotic. As the students on both sides were hit and fell by spells, the nerves of every Hufflepuff and Slytherin had been strained to the extreme, chanting all the spells they knew loudly and hurriedly, madly slamming the magic. The curse poured on the opposite side, and the silver green and yellow-black courtyard uniforms became the most effective sign to distinguish the enemy from our camp. After experiencing the initial surprise, the Slytherin students in silver-green robes continued to gush out from the stone wall. Facing the curse of the losing shot, the red-eyed two sides had no intention of communicating. Slytherin College, which was at the entrance of the common room, immediately fought back. As the Hufflepuff Academy with the largest number of people in Hogwarts, facing the surging Slytherins, they did not have the advantage as they did at the beginning. Even with the new fighting power that has been continuously added to the battlefield, there are still a considerable number of Hufflepuff students still stood cautiously on the edge of the battlefield and did not join the chaos. After all, as a long-term gentle and friendly college, most people still have a way to complete the psychological transformation so quickly. Therefore, for the time being, in this melee between the two academies, the two sides are still in a relatively fierce state of anxiety. In the center of the field, the prefects of the two academies and Quidditch players are undoubtedly the most intense group of people. Under the impact of the colorful magical light on both sides, the two sides who were close to each other almost immediately realized the limitation of the traditional curse speed when they met each other. In order to avoid the evil curses flying in the sky, almost no one can calmly cast those seemingly subtle spells with peace of mind. Under the cover of countless curses behind, the truly most reliable weapon is everyone's own body. Magic stance oak tree. Cedric, who had no idea where to throw his hat on, dropped his wand and held his body in the half-squatting posture he had just learned yesterday. With his free right hand, he grabbed the opponent's Slytherin chaser, Darian Pusey. His fist was clenched and slammed forward. The unformed spell in Darian's mouth was interrupted instantly, his body lost his balance, and he staggered and fell back. Feeling the touch of his fist on the face of an old opponent who had endured it for a long time, Cedric Diggory, who had always been polite, swept away the bad breath that he had held in his heart for a long time, and his face was full of delightful comfort. Natural release badger. Without waiting for Darian to stand firmly and cast the spell again, Cedric sank, roared, exerted force with his left foot, slammed forward with open arms, and directly slammed Darian Pusey to the ground. The poor Slytherin chaser finally couldn't hold the wand in his hand anymore and threw it to the side. Grumbled. Picking up the wand, panting and pointing at Darian Pusey, a trace of comprehension appeared in Cedric's heart. Perhaps this is why the school set up those strange training courses for the purpose of complementing the little wizards at close range. Shortcomings. Go to your magic gesture. Don't forget. I will too. Before Diggory was proud, a curse from the front side hit him hard on his left shoulder, knocking the wand in his hand into the air, and at the same time, Darian Pusey on the ground took the opportunity to jump up and pounced him. Falling to the ground, the two scuffled together again, and Cedric also received a punch in the mouth, and blood flowed out instantly. With the example of Cedric Diggory, More and more Hufflepuff students dropped their wands and started using the most primitive way to pounce on the nearest Slytherin. It has to be said that the Slytherin students who have lived a lot since childhood have a lot of advantages in basic physical fitness. Moreover, unlike the Hufflepuff students who rushed in, the top row is now mostly those with strong physiques. The Quidditch players are so big, strong and powerful that the Hufflepuffs have to rely on their numbers to compete with them. I can't go on like this, we are too messy. Looking at the growing mess, Elena, who was sitting in the corner with her right arm frowned, turned her head and said to Hannah Abbott, who was guarding her, with a hint of eagerness in her tone, "Compared with the Gryffindor lion cubs, the last time they are close to each other, the Slytherin college students are skilled in group fights and singles. The little Hufflepuff wizards who have been gentle and friendly for too long seem to be too weak in fighting skills or physical fitness. Even with an almost overwhelming numerical advantage, it does not have any advantage in the kill ratio." According to Elena's rough observation, in order to knock down a Slytherin student, Hufflepuff has to pay at least 2 to 3 students as the price. But we can't do anything. We haven't learned even the simplest spell. Hannah Abbott glanced at a certain white-haired dumpling warily, her face straightened, and she immediately stood in front of Elena, and added a serious face, "Wait, you wouldn't be thinking of one." People rush to fight, right? I tell you. Don't even think about it. Little Hannah can be said to be one of the few people who knows best about this white-haired dumpling's ability to do things and how crazy it is. Even though Elena's face was filled with righteous and awe-inspiring tenacity, the fiery excitement in her blue eyes had completely betrayed her. "No, Hannah, listen to me carefully." Somewhat helplessly, I glanced at the stubborn little Hannah Lolita. Elena rolled her eyes and said cautiously, "Look. In that central area, there are many injured and unconscious senior Hufflepuff seniors. Sisters may suffer twice or even multiple injuries at any time. Someone has to bring them out of there, right? At this point, I think it's only me." "I see, Elena, you are right." Hannah Abbott's exquisite and lovely face showed seriousness, and she turned to the side and beckoned to a round-faced fat girl next to her. "Susan, Elena will leave it to you. And she is definitely not allowed to sneak over. Fight." If Elena really wants to mess around, Susan, you just poke her right hand and make her regret the price of being a hero. Question mark, exclamation mark. Elena's eyes turned round in an instant, and she looked at the soft little Hannah with an unbelievable look. She used to be a gentle and lovely little angel. How could she start to be like a devil in 2 days? No problem. What about you, Hannah? Susan asked in confusion. "I'll help Elena and bring everyone back." Hannah stood up, tucked her long golden hair together and tucked it into the knitted sweater behind her. Looking around at the other Hufflepuff first-year freshmen who were on the edge of the melee and bewildered, the girl slightly recalled Elena's previous tone and actions, waved her hand forward, and said loudly, "All Hufflepuff first-year freshmen, let's go up together to bring back those seniors who were unconscious and injured." After speaking, Hannah lowered her head and rushed towards the melee center. Standing not far away, Ernie Macmillan and others, who were anxious and decadent because they were weak and unable to help, glanced at each other, their eyes firm down, and followed Hannah's with a serious expression of death. The pace also rushed in. Even the first-year freshmen who don't know how to make magic are going on. Are we seniors who are going to stand on the sidelines? Anyway, I can't bear it anymore. Points will be deducted. It just so happens that I have already treated those Slytherins. It's not pleasing to the eye. Seeing that a group of little yellow and black badgers bravely rushed into the center of the curse and flying battlefield, a neutral 4th grade Hufflepuff student at the edge of the corridor cursed in a low voice and drew his wand to join in the melee ahead. Right, it's time to teach those arrogant guys some lessons. Let them see how good we are. If I don't go up again, I won't have the face to stay in the academy afterwards. As nearly 100 Hufflepuff neutral masses joined one after another, the battle situation immediately changed drastically. Slytherin, who had been playing back and forth with Hufflepuff Academy, was almost instantly suppressed. Chapter 116 Badger Comes to City. the chaotic and noisy basement of Hogwarts Castle, the blue stone walls on both sides of the three forks that have been calm for hundreds of years have been pitted by the curse, and the closed corridors are echoed with groans, roars, and curses, the wailing, and the bursting roar of various spells flying and colliding. Close to the temporary base camp of Hufflepuff College, a calm girl's voice was especially clear in the chaos. Come here, one. Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue. Chapter 116. Badger is currently hitting the city. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 117. The end of the gang fight and the beginning of liquidation. Assholes. How dare you, group of Hufflepuff wizards who don't know what nobility and honor are, to approach this place. Hearing the noise from behind, the brown curly-haired boy who was still standing in the Slytherin common room making a mobilization speech turned angrily and looked at the Hufflepuff students who were standing still outside the stone wall. Looking at the Slytherin silver-green curtain decorations hanging around the lounge, he was slightly settled. From Timothy Rosier, one of the sacred 28 tribes with a long heritage, I want to see who dares to do something against a member of a family of pure-blood wizards in the Great Slytherin common room. Timo swallowed a little nervously, looked around the circle of Slytherin students gathered in the common room. His confidence gradually recovered, and he raised his wand toward the front visibly, preparing to threaten a few words as before. However, this time, he hasn't waited for him to finish. Faint, armor bodyguard. Faint, silver shield guardian. Except for your weapons. All petrochemicals. Timothy Rosier's action was like a signal. The Hufflepuff students, who were in the front row of the queue, had their nerves stretched to the extreme, conditioned to chant aloud the spell. You know, actual combat experience is the easiest place to temper a person's will and ability. As long as a little wizard with a normal IQ has gone through the process of fainting, waking up, fainting, and waking up again 2 or 3 times, his basic combat ability and protective awareness will be improved to a considerable extent. Not to mention, the group of senior wizards who can be at the forefront of Hufflepuff's team. At least every one of them has outstanding luck and fighting talents. Otherwise it would not be possible to last until the end of the melee. Several smooth silver shields appeared at the front of the Hufflepuff team almost instantly, protecting most of their torso behind. At the same time, 3 or 4 dazzling spell beams crossed a distance of 10 meters and accurately hit Timo Rosier with an incredible face. The magic wand in Timothy's hand spun first and flew out. Then, the powerful spell impact knocked the tall and sturdy boy directly off the ground and slammed into the crowded crowd in the Slytherin common room. The Slytherins, who were originally afraid of hesitation, became more confused and panicked. Just kidding. This group of Hufflepuffs are here for real. Are there no other exits? We are stuck in a dead end. They really do. Don't act rashly. Oh my god, look at their cooperation and reaction speed. They are not at the level of ordinary students. Looking blankly at Timo Rosier, he was easily knocked down by a few curses without any resistance. And further out, on the ground of the stone corridor leading to the auditorium, the people who used to be invincible in the academy were one by one. They all lay unconsciously. A little further away, a group of Hufflepuff students who looked particularly terrible were whispering. All of them made the fear in the eyes of the students gathered in the Slytherin common room gradually accumulate and began to move towards hysteria, the direction of the collapse. On the other side, the Hufflepuff students, who had subconsciously completed the counterattack, stopped at a distance not far from the stone wall, and talked to each other in whispers at a loss. What do you do now? The Slytherin common room is in front of you. Do you want to rush in? Listen to the prefects, or Cedric. I remember they came to the common room to call people. Speaking of which, why did we fight? How do I know? I just went to the auditorium to have breakfast. But I got involved in a daze. Why on earth is I still a little dizzy now? Premiers like Darth Shanna and Cedric's Quidditch team seem to have been pulled back to rest by the first-year freshmen. If you want to ask, you may have to wait for them to recover. Or, let's use a curse to draw an emblem on the door of the Slytherin common room. I think it's a good idea, or just do that. But speaking of it, I have always been curious about the legendary lake bottom scenery. While talking, a boy with short brown hair eagerly raised his wand and began to think about the composition and what spell should be used to leave a mark. Facing the dense army of Hufflepuff students who couldn't see their heads, the entire Slytherin common room was filled with desperate madness. Everyone subconsciously clenched their wands in their hands, waiting for the final round of war, or slaughter. Look! They want to kill them all. Let's fight them. What to do? Why, the professors are not here yet. Woo woo woo, I want to transfer. Seeing that the next two-house melee was about to break out, a soft and cold voice came from behind the Hufflepuff team. It's over, let's put down the wand. Everyone calm down. A delicate-faced silver-haired girl walked out of the crowd surrounded by two girls, holding her dislocated right arm, and took the initiative to stand between the two courtyards, looked at the Slytherin lounge in front, and smiled softly. Words and deeds are permeated with a kind of wonderful charm that people can't help but get close to. Slytherin classmates, put down your wand and give up resistance. No one will get hurt again. Let's end this senseless fight. Believe me, Hufflepuff will always come with peace and kindness. To be fair, although I really want to try to take over the common room of Slytherin College to see if there will be any special achievements, but Elena knows better that if this is done, the two colleges will be it is possible to fall into an irreconcilable hostile relationship. At that time, Lauxin Laoluo, who knew the cause and effect of all this, would not let her be the first to let her go. Even if she had an unbreakable vow to protect, it was not safe at all after all. Dumbledore hadn't said to show up immediately when she was injured. Patter. It's the voice of the elder sister. We are saved. Hearing Elena's voice, Pansy Parkinson took the initiative to throw away his magic wand in relief and walked out tentatively. Patter, patter. A series of sounds of the magic wand landing, as if hearing the voice of an angel. Facing the murderous Hufflepuff Academy, most of the Slytherin students hurriedly put down their magic wands. The expressions of everyone present unanimously began to relax. Boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded at the three-way intersection, followed by the shouts of the late professors. Merlin's beard. What did you guys do? Everyone, stop. Almost all the professors came to the three-way intersection on the basement floor. Group fight. Two colleges. I have never seen anything like this in Hogwarts for so many years. Dumbledore's face was sullen, with one hand covering his chest and the other holding his wand. If it hadn't been for the sudden backwash of pain because of an unbreakable oath, he would have come here earlier. He had never thought of using Elena's cleverness before. Degree. May suffer from Hogwarts. Apparently. Perhaps we should consider what Mrs. Pomfrey, the school's medical director, mentioned before, letting some house elves participate in the daily safety of students. While thinking about it, the old man hurriedly passed through the crowd and walked to the dividing line between the two houses. First, he looked at Elena, who was holding her right arm pitifully and covered in bruises, and murmured a few words in her eyes. The nervous expression eased slightly. Hi, Professor Dumbledore, you see, I have controlled the situation. Hearing Dumbledore's voice from behind, Elena turned around, grinned with a guilty conscience, and waved her left paw weakly. Ignoring Elena, Dumbledore took a deep breath and looked around the messy corridors. The blue-grey castle bricks had been cursed to remove a thin layer, and the ground was covered with a thin layer. With thin sand and gravel fragments, there is almost no magic torch intact in the entire tunnel, and most of the students have scorched marks caused by several spells on their bodies. Judging from the swollen noses and tender faces with blood on their faces and the magic wands all over the floor, it is obvious that no matter whether it is in the upper or lower grades, it is not just the use of spells to participate in this large-scale group fight. Professor Snape, Teacher Sprout, lead all your students back to their respective common room. Professor McGonagall, Professor Filvey and other professors, Please cooperate with Madam Pomfrey, who will need medical treatment. The students are transferred to the school infirmary. As for Elena Caslana, you first come to the principal's office with me alone. Chapter 118. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Severus Snape's face was extremely ugly. His eyes slowly moved from the fallen Slytherin student to the Slytherin common room where the last door was almost breached. His voice was so gloomy as if he had just arrived. The thawing in the ice cellar is the same. As the Dean of Slytherin College, if there is anything that angers him more than group fighting, it is from the present. Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue. Chapter 118 is hitting each word. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 119. Rumors and unexpected ice-breaking. Next to the entrance hall of Hogwarts Castle, the school auditorium. This is the main meeting place of the school. Students will inevitably come to the auditorium every morning when they wake up. They will eat here and receive mail and packages from owls. The 4 long tables belong to Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff College from left to right. As the dining time is approaching, many students have been sitting on the long table on the right side of the auditorium. In contrast, the long tables of Hufflepuff and Slytherin College on the left side of the auditorium are extremely empty. You know, as the 2 colleges closest to the auditorium, this breakfast absentee rate may be the first time that Hogwarts has appeared in nearly 1,000 years. Have you heard? Slytherin and Hufflepuff College suddenly started fighting this morning. Yes, it is said that hundreds of people from the 2 colleges participated in this group fight. All the professors rushed past. You can see that the faculty seats are still empty. Slytherin is really too much. The good gentleman of Hufflepuff must be at a disadvantage. If it is replaced by our Gryffindor, it will definitely not make them feel better. No, the rumor I heard said that instead, Hufflepuff killed all the way, blocking all the Slytherins in the common room, leaving nothing alive. Nonsense. You turn your head and see, isn't there a student sitting on the table over there? I heard that Hufflepuff united and laid ambush upon Slytherin at the entrance of the common room, and through them the door was blown up. Hey! Do you know the reason? I heard that a senior in the Slytherin team fell in love with the freshman named Elena. He confessed that he had failed, and became angry and was about to use strength. As a result, he was also favored by Elena. Cedric ran into each other, and the 2 colleges fought. No, how did I hear that? It was because Slytherin wanted to rob the school cafeteria and was discovered by Hufflepuff's first-year students, and the 2 sides only started fighting after their deeds were revealed. What you said is not right. In fact, Cedric and Marcus brought the Quidditch teams from the 2 colleges to a private fight. The result was a big fight accidentally triggered. Look at it, and the professors will cancel them later. Qualified for Quidditch competitions in the 2 colleges. In the auditorium, Ravenclaw and the students of Gryffindor College whispered in excitement and curiosity. The version in each population is slightly different, but the general framework is the same. Hufflepuff and Slytherin fought a gang fight for some reason. From the end result, it is obvious that Slytherin's side it was defeated. This alone is enough to become a forum where students from the other 2 colleges can happily discuss each other. Bang! The stone gate on the right side of the auditorium was pushed open. I saw a large group of Hufflepuff College students walking through the stone gate, walking into the auditorium talking and laughing, and occasionally waved and smiled at the students at other tables. They had never experienced a big fight. Except for a bit more energetic and sunny than before, his face is as gentle and friendly as before. However, if you look closely, you can find that many people's eyes have a slight change, just like a flame hidden under the water, shining. It wasn't until all the Hufflepuff students entered and sat down, roughly a minute or two, that the little wizards of Slytherin College wearing the silver-green emblem appeared behind the stone gate. Compared with Hufflepuff's relaxed and happy atmosphere, the latter group of Slytherins entering the auditorium are obviously much quieter and quieter. In contrast to the arrogant expressions they used to be, their faces are not very good. They seem to be just it has been severely reprimanded. But from the outside, it didn't look like he had been hurt. As the two colleges entered the auditorium, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw couldn't help but lower the discussion at the long table, and they watched nervously at the reactions of the students from the next two colleges. Many people have noticed that at least a third to a fifth of the seats on the long tables of the two houses are still vacant. Obviously, those who are absent are highly likely to be the legendary dead. You guys, don't be happy too early. Next time. At the side of the Slytherin table, a first-year boy who had been sitting in the auditorium very early, looked at the dejected classmates around him and the Hufflepuff long table opposite the relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. His anxiety and fear grew more and more. D.A. couldn't help but stand up and said to the opposite table, "Next time, we Slytherin absolutely." Okay. Hearing the sound coming from the long table next door, the Hufflepuff students who were still talking and laughing momentarily quieted down, turned around and looked at the talking first-year Slytherin boy quietly. "Speak." The atmosphere was suddenly quiet and a little frightening. "Braze, are you crazy?" "Sit down." Pansy Parkinson, who was sitting next to the boy, pulled Blaise Shabini back to his seat with a look of panic, and said anxiously, "Sister Elena said that the misunderstanding is over. For everyone in the college is a friend, and Hufflepuff will never refuse goodwill. She even invited us to play in the Hufflepuff common room later." After a short silence, a Hufflepuff girl with a ponytail looked carefully at Pansy with short hair, smiled and nodded gently. "Of course, you are right. Hufflepuff is always the friendliest and hospitable college." "What's your name, lovely freshman?" "Well, Pansy Parkinson, Slytherin first grade." "Hello, Pansy. This is Christian Goyet, Hufflepuff 5th grade." With the conversation between the two, the atmosphere that had suddenly stagnated before eased again. The stinging edge that haunted the students of Hufflepuff gradually dissipated and became warm again. Then, in the shocked eyes of the other two houses, the students of the once arrogant Slytherin College actually took this opportunity to take the initiative to introduce themselves to the Hufflepuffs they had once most dismissed. It even seemed that as the topic gradually opened up, the relationship between the students of the two colleges even unexpectedly began to move towards a strange and hot state, which made Gryffindor, who had thought that they would see a big fight again. The students with Ravenclaw began to doubt the authenticity of the previous rumors. "Ah, I remember you. You were standing in the first row of Hufflepuff before. I thought you were going to rush in directly, and many people were frightened." "My name is Felix Steiner. What about you?" A tall and thin Slytherin boy stood up and patted the Hufflepuff boy with freckles on his front right. The Hufflepuff boy was surprised at first, then laughed, helplessly spread his hands. "My name is Alexander O." "Ha. To be honest, we were all stunned. You know, I had never been to your common room before, and I didn't know how to rush to you." "The door is here. I heard you can see fish in your lounge." "Our Hufflepuff common room is the only place where you can't see the outside scenery." "Of course, the outside of our common room is at the bottom of the Black Lake. The interesting thing in the Black Lake is not only fish, but also magical creatures such as mermaids and big octopuses." Speaking of this, Steiner stood up proudly and seriously, said, "Is there really a fish? Is it really a beautiful woman with big breasts like the legend?" Justin suddenly leaned over and asked with excitement, "The chest is big." "Maybe it is. I haven't observed this carefully." "If you don't dislike the beautiful woman with a fish face, you can go to the Black Lake to look for it when you have time." Slytherin senior student glanced at it, glancing at Justin and Ro, who looked expectant. They replied narrowly. He discovered that, in fact, Hufflepuff is still such a gentle and friendly group of wizards if it is as a friend. Chapter 2, this is a down payment, I did it anyway. Chapter 120, The Return of the Hero. "Oh, my god, to be honest, your spells are released very quickly. You have definitely passed the Owl Ordinary Wizard rank test. Alas, if I have your strength, my family will not grow old. It's a matter of despising me for humiliating my bloodless glory. How is it possible? I'm only in 4th grade now, and I won't participate in OWL next year. If you are hit twice in a row by the coma spell and then awakened, you can learn how to protect yourself in a short period of time. I don't know who thought this devilish idea. A Hufflepuff girl shook her head shyly and said shyly, looking at her appearance, no one could imagine that she had knocked down at least 3 or 4 Slytherin students in the morning melee. Resurrection charm? My God, what you said reminds me of Professor Snape yesterday. You know, you should be thankful that you are not training under the guidance of Professor Snape in the potions classroom, even if you are tired. It's just a curse. The third-grade Hufflepuff boy next to him curiously approached him. His face looked scared. Come on, Professor McGonagall does the same. At least Snape won't turn you into frogs, right? A Slytherin guy opposite the shy girl couldn't help rolling his eyes and vomiting weakly. In the increasingly incredible eyes of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, the conversation between the little badger and the little snake who really didn't know each other became more and more vigorous. After all, for the Slytherins who admire strength, such unassuming and powerful wizards are simply too suitable to be friends. As for the Hufflepuffs who like to lively, they will not refuse to take the initiative to let go of their arrogance and release well-intentioned little wizards, let alone who doesn't like to listen to compliments and compliments. Taking advantage of the dinner in the auditorium and the recent friendship icebreaker, the 2 little wizards of the academy who were originally curious about each other naturally had a considerable amount of small chat content. Fred, you pinch me. I feel that after I was too tired from training yesterday, it caused hallucinations in my eyes. George Weasley stared blankly at the opposite table, the Slytherin students who were chatting and laughing with the Hufflepuff students with a gentle smile, rubbing their eyes vigorously. If you say a hit if you can become friends with each other, then Gryffindor and Slytherin would have become the closest partners. What I want to say is it because we weren't cruel enough before? Fred Weasley's expression was not much better, and he could roughly guess that his twin brother's brain was inside without asking him. Thinking of something, the red-haired boy rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, perhaps, next time we should also try to organize a hospital-wide group fight. Cough, cough. George, Fred. Percy Weasley, who was also a little stunned, heard the words of her 2 younger brothers, subconsciously coughed a few times, and said solemnly, don't even think about it. This is a very serious violation of school rules. Listen, now, once I find out, I will definitely— Oh my God, our brother wants us to confine us, Fred said with a face of horror and grabbed his twin brother. Then hang our thumbs in the dungeon, George said in the same exaggerated tone. Then his face sank, and said in a gloomy tone, think about it, take out our intestines, and then to the Great Filch as a gift. Oh, shut up. This is not a joke, Percy said, staring at the 2 brothers angrily. Group fighting is a very bad behavior. Look at it. When the professors arrive, it will be done to all personnel. Deal with unprecedented seriousness. What can I do? George said, with a relaxed expression on his face. Could it be that the entire Slytherin and Hufflepuff are to be expelled? Honestly, if Slytherin can really be expelled, oh no, even if it's only half expelled, I think it's worth it even if I can never graduate from Hogwarts. Fred looked up and looked forward to it. He made a chuckle of laughter. Maybe not this time, but if it's just the 2 of you, it's really possible. Percy's expression was extraordinarily serious. You don't want to be expelled from school before Ginny comes to school, do you? But is Elena really okay? Compared to the ease of George and Fred brothers, Hermione, who had been fidgeting since just now, looked around nervously, over and over again in Hufflepuff. The crowd at the long table looked for the figure of the white-haired dumpling. Don't worry, you see that George and Fred have caused so many misfortunes. Nothing. What's more, as a first-year freshman, no matter how powerful the eldest sister is, it is impossible to affect Hufflepuff so much. People. Ron, who was also nervous, took a deep breath and comforted Hermione in a low voice, as if comforting himself. Yes, Sister Elena is such a smart and powerful person. Think about her skillful and terrifying knife skills when she broke Fish by the lake yesterday. Harry nodded seriously, speaking subconsciously, shrunk his head. But I'm still a little worried, Hermione said and shook her head. She was still a little uneasy before seeing Elena. Boom. At this moment, with an abrupt push of the door, the main entrance of the closed auditorium opened. In the cool morning breeze and the light golden sunlight, Elena and dozens of Hufflepuff students walked into the auditorium talking and laughing along the steps on the second floor. After Madame Pomfrey's medical treatment, most of the students showed no physical injuries. However, most of the wizard robes that hadn't had time to return to the lounge to change, still carry traces of a few spells, showing the tragic degree of the previous melee-like feats. Hey, look! Cedric and the others are back. Big sister head this way. Premier Shanna. Great, you are all right. All the students at Hufflepuff's long table stood up, cheering and applauding vigorously, as if they were welcoming a warrior who had just returned from the battlefield. Not only Hufflepuff, at least half of the Gryffindor and a small group of Ravenclaw students also stood up and applauded and booed. After all, compared to the enthusiastic and generous Hufflepuff College, the Slytherins, the popularity in Hogwarts is indeed not so good. Not to mention, after Slytherin has won the Academy Cup for several years, even Ravenclaw, who has always been indifferent, is happy to comment on the deflation of Slytherins. For a while, the entire auditorium became extremely lively and noisy. And behind the returning Hufflepuffs, dozens of Slytherin students who looked a little confused were almost ignored by everyone. As the group annihilated, no one paid any attention to them. Even the students who were also Slytherin College suddenly became silent and alienated, even if they had stood in front of the Slytherin common room before fighting. But if you lose, you lose. This is undoubtedly another major psychological blow to this group of Slytherin radicals who have always valued honor and pride. Hey! Let's go. Marcus Flint lowered his head, tightened his robe, and walked quietly toward the Slytherin table with his head down. Seeing those Slytherin students with the same damaged robes behind them walking towards their long table without a word, Eleanor's eyes flashed, recalling what Dumbledore had said to her just now in the principal's office. Stopped, turned around, and pulled the somewhat reluctant Cedric to stop Marcus. Hey! Captain Flint. Wait. The first thing is, Chapter 121 again. The chapter says po thousand plus more. Okay. Several different nasal sounds sounded at the same time, and the Slytherins who were walking towards the long table stopped. Marcus Flint turned his head. A touch of shame appeared on his face. Yes, we lost, but if you think you can use this to humiliate us. No, on the contrary. What I want to say is that you are great. In a complicated sight, Elena walked to Marcus with a rickety back, and said sincerely, really? I calculated carefully. If you count the resurrection spell, you almost knocked down 3 Hufflepuff students with twice the number of you. If it were not for the absolute disadvantage of the number, we might have lost. There may be some partial professors, but as a college that has won the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years, objectively speaking, this year may be the strongest Slytherin Academy ever. Even according to the plot of the original book, if Dumbledore, who is not the principal this year, maliciously manipulated the score, and finally forcibly added 170 points to Gryffindor, Slytherin College would win the College Cup for 7 consecutive years. Coupled with the original personality gap between the two academies, Hufflepuff can be said to have almost filled that huge gap in strength between the two sides with his body. You know, this is still at least half of the Slytherin students huddled in the common room without participating in the war. Whether it is close combat or the use of spells, you are all worthy of respect. Moreover, regardless of the cause, you have indeed guarded everyone in Slytherin. Otherwise, before the professors arrive, perhaps the battlefield it has spread to your common room. Elena analyzed it seriously, without a trace of mockery on her face. As the girl's not a loud voice spread, the cheering voice became smaller, and the pride on the faces of some Hufflepuff students who were closer to each other gradually faded. On the contrary, the originally depressed Slytherin students slowly raised their heads, and light gradually appeared in their dim and grey eyes. What the hell are you trying to say, little one. Glancing at the delicate silver-haired little witch, the expression on Marcus Flint's face was slightly softened, folded his arms, frowned and asked in confusion. It's very simple. While talking, Elena quickly glanced at the still empty seats in the classroom, especially the empty golden seat in the middle, raised her eyebrows, and said quickly, "When this is over, let's find some time. Avoid the professors. The two colleges have chosen the lineup in advance, with the same number of people, and find a place to play again. How about, dare you, find time? Are you ready to come again?" Marcus Flint lowered his head. The corners of his eyes twitched, looked at Elena in front of him, then looked at the helpless Cedric Diggory, and snorted. Don't think about it at all. If there are the same number of people, we Slytherin will definitely win. Don't forget, your Quidditch did not lose to us." Cedric Diggory couldn't help retorting. "Really? But if I remember correctly, in the end we won more often, right?" Marcus Flint grinned and licked his big fangs. "Very well, then that's a deal." Elena's mouth bends happily. She stands on her tiptoe, and pats the shoulders of the two with a lovely face. "Whether you win or lose, you will be a grudge. You are all men, and you have to speak your words." After finishing speaking, the girl raised her head alertly and glanced ahead. An old wizard in a red and black wizard robe, surrounded by a group of professors, walked slowly into the classroom seat at the end of the auditorium through the teacher's passage. Elena patted Marcus' arm vigorously, compared to a thumb in the boy's awkward eyes, and quickly ran to the side of Hufflepuff's long table. "Can't go on." She was finally fooled by tears and her inherent superb acting skills just now. If Lauxin Lauluo finds out something is wrong, she is really done. Even if in a strict sense, she is indeed trying to eliminate it. The hostility brought about by the group fight in the morning. Ding ding ding. Dumbledore sat down slowly on the golden chair in the center, as if nothing had happened, took the spoon and knocked the glass, cleared his throat, and said calmly, "Time is not, it's early. Everyone, eat." Accompanied by the crisp ding-dong sound, the same white porridge and Huang Cheng Ching omelette as yesterday appeared on the dining tables of the four colleges again. Well, the only difference is that there is no salty bacon in today's breakfast recipe, instead a small bowl of sticky mashed potatoes. However, with the exception of a few people like Elena who picked up a spoon and started enjoying breakfast, most of the students looked up at Dumbledore, as if waiting for something. Oh, okay. Compared to a delicious breakfast, certain rumors seem to be more attractive. Perceiving the strange emotions in the auditorium, Dumbledore looked around at the students who looked up at him, sighed helplessly, and glanced left and right at Professor Snape and Professor Sprout's expression, said slowly, "For a long time, we have always emphasized the fact that the four colleges are actually a whole. We regret to see that some historical incomprehensions and misunderstandings have resulted in parts of Slytherin College and Hufflepuff College. There was a conflict among the students. Fortunately, no permanent harm was left to any students during the whole process." While talking, Dumbledore glared fiercely at a certain white-haired dumpling who was eating happily. After the discussion of the school professors, as well as the investigation of the truth and details of the matter, it is agreed that the large-scale friction between Slytherin College and Hufflepuff College this morning, there is no one who is absolutely right and wrong. The only thing that disappoints the school is that in this conflict, the prefects on both sides did not shoulder the responsibility of rationally separating and restraining the students. Therefore, the final result of the school's handling is, before Dumbledore could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped his voice, frowned and raised his head to look over the auditorium. Unknowingly, the light outside the Hogwarts auditorium suddenly dimmed, as if a cloud of dark clouds hovered over the castle. As Dumbledore's voice stopped, everyone felt a humming noise coming from outside the castle. "Oh my God, look at it. What is that?" A Ravenclaw girl suddenly stood up and yelled out of the door with a horrified expression on her face. Everyone raised their heads suspiciously, and looked out from the open hall door in the direction of the girl's fingers. There may be hundreds or thousands. A group of huge owls that have never been seen carries a kind of lethargy. An uneasy atmosphere of tension flew towards the Hogwarts auditorium. As the morning arrived, the magic of hiding Hogwarts coordinates was temporarily unlocked. The flock of birds that hovered in the Scottish Highlands instantly obscured the sky of the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The second one is Rue. Yesterday the chapter said that it reached 1000 and the evolution task was completed. Chapter 122 The Crazy Owl. Chaos. Unprecedented chaos. It stands to reason that the owl messenger that appears at breakfast every day has become the most accustomed sight of Hogwarts students during breakfast. The students have long been accustomed to drinking porridge while waiting for their mail to arrive. Owl messengers from various places will fly into the auditorium through the arc-shaped windows on the dome of the castle foyer, flying around the dining tables of the 4 colleges, until they find their respective owners, and throw letters or packages to them in their arms. Even when there is no letter, the little owls as pets sometimes fly in, squeeze around the seat of the little owner, begging for a bite of bread, and then flutter their wings back to the owl shed and campus of other owls sleep together. However, when hundreds of owls become thousands, everything becomes a nightmare disaster. Sharp and noisy owls call. Thousands of flapping wings sounded. Owls from all over the country and all over the world circled and collided over the auditorium. Immediately afterwards, the owls who hovered in the Scottish Highlands all night after sending out the letters, fluttered their wings on the tables of the various colleges, scrambling to grab the food and water on the long table. Amidst the exclamation and scolding of countless students, it seemed like a light train fell in the auditorium. The owls did not care about hygiene and etiquette. With the overwhelming owls, there were piles of feces falling from the sky from time to time. And outside the gate of the auditorium, there are dense torrents of owls fluttering up and down, trying to squeeze into the auditorium. Crazy, crazy. Quickly close the gate of the auditorium. Before sitting down, Marcus and Cedric looked at each other, and at the same time saw a hint of panic in each other's eyes. After a fierce spell confrontation had just ended, the reaction speed of the two had not completely relaxed. At the next moment, Marcus and Cedric jumped up in unison, rushed to the door, and slammed the auditorium's door firmly against them. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the two closed the door, a series of violent knocks rang out from outside. At least dozens of reckless owls slammed into the main entrance of Hogwarts Auditorium, shaking the huge bronze door slightly. Cedric Diggory drew his wand out of the wizard's robe. His left hand shook dexterously in the air, and he leaned against the door and said loudly, "Quickly block Obsidio Aura. Quickly block Obsidio Aura." Marcus Flint, who was standing next to Cedric, also took out his wand and released the blockade spell. Click. The door is locked. 2 magical glosses flashed across the outline of the bronze door, as if a film had been plated on the surface of the door. In this way, no matter how strong the impact outside the door, as long as there is no magic cure, the owls alone cannot break through the door temporarily. My God! What happened? Marcus Flint grinned and moved his shoulders. He felt that after returning to Hogwarts after a summer vacation, everything seemed to be strange. Stand up. I don't know. But obviously you can't let them rush into the auditorium anymore. Cedric shook his head blankly, looked up at the sky above the auditorium, and muttered, "You know, even then, the auditorium is already messy enough." Patter snapped. A tan barn owl flew towards Cedric and threw an envelope on his lap. At the same time, a grey forest owl also threw an envelope in Marcus' arms. "Why is there a letter from home?" Cedric touched the barn owl on his shoulder affectionately, frowning in confusion. "I shouldn't leave things at home." "Oh, damn." Cedric picked up the letter on the ground and read it. A page of newspaper slipped out from behind the letter. "Is the Ministry of Magic crazy? And to further reduce the daily expenses of Hogwarts School, and lower the salaries of most employees, and then buy Hogwarts back with Gingy along. For the sake of political achievements, it is normal. It is just that some insignificant members and the interests of the students have been lost. Cornelius Fudge may become the first Minister of Magic in history to have Hogwarts. Why didn't he do it? Marcus Flint shook the letter paper and sneered. In order to achieve this goal, it is really ugly to throw the Behintthesens on someone who has disappeared for 10 years. The Dark Lord's surroundings will not save gold. What kind of cheap mole currency changed canon? Dark Lord, Cedric frowned, preparing to say something. At this time, Professor McGonagall in a dark purple wizard robe quickly walked over from the faculty seat. His eyes swept across the entrance of the auditorium temporarily closed by the curse, raised his wand and walked to the door, knocked again and turned around. Body. Oh, my goodness, I guess at least a third of all owls in Britain are here. Professor McGonagall paused, then glanced at the two people who looked at odds. The lips that had been pressed tightly since this morning were slightly softer. I hope you two will be able to better reflect your reaction speed in the future. It's a strange place, not a fight. Well, a beautiful spell. You each won 5 points for your academy. Now, go back to your long table. As Professor McGonagall's voice fell, there was a crisp sound from the hourglass of Hufflepuff and Slytherin's college next to the hall, and 5 diamonds and 5 emeralds dinged and danglingly fell on the bottom of the hourglass. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Okay, we will go back now. Marcus Flint and Cedric Diggory, who were still a bit worried, looked at each other in surprise, nodded hurriedly, and hurried back to their respective college desks, intending to be with the classmates, share the joy. However, when they returned to the long table, they discovered that most of the students had no time to take care of the changes in the college, and even Dumbledore hadn't announced the punishment decision on the gang fight between the two houses. So important. Almost every child in a wizard's family received an envelope from their home, and everyone was asking their children about the current situation of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A large number of materials extracted or edited from various newspapers and magazines are passed on among the students. Various weekly magazines, newspapers, and briefings fill the long tables of each college. The great turmoil outside Hogwarts that swept the entire magical world, after a day of fermentation, finally gradually revealed its fangs and sharpness, and the carefree students felt that they were in a whirlpool for the first time. The central, the existence named stress, and the troubles of bird droppings that fall on the body and on the dinner plate from time to time. However, in this chaotic environment, the two Pure Land-like areas are particularly conspicuous. One is the long table of faculty and staff where Dumbledore is. Numerous owls seem to have been trained, lined up, one by one neatly toss the envelopes behind the old man's seat. No owl dares falling on the table where the teachers are. And on the other side, Happy Valentine's Day everyone. Chapter 123, Reserve Grain, Attack. Neared the end of the Hufflepuff long table, Elena sliced her omelette slowly, and the half-cured golden egg yolk flowed out of the cut, sandwiched between the crispy toasted bread slices. It could be regarded as one of the most delicious spreads in the world. On either side of Elena's seat, there were two girls on the left and right. Hannah Ibo, with golden double braids and a round and cute face, and "Why did you come here, classmate Granger?" If I remember correctly, the seat at Gryffindor College is at that end. After experiencing the conflict in the morning, the soft little Hannah quickly grew up. At this time, she was guarding the dinner plate carefully, looking sideways at Hermione Granger sitting on Elena's right hand, in a tone of voice slightly uncomfortable. "I don't know why, Hannah, who can almost get along with everyone, when facing this little brown-haired witch, Ibo always has a kind of unspeakable irritability and resistance in her heart. Just like her beloved when she was a child. The feeling that his toy was snatched away. Compared to Hannah's resistance, Hermione sitting next to Elena was obviously much happier. If you look closely, you will find that apart from the long tables of the professors, Elena is the only place where I won't be disturbed by the stray owls. Hermione Granger raised her eyebrows with a look. He replied with a natural expression. While talking, little Lori Hermione with fluffy brown hair quickly reached out and moved the bowls of mashed potatoes that had just appeared on the dinner plate to Elena to ensure that she would not be hit by the owl on the dinner table. Destroyed, while continuing to speak. After returning to the dormitory last night, I checked in the book. If I didn't guess wrong, Elena should be the kind of wizard with druid talent in the legend. Because of this, she once had the opportunity to listen after the teachings of the mysterious druid masters. Druid talent? Elena blinked in confusion. Oh yes. Yesterday, beside the Black Lake, in order to say that who served you important figure Hagrid joined the Hogwarts plan, she carefully prepared a set of nature conservation organizations adapted from previous lives and drew according to the Iraqi sect. A group of first-year wizards, including Hermione and Hannah, were also present. Ahem, of course. As you know, I have always had a lot of experience in understanding and communicating with animals. Elena gave a light cough, and without hesitation, admitted it cheeky, and pointed to the little pet who was cleverly squatting on the table and was responsible for helping the three to pass breakfast. You see, food reserves are a good example. I have an effective way of communicating with these delicious, cute animals. After all, deterrence is also one of the common communication methods in nature. The group of owl messengers, who are far more sensitive than ordinary birds, will subconsciously avoid Elena's position during flight and looking for food, so that a strange cylindrical shape is formed on top of Elena's head. Hollow area. Even the owl messenger who grew up in Hannah's family just threw the envelope over from a distance, and fluttered his wings and hurriedly left, as if there was a terrible hell scene below. Is it possible that after eating a lot of round-faced fat chickens, the owl race will bring a strange and coercive atmosphere? Or does Va's racial talent unconsciously convey some emotions and information when facing other magical animals? While thinking about it, Elena glanced at a few owls hovering near Hermione, and subconsciously licked her lips. Goo. The owls who were staring at by Elena stiffened, and fell for a short distance unconsciously. Then they shuddered all over and hit a spirit, and 2 or 3 lumps fell from the sky and smashed down some unlucky ones on the body of the little wizard, then flapped his wings in horror and flew towards the other end of the auditorium. It seems that if there is a chance in the future, I still have to ask Newt, Senior Commander, is there any way to hide my aura? Otherwise, won't I become a certain beeping girl in the long run? This is a very bad message for Elena, who loves magical animals. But for now, most of the round-faced fat chickens are still very witty to harass Laux in Lauluo, without disturbing her and her friends enjoying breakfast quietly. Looking around the messy auditorium, Elena nodded with satisfaction. So-called happiness is only reflected by comparison. At this time, the white-haired dumpling who hugged left and right was the winner of Hogwarts life. Elena squinted her eyes, handed the fried egg bread in her hand to Hannah, who was still a little unhappy, turned her head, and proudly showed off to the little wizards gathered around her. Don't worry about eating, just sit by my side. No owl dared to. At this moment, before the voice of the mixed-race little Va fell, a little eagle-headed owl with confused eyes squeezed in from outside the auditorium, holding a thick parchment envelope larger than its body under its 2 small paws. After recognizing the position above the auditorium for a while, the little owl's eyes lit up and swaggered through the empty area above Elena's head and flew in Dumbledore's direction. Patter. A tuft of bird droppings fell accurately on the edge of Elena's dinner plate. Dare to shit on my head. Elena slowly moved her gaze to the lump of bird dung on the dinner plate. Her expression was lovely, and she followed the inertia and subconsciously to finish the rest of the words in the eyes of the friends who couldn't help but laugh. Puff Q yeah, I didn't laugh Q. There was a strange sound from Elena's right. Hermione Lori, whose eyes were almost bent into a crescent shape, pressed her mouth hard, and made a sound of Q. Her delicate and cute face turned a little red. Q. He didn't smile either. Q. Hannah Wabo, who reacted immediately afterwards, hurriedly covered her mouth in a learned manner, and finally squeezed the laughter back into her stomach, bent down slightly, her shoulders trembling violently, and obviously she was holding back very hard. Elena raised her head blankly, and glanced at the swaying little owl in the sky. "Good, very good," snapped. The knife in Elena's hand slammed on the table. "Reserve food, give it to me. Catch me the little guy who doesn't have long eyes." "Huh?" I was squatting quietly in front of the public dinner plate of the long table, holding the plate to pass the food. Reserve tilted his head, blinked in confusion, and the long ear feather clusters turned left and right, bowing his head quite cleverly rubbed Elena's arm, without the consciousness and majesty of being a small carnivorous raptor. "Did you see that little guy? Pray catch it and grill the fish." "Can't catch it. Take a hot bath." Elena picked up her little pet in both hands, aimed at the little eagle-headed owl in the sky, which was smaller than the food reserve, and said seriously, "Goo!" The reserve grain opened his eyes and nodded quickly. His eyes became sharp and fierce. The next moment, the little owl's wings vigorously fluttered, like a small bullet, and slammed into the sky above the auditorium, making a series of sharp and excited chirps in its mouth. "Gah ha 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 ha." Chapter 125 Chapters Unprepared Comics. Wow, this little owl is so cute. It seems to be a rare eagle owl. Do you think it hasn't woken up? Dazed. Looks a little silly. HMPH, since it fell into my hands, its race has become a Scottish round-faced fat chicken. On the side of the long table at Hufflepuff College, 3 girls gathered in a circle, whispering to a shivering little owl on the table, and from time to time they stretched out their fingers curiously to touch the little animal's head. The entire hunting process was over in less than 10 seconds. Facing the small carnivorous raptor who insisted on exercising for a long time the reserve grain Vika, this reckless little guy hardly showed any decent resistance and was relaxed. Caught in front of Irene, Elena took a closer look. It was a subspecies eagle owl she hadn't known all about before. The head of this little owl is flatter than the average round-faced fat chicken, and it looks a bit like an eagle's head when it is dazzling. Its body is extremely small, and it is slightly smaller than her food reserve. The little thing's 2 small claws were a little disturbed, clutching a thick parchment envelope about the same size as its body, squatting on the dining table, body shaking constantly. A small orange carrot-shaped fruit was strung with a string around its neck, and a few letters were faintly engraved on it. Elena raised her eyebrows and picked up the little carrot curiously to recognize the writing on it. C.H. Sha. Suddenly, Elena's face changed, and she quickly retracted her fingers, avoiding the beak that was pecked at her index finger. "Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo." The little owl stumbled backwards, avoiding Elena's fingers, spreading its wings, and grunting like a demonstration at the human in front of him, with a super fierce appearance that no one would enter. "Goo?" Snapped. == Before Elena could do anything, the food reserve squatting on Elena's shoulder gave an angrily cry, and quickly flew to the table. The tan wings were raised high, and the little owl was slapped down effortlessly with a slap. He pressed it firmly on the top of the dinner plate with his paws. The package under the little owl's paw also fell to the side of the dining table and was picked up by Elena. "Cuckoo!" As Elena picked up the package, this little eagle-headed owl suddenly seemed to be mad, thrashing and struggling violently, overturning the goblet on the dining table 2 or 3 in one breath, and uttered a bitter anger in his mouth. Scream. It's a pity that no matter whether it is physical or strength, it is too far from the reserve food. No matter how hard it struggles and screams, it can't break free of the reserve food. Oh no, the brutal laughing owl Vika. "Oh, isn't the temper small, this little guy?" Elena chuckled disapprovingly, and she suddenly became a little curious about what kind of wizard family could raise such a little owl that was even stronger than Hannah. Subconsciously squeezed the package in his hand. There was no strange bulge inside. In fact, to be precise, it is not so much a package as a thick parchment envelope and a colorful magazine tied together with a thick rope. Untie the rope. The girl flipped through the front and back of the envelope. There was no sender's message on the cover, but a thick feather pen dipped in black ink to write a line. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore received. DSK. Is it really a letter to Dumbledore? Elena curled her lips and tossed the envelope in her hand aside with lack of interest. Regarding Dumbledore's decision to publicly express her willingness to answer questions in the newspaper, it was actually one of the measures she proposed to Dumbledore in the Slytherin common room a month ago. As the principal of Hogwarts and the most powerful wizard in the entire wizarding world, Dumbledore could not be too loud during the entire Gringotts incident. But it would be too suspicious if it was completely silent. Therefore, in accordance with the caliber of the Ministry of Magic, it is undoubtedly the safest way to answer some questions selectively. But Elena was not interested in helping Dumbledore find out which envelopes were safe. You know, even the non-magical world has mail attacks, not to mention the mysterious and unpredictable magic world. Attaching a few evil curses to the envelope, or some strange prohibited dangerous items, is normal in the magical world. So, next, Eleanor's eyes returned to the center of the dinner plate, and the eagle-headed little owl who was still struggling showed a sad smile, and she stretched out her fingers to fumble and weigh on its small body for a while. Unsurprisingly, like most of the round-faced fat chickens, although it looks fluffy, there is not much edible part inside. I don't know if it's because of being too young or eating less. The little owl is obviously malnourished. If the stored grain can barely stew a heat-preserving pot of soup, then this little thing is probably too much water if it is stewed in half a pot of soup. In other words, even the meat of the stupid sparrow in the autumn will be too much. More than it. But as the old saying goes, mosquito legs are also meat when they are smelly. No. If nothing else, it may be difficult to eat decent poultry in the next week or even a semester. Wait, Elena, you don't mean to wake up? This is an owl raised in someone else's house. Hannah glanced at Elena cautiously, and asked with some uncertainty. In her impression, when Hagrid salvaged the mutant fish from the Black Lake yesterday, the same expression appeared on Elena's face, a terrible smile with a little excitement in that sadness. With this expression, Elena, in the shocked and scared eyes of everyone including Hagrid, skillfully demonstrated to all the wizards on the venue how to stun a big, alive fish, except scale, break the belly, remove the dirty, cut into pieces, and wait for a series of basic team cooking preparations. As a result, it is estimated that half of the little wizards had Elena wielding a kitchen knife in their dream last night. No, you guessed it wrong. I swear I never thought about fading this fat Scottish round-faced chicken, getting rid of its internal organs, then putting ginger, chives, and shiitake mushrooms in hot water, and then adding it season with a little cooking wine, salt and white sugar, cover the pot and simmer for half an hour. Elena slid the saliva she was about to leave, and the light in her eyes got brighter and brighter. In the expression that poor little Hannah was about to cry, she continued, "Of course, I never thought about washing and cutting it directly. The small pieces are tossed in the well-mixed egg liquid and wrapped in a circle, then dipped in bread crumbs, fried in the pan until golden on both sides, then picked up and sprinkled with a small amount of coarse salt. First, it's an owl, not a fat chicken. Secondly, I am not as easy to be fooled by you like Hannah. From the beginning, I didn't think you would ever want to eat it. Otherwise, reserve food early. I was eaten by you." Hermione corrected her face earnestly, and then shrugged indifferently. "In fact, compared to this little owl, I am more interested in the one under the envelope, which I haven't seen yet. This new magazine. Hee. I can't say I really want to eat it for you today." Feeling that the authority was being provoked twice, Elena squinted her eyes, raised the little owl's paw, and inadvertently swept her eyes across the colorful magazine that Hermione was paying attention to, and her voice suddenly stopped. "I didn't pay attention to the picture on the cover just now. Now I look carefully. It seems to be a badly drawn Albus Dumbledore cartoon." Elena still relies on the old man's long white beard and half-moon eyes to recognize it. from. I saw Dumbledore standing in front of Hogwarts Castle. In front of him was a hill of golden gallons, and countless fairies leaned over and bowed at his feet. The title of the comic is How Long Can the Mighty Dumbledore Cover Up the Truth? Huh? Elena shuddered before talking and laughing. Her eyes widened suddenly. Go. Chapter 125 Singing and Singing Devil and Bird Quality. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. Oops. Is there anyone else present at the time? The Hogwarts mortgage was revealed! Exclamation mark. Gringotts prepares to die and tear the net to break the face and take the opportunity to break out the fourth fairy war! Exclamation mark. Several thoughts flashed in Eleanor's mind for a moment, and her heart couldn't help but stop, and subconsciously raised her head and glanced at Dumbledore, who was sitting at the faculty desk at the end of the auditorium. I saw Dumbledore holding a silver dinner knife in his hand, smearing butter on a slice of bread unhurriedly. Judging from the state of the old man, he seemed to be in a good mood. Elena settled for a while, let go of the little owl in her hand that was groaning in pain because of her sudden force, and picked up the magazine under the envelope. Below the cartoon about Dumbledore, the titles of other articles in the magazine are listed immediately below. The Lie of the Ministry of Magic. The so-called Mole Country Soviet Union simply does not exist. The Secret of the Fairy Secret Army. Connolly Fudge, Goblin Killer or Genji Arlong's puppet. How does this kind of title party have a sense of déjà vu, especially what the Goblin Killer Fudge said? Eleanor's eyes twitched, her gaze slowly moved upwards, and she looked at the magazine title that was previously blocked by the thick parchment envelope. If she remembers correctly, the magical world does seem to have such a weird one. Entertainment magazine. At the top of the magazine, a string of bold English. The Quibbler was written crookedly. It really is Luna's singing and singing. It almost scared the baby to death. Elena patted her chest, took a long sigh of relief, opened the magazine, scanned the catalogue quickly, found the corresponding page numbers of the articles, and opened it eagerly. For decades, Albus Dumbledore has been regarded as the patron saint of the entire magical world. He defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945 and led people out of the shadow of a mysterious man 10 years ago. 1 year, another year passed, and his Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had produced countless outstanding wizards. Last year, in the face of the public's hope that he would serve as the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore made it clear, compared to becoming the Minister of Magic, he is more willing to devote his remaining energy to Hogwarts education. None of us questioned this. However, is this really the case? Recently, there has been astonishing new evidence that Albus Dumbledore may not be as indifferent to fame and fortune as people think. Jude Law, who lives at 221B Baker Street, said that in fact Dumbledore was many years ago, he had secretly controlled the entire Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and even the heads of many mole nations. This is actually very understandable, because Dumbledore has got all he wants. Mr. Jude Law said, people think that the Minister of Magic is an enviable position, and in fact the most important position is the Chief Executive Officer of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and Dumbledore had conquered all the goblins through force and wisdom about 20 years ago. The so-called Gringotts Hogwarts crisis was nothing but a self-defense. It's just omen and play directed by himself. I have seen this from the beginning. Dumbledore doesn't care about money at all, because money is meaningless to him. He owns the entire Gringotts. His ambition now has become how to get past the confidentiality law enacted by the International Wizarding Federation and step into and control those poor mole kingdoms. After reading the entire article in one breath, Elena rubbed her nose a little tangledly, then flipped through the content of the next few articles at will. A strange feeling arose in her heart. Most of the articles in the magazine are very funny. Almost at a glance you can tell that they are made up. For example, a wizard claims that she has summoned an evil god with countless tentacles on the head and bat wings on the back, which can easily destroy the human world. Connolly Fudge is actually a hobby of fairies in the dark. A pie-baked fairy killer, if you can use animagus to transform into a frog, you can quietly deprive others of. In a sense, Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood is also a rare talent. After all, with so many layers of endless and weird brain holes, as well as the weird brain supplement abilities that violate all normal clues, there may be no second person in the entire magical world. Although because of some common sense errors and the lack of important information, as well as the blindly paranoid denial of many correct things, he was unable to deduce the correct process. Naturally, most of the conclusions he reached were wrong. It is no wonder that most wizards regard this magazine as a sensational junk publication. However, no matter how ridiculous daily things are going on, it cannot withstand the influence of this kind of divine prophecy hit once. You know, Xenophilius Lovegood drew the cover comics this time really too accurate. It is all Dumbledore received Gingy Arlong and US dollars outside Hogwarts Castle. Appearance. Otherwise, I would not almost scare Elena into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the sales volume of Singing a Devil is already very low, and its influence is almost negligible. However, to think about it from another angle, if you can hold a part of the voice of public opinion, Singing a Devil is undoubtedly the most suitable. And from the point of view of commercial value, it is like a wonderful collection of stories, singing and singing. In the field of text entertainment, it can be said to be like a mountain monster. Even if you can't do the previous life share your current stories of that convinces many people, at least it can make a book comparable to the top 3 sales in the non-magical world for nearly 100 years. Reader's Digest. Reader's Digest is a must-read magazine that is extremely popular in the entire magical world. However, in order to achieve this goal, Elena needs to find a way to persuade or fool the editor-in-chief Xenophilius Lovegood, a very stubborn, very autistic, nagging, and abnormal brain circuit. Severe daughter control. However, the crux of the problem is that there is still a full year before Luna Lovegood goes to Hogwarts to go to school. In a short period of time, Elena couldn't find a good channel to influence that Mr. Lovegood for the time being. Wait, then, this owl. The little silver horde witch groaned. Her eyes moved thoughtfully to the little owl that had been hiding on Hannah's lap in a panic, with a kind smile on her face. Come on, little cute. In the next year, my sister will support you for the time being. There is no hostage, and the bird hostage is the same. Moreover, judging from the accessories on this little owl, it is obvious that little Luna has a special treasure for this cute little animal. As long as you send back photos, feathers, and paw prints of the little owl from time to time, Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, who is not afraid of spoiling his daughter, will not put a right attitude and listen to her reasoning calmly. Besides, Elena, who has a god's perspective, clearly knows what exactly is the existence of the Lovegood family with irresistible temptation, although she doesn't know where to find the so-called crumple-horned Snorkack. But regarding the legendary 3 Hallows of Death, she is confident that she can bluff most wizards except Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Reserve grain. Don't let it go. Goo. Alas, there is no chapter to say that there is a plan to add more gradually falling into autism. Obviously there are more than 9,000 in each chapter, close to 10,000 people watch it, but very few come to accompany me to chat. In fact, 1,000 pieces seem to be a lot. In fact, only 20 people need to post 20 pieces in theory. Even if it is a grunt, it can be made up. In fact, I'm a little bit different from most authors, and I never expect any subscriptions or rewards, because I am a bookworm who is heavier than everyone else. The original intention of writing the book was just to be a little lively. If you read my book, even if you leave a period to indicate that you have been here, it's fine. I'm tired. I won't ask for chapters anymore, and I won't send a lot of irrelevant words. In short, I will still try my best to code words and write a good story. That's it. Go. Chapter 126. Simplified Chinese and Owl. Singing a contrary? I haven't seen a magazine. I swear I haven't read this in Lyhan bookstore. Hermione Granger, who has a slight habit, turned her head to look at the book that Elena was holding. His face was full of curiosity and curiosity. After hesitating for a few seconds, she shook Elena's arm. Can you lend it to me after you finish reading it? Of course. Elena nodded, then rolled up the magazine in her hand and handed it to the eager little beaver, her eyes still resting on the little owl, thoughtful. As long as the result is known, and the related reasoning is carried out in reverse, it will undoubtedly be much easier. There is no doubt that the economic conditions of the Lovewood family have not been very good since Luna's mother died. This can be seen in the dresses of Luna and Mr. Lovewood, as well as their accessories. As a family of wizards, they don't even have enough funds to go to Sweden to find the illusory horned snorer. If the poverty of the Weasley family comes from too many children, then the poverty of the Lovewood family mainly from too many dreams. Speaking of which, these 3 letters should be the abbreviation of the horned snoring beast. If it hadn't been for 1991, I would have almost thought it means simplified Chinese. From Hannah's leg, Luna's little boy the owl grabbed it, touched the HS engraved on the little carrot necklace, and raised his eyebrows. After being mentally prepared, Elena, who has rich practical experience, naturally knows what position to use to grab the round-faced fat chicken, so that she can prevent herself from being pecked by these delicious little animals. Just pinch the neck feathers, the tender meat underneath. The fingers spread out in a triangle, a little harder against the broad head bones of the round-faced fat chicken. You can easily subdue these violent small birds of prey. The little owl that fell into Eleanor's hands again struggled a little bit or two, and quickly fell silent, as if it had lost its dream in front of the cruel world, hanging motionless in the girl's hand. Look, in fact, this little owl is still very obedient. It's just that it's a bit slower to respond. It didn't receive the kindness from me just now, right? Simplified Chinese. Elena turned her head and smiled sweetly at Hannah Abbott, who was worried, and explained easily that the last sentence was to the little owl in her hand. Simplified Chinese, am I right? Elena turned her wrist over, looked at the big watery eyes of the little owl, shook it again, showing a gentle smile, and repeated it. Huh? The little owl raised his head dazedly, opened his mouth, and cried out timidly. Not bad. Very smart. Elena nodded in satisfaction. Luna's little owl would definitely be a lot smarter than the Zoowikian after all. Otherwise, with the level of confusion of that family, ordinary little things can't survive long ago. Elena subconsciously picked up a silver table knife and compared it. Well, it was a mistake. In the horrified gaze of the little owl, Elena quickly put down the knife, and cut off a small piece of bread that was rewarded just now from the food reserve beside her, and placed it on the little eagle-headed owl's beak and shook it. Said softly, simplified Chinese, are you hungry? Come, sister, give you something to eat. The little owl looked at the smiling owl that looked far away and nodded slowly. Goo. Cack. Click, click, click. Snapped. Recovered. Hurry up and eat breakfast. You have to go to Hagrid to continue training in a while. Glancing at the simplified Chinese that has gradually become well paved with the help of grain reserves, Elena raised her hand and snapped her fingers in front of Hannah, while reaching out her hand to take a bowl of mashed potatoes that had just appeared on the table. Carry out the second seasoning carefully. As the #1 staple food in the UK, no matter how Elena and the others harmed the kitchen, even if there is a large-scale famine, potatoes, a cheap and nutritious crop, must be one of the few foods that will last until the last minute. Someone even once said that potatoes are the soul of all European-style banquets, just as ginger, onion and garlic is the soul of all Chinese food. A European-style banquet without potatoes is a soulless existence. The mashed potatoes provided by the Hogwarts kitchen is a common European-style method. Simply put, after the potatoes are cooked in white water, they are taken out and peeled, mashed with a rice spoon, and then added butter and fresh milk, pepper, salt, stir slightly to taste, and it's over. Such a simple and rude cooking result is obviously unacceptable for Elena, who is pursuing gourmet food. It just so happens that there are some condiments and ingredients on the table that she can use, so that she can barely try to make the plain potato in front of her. The taste of the mud is slightly improved. After all, even the soul is divided into interesting and boring. Way to. Noting the words in Elena's mouth, Hannah subconsciously raised her head, frowned and repeated it. Her light blue eyes looked at the white-haired dumpling in front of her, Could it be that Elena, you won't be with us today Wizard Basic Skills Training Course? Well, number. According to Professor Dumbledore, due to the sequelae of the spell that partially hits my body, for the next period of time, I need to temporarily cultivate and observe in him personal photos, look, care, under. While talking, Elena curled her mouth without leaving a trace, puffed her cheeks, and groaned with dissatisfaction. After all, it was Dumbledore, the hot-hearted old carrot who was suspicious all day long, always suspecting that she was such a cute little first-year wizard who wanted to make big news at every turn, and found a reason to watch her. The sequelae of the spell? Is it serious? Can it be cured? Does it still hurt? Hearing Elena's words, little Hannah showed a panic on her face, hurriedly pressed over, stretched out her hands to support Elena's face, and looked around with concern. Almost a third of her childhood was Hannah, who grew up in the Broken Cauldron Tavern. IB has heard too much about the curse. Among the chats and sorrows of the drinkers, there are many kinds of things, the terrible consequences of the spell, and countless cases of tragic wizards. Is Elena still hurt? Where is it? Who is it? At the same time, Hermione, who was still serious about singing against the tune, quickly put down the magazine in her hand. Her apricot eyes stared slightly, and her little hand groped and kneaded carefully on Eleanor's arm and shoulder. Before that, Hermione thought that the so-called Elena injuries were exaggerated rumors. After all, when I saw her in the morning, there seemed to be no injuries. All right, don't make a fuss about you two. Acridine. Don't touch my waist. Seeing the delicate round face close at hand, and feeling the fingers slid from her waist and arm, Eleanor's cheeks blushed slightly, and she broke free quickly, took the spoon and finished the second seasoning from her hand. 2 large pieces of mashed potatoes came out and stuffed them into the mouths of the 2 little Lorry on the left and right. Elena, don't want to use this trick to divert the subject again. Hermione puffed her mouth and said vaguely. Suddenly her eyes opened. Here, this mashed potatoes. Goo. The 127th chapter Magic Matter. How can it be said that it is medicine? Chapter says po,000 plus more. Ha. Hermione's throat rolled, her face flushed, and she let out a sigh of heat. Closing her eyes and pursing her lips, the little brown-haired Lorry recalled the flavor that had just passed on the tip of her tongue, and she couldn't help looking at the magical mashed potatoes in Eleanor's hand. Hermione Granger is no stranger to this most common food in the UK, but in 11 years, no serving of mashed potatoes has given her such a distinctive taste and visual experience. If I guessed correctly, Elena, did you put honey in it? Hannah licked her lips, thoughtfully. Because she often helps in the tavern at home, Hannah has a little knowledge of cooking, and vaguely perceives the sweetness hidden behind the food. Yes, there is actually milk. Elena smiled slightly and nodded. Cooked mashed potatoes and honey have a good auxiliary effect on regulating the intestines and stomach and smoothing the lungs, and replenishing qi. Combining the two together is the most suitable breakfast staple. However, the most suitable way to match is to add an appropriate amount of honey to stir when the potatoes are half cooked, so that the honey has sufficient time to slowly penetrate into the softened potatoes. Therefore, Elena added a small amount of hot milk to ensure that the honey can be mixed with the formed mashed potatoes more harmoniously and not too sweet. At the same time, the light milky aroma will further enhance the mellowness of the mashed potatoes. It turned out to be so. Hermione nodded clearly, then took a closer look at the mashed potatoes in Eleanor's hands. Unlike the monotonous mashed potatoes on other tables at Hogwarts, what you see is a more viscous and mellow mashed potato with a pale golden amber texture. Between the mashed potatoes, it seems sparkling with the breath of spring. No, it's not just honey. Hermione frowned suddenly, shook her head and said seriously, it's not as if, besides honey and milk, there is definitely something else, a more important finishing touch. Hermione Granger rubbed her eyes vigorously, and a few pieces of dark green were scattered among the mashed potatoes in Eleanor's hands, making the whole food look particularly attractive. Closing her eyes, a wisp of sweet smell mixed in the sweet potato, poured into her nasal cavity, making her whole body refreshed. This is the taste. She has never smelled the aroma in other mashed potatoes. It's lichen. I added the lichen that grows on the basement level of Hogwarts Castle to the mashed potatoes. Noting the look in Hermione's eyes, Elena squinted her eyes triumphantly and took out a few dark green flaky plant chips from her arms. Han only thought it seemed a little familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it on the basement level of the castle. Lichen? What is that? Can this be eaten? The attention of the two of them was instantly attracted by the plant chips in Elena's hands, and they asked in unison. At first glance, it seems that countless folds of small leaves are combined to form a crispy vegetable snack. The surface of the lichen chips has a layer of luster, which seems to be plated with a thin layer of oily shine. As Elena took out the lichen chips, the faintly sweet and fresh crispy fragrance before became a lot more intense. Of course it can be eaten. This is a very rare delicacy. Elena nodded, replied with a serious face. Nostalgia flashed in her eyes. Lichen is a kind of lichen is a group of special fungi. This group of special fungi usually only exist in nature in a mutually beneficial symbiosis with algae or cyanobacteria. There are more than 20 kinds of edible species worldwide, and the rest are absolutely rare. Most of them are also non-toxic. For more details about lichens, please click here to expand. They grow very slowly and usually grow on cliffs, rocks, bark or desert ground. The tolerance for industrial pollution is very low, but the adaptability to the harsh natural environment is rather strong. Many alpine belts, tundra belts, and the two poles of the earth have lichens. In previous lives, China, which has not experienced the pollution of the Industrial Revolution, is the country with the richest lichen resources in the world. Coupled with the closeness and understanding of the people living on this land to all things in nature, of course, the history of edible and medicinal lichens is also quite long, and the earliest may even be traced back to the time of the Icky family. Edible and delicious lichens such as shea, which have the potential to fight cancer and HIV, were almost eaten alive and became endangered species before Elena's crossing. If there is no such batch of Chinese umbilical cord and Chinese umbilical scales kept in the laboratory, they would be declared extinct even one step short of it. However, Elena's hand is a variant of the flat branch that is not common in Asia. It has a slightly less chewy texture. It is usually a small lichen used in the perfume industry. Perhaps because of the influence of this magic castle, the color of these lichens changed from the original light green to dark green, and a hazy shimmer flashed on the surface from time to time. In the chaos of the mess between the two houses in the morning, Elena accidentally found these delicious plants on the wall of a stone corridor near the Slytherin common room. After arriving in Dumbledore's office, she relied on acting like a coquettish, and pestering the old man to perform magic to reconfirm that she was non-toxic, and then used the principal's office fireplace to bake a few slices of lichen chips, ready to be used as a condiment in the future. There is no country where green onions, ginger, and garlic are fragrant and fragrant. Elena has to find some alternatives by herself. As for the baking method, it is actually simpler. Just tear the Hogwarts mutant lichen into about 2 to 3 centimeters in size. Remove all the thick leaf stems and the adsorption part near the wall. Mix honey, olive oil and a little spice in a small dish, and place the lichen on. Stir the inside evenly, make sure that each leaf is covered with sauce, and bake it directly over the flame until it is crispy and refreshing. That's it. In addition, I also discovered just now that if you inject a little magic power, it will bring more excitement and a stronger boost to the sense of taste. Glancing at the two little Lali who seemed to understand but not understand, Elena smiled slightly, crushed a piece of Hogwarts Castle lichen crisps into a bowl full of honey mashed potatoes, took out the magic wand and tapped it a few times. The light spots like elves floated out, making the whole dish look like an exquisite handicraft. Come on, try it. Hogwarts honey lichen mixed with mashed potatoes. It's time to feel the magical deliciousness. Elena smiled lightly. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, and she scooped up a large ball of shimmery mashed potatoes with a spoon. and sent it to little Hermione, who was still processing the new amount of information. "Come on, open your mouth." Seeing the delicate face that seemed to exude infinite charm in front of her, Hermione Granger nodded in a panic and opened her mouth subconsciously and obediently. Click, accompanied by the sound of the crisp lichen in the mouth. The flashing shimmer quickly melted into the mellow and delicious mashed potatoes, and the honey-like sticky but not sweet delicacy instantly burst on the tip of the tongue. The raindrops fell. It seemed that a heavy rain composed of mashed potatoes, honey, and milk was suddenly falling on the sky. The wind blows, boundless rich and mellow scent pouring from all directions, wrapping Hermione in the middle, and the sticky honey and mashed potatoes continue to pass through her body, as if there are no strands of clarity, warmth and peace of mind from the heart. The depths are constantly pouring out, and the whole person seems to be back in the lazy bed in the afternoon when he was young. Among them, the fragrant and crisp lichen of Hogwarts Castle is the lightning that cuts through the sky from time to time. Every time it appears, it strikes the entire world heavily, causing Hermione's soul to shiver with extreme pleasure. Oh, no, you can't make a humiliating sound. Hermione's face was flushed, she bit her lip forcefully, unconsciously pinching her legs, and a faint mist in her eyes, as if bent in a puddle of autumn water, her white skin exuding a slightly pinkish luster. Her hands pressed. He hugged him tightly and trembled helplessly. "It's really not Frank, it's already like this, it's so delicious." She looks hungry. It seems that as a friend, Miss Granger needs a little help. Elena shook her head helplessly, picked up the spoon, glanced at the shimmering food on her hand, and tapped the wand again. Then firmly, "Scoop up and feed in." As a good friend, you must let classmate Hermione experience real happiness. With the addition of the last straw, the last line of defense strained in the consciousness of the brown-haired little Lori collapsed completely, as if consciousness is flying away. The effect is unexpectedly good, but it seems that the magic power should be slightly less next time. Elena nodded in satisfaction, without turning her head back, quickly reached out her hand, grabbed Hannah Lori, who wanted to escape, and showed a gentle smile. Don't run, it's your turn now, cute Hannah." "No, now you are, goo." A good boy must be blindfolded and not allowed to think. "Because the mashed potatoes are very hot, I breathe out," explaining earnestly. Chapter 129. Everything will be alright. Itsy don't understand this child more and more. Looking across the chaotic hall, Dumbledore looked at the conspicuous silver on the long table of Hufflepuff. His expression on his face was rather complicated, but as time went on, he became more confused and hesitant. In Dumbledore's perspective, between that side of the small world, which is like the quiet eye of a storm, three little girls of the same age are fighting each other intimately, even if they can't hear what they are saying. Feel the joy and relaxation from the girls' apple-like red faces and bright smiles. At the dining table in front of Elena, Vika, the little owl Dumbledore brought with her before, is squatting in front of the dining table, sharing food and fresh water with another owl who doesn't know who's home. There was no fear and alienation that had just been sent to the silver-haired little witch before. There is no doubt that Elena is making changes little by little. This is not only reflected in the changes in her relationship with the little owl, but also, I saw that the dark green leaves that Elena took out of her arms seemed to be happily saying something to her friends. There was no tweaking or stingy on her face. She took the initiative to crush the chips and spread them in the food to share with others. Little wizards. "Oh, what about the lichens of Hogwarts Castle?" "It's the first time I know." Dumbledore's gaze softened instantly. He sighed slightly with some distress, shook his head, and slowly retracted his gaze. "You know, even Dumbledore, who has lived in Hogwarts for decades, was asked by a girl this morning and found out that the plant growing on the basement wall of the castle was edible." From Elena's skillful cooking techniques in the principal's office, as well as the excitement and joy in her eyes without any disguise, It's clear that this is definitely not the first time that a girl has eaten this moss-like plant that is not even considered a weed. Again, it was at that moment that Dumbledore suddenly realized that what the director of the orphanage named Benitez and Elena said, the orphanage life that was once embarrassing and impoverished may be far beyond how difficult it is to understand. Thinking about it this way, the behavior of the girl who stewed the school owl and wanted to bite the phoenix seemed not so incomprehensible. It's hard to imagine that Elena, who has fallen to the point of trying to find a way to live by eating the epiphytes growing on the land and the wall, has experienced so many hardships in the process of growing up these years, and how much it will be to survive. Stubbornness and tenacity, and how precious the optimism she showed. However, Hogwarts is not a mole orphanage. The gang fight in the morning, I hope it will be the last time. With Dumbledore's ability and wisdom, less than a quarter of an hour after arriving in the chaotic scene, he recovered the whole story of the confused two-house gang fight from the descriptions of the students. Coupled with Eleanor's clean and active confession, Dumbledore seemed to have truly experienced the entire process of conflicts beginning, erupting, intensifying, and out of control. There is no doubt that the leadership qualities of Elena Caslana's children in this melee, even if she is now promoted to the prefect of Hufflepuff, I am afraid that not many students will raise objections. The junior students formed a temporary rescue team, waking up quickly to ensure a steady stream of endurance, coupled with intensive spell suppression and close combat without wizard etiquette. It's no wonder that even the Slytherin students with the strongest overall strength were almost beaten into the common room by the little wizards of Hufflepuff. Of course, there is one more thing that cannot be ignored, and that is the logically weird set of speeches about the quality of the academy that this little mixed bloodva preached in the Hufflepuff common room. What honey badger, what Wolverine? It's just that the founders of the four colleges chose animal symbols according to their preferences. There are so many weird meanings. According to this description, isn't it that the Gryffindor students simply go for it? Wolverine is healed. And what kind of lion? Thinking of this, Dumbledore couldn't help rubbing his temples with a headache, and could not help cursing in a low voice. If there is anything worse, it is that after the conflict this morning, most of Hufflepuff's students are accepting the theory put forward by the unconcerned little girl at an alarming rate. Since it was about the animal habits of the non-magical world, Dumbledore could not find a good reason to refute Eleanor's point of view for a while. He even thought about whether to Newt Scamander please go back to school and serve as an honorary lecturer to help. Think about it carefully. When threatening the Sorting Hat on the first day of school, he should be aware of the destructiveness that this little guy may cause, not material damage, but to the specific system that has supported the operation of the school for a long time. Pollution capability. The main thing is that even the man who once ruled the entire magical world did not show such a large-scale incitement ability as this mixed-blood little when he was 11 years old. Eleanor's natural charm ability combined with extraordinary eloquence, the influence it can bring has completely exceeded Dumbledore's expectations. This little witch needs out-of-standard education and a lot of life guidance. Therefore, for 6 days starting today, Dumbledore will personally teach and supervise this Hogwarts child with the #1 problem in history. On the one hand, Elena has a certain ability to protect herself when facing danger as soon as possible. On the other hand, I was really afraid of where the girl might do something big. If such a huge surprise event were to be greeted every day, Dumbledore would have deep doubts about whether his heart's ability to withstand it can be sustained until the end of the semester. Don't worry, McGonagall. It's not a big problem. Trust me, everything will be back on track soon. Dumbledore raised the golden goblet towards the melancholy McGormler beside him, and said with ease, "But speaking of it, are the mutant fish growing in the Black Lake really so delicious?" Dumbledore tapped his finger on the dinner plate thoughtfully, and his eyes were a little curious in the review of the entire conflict between the two houses. The only thing he could not understand was the source of all conflicts. A portion of grilled fish. What kind of delicious grilled fish did the first-year freshman of last night make so that the senior Slytherin students can't forget to such an extent? Even after robbing their first year food, they have to go. Elena blocked the passage and asked for fish. Perhaps, when he is free today, he should try to catch the same mutant fish in the lake, and then let Elaine recreate the magical grilled fish from last night. If it is so delicious, then it is not completely impossible to let the kitchen cook in this way and provide it to the teachers and students of the school from time to time. Dumbledore looked at the mediocre mashed potatoes and fried eggs in front of him, lost in thought. He had been eating these things for almost 50 years, so he should have changed a little bit. Chapter 129 Mrs. Loris. This day's breakfast lasted longer than ever. Perhaps because of the sudden impact of the owl disaster and the more flexible schedule of subsequent teaching, according to Cedric, the professors have at least increased the entire breakfast time by more than a quarter of an hour. However, it is a pity that even a quarter of an hour longer will only extend the nightmare for most students. Faced with the owls rushing on the dining table to grab food, the little wizards can't even use spells to expel them after all. At least half of them are owls raised by little wizards from the same college. So much so that when Professor McGonagall stood up and announced that the breakfast was over, most of the little wizards, including Hermione and Hannah, had a relieved expression on their faces, and then hurriedly left the terrible school without hesitation. Hall. Clean up a new and clear water. You can curse sounds kept ringing. As for the lower grade students who have not mastered these spells, they can only eagerly pull the passing senior students to ask for help. They occasionally appear, one winning both spells failed. In fact, many girls who love to clean can't stand the bird droppings and feathers. Before breakfast is over, they left the auditorium halfway through and went back to their common room to take a shower and change clothes. Of course, there was fat chicken predator Elena. Hermione and Hannah had no trouble in this regard. After carefully avoiding the owl feces on the ground, the three separated by the inner door of the auditorium. Elena, are you really not with us? Little Hannah, with a blushing face, looked at Elena eagerly, and asked again somewhat unwillingly. Professor Dumbledore is still waiting in the office. He wants to check my body. You don't want me to have any sequelae of the curse, do you? Elena squeezed Hannah's blushing little cheek a little harder, smiled and shook her head. Just when he left the auditorium, Dumbledore used the sound transmission magic to remind her once, and asked Elena to wait patiently for the guide to the principal's office at the entrance of the auditorium. There is no doubt that the old carrot has mastered it. The fact that she is crazy about the road. Snapped. Recovered, Hermione. Turning her head, Elena took a look at little Hermione, who was still a little distracted, snapped her fingers to draw the girl's attention. The smile on her face closed, and she said solemnly, "During the time I was away, everyone in the first grade asked you. In fact, you did a good job yesterday. I leave the food reserve to you. If there is any situation that cannot be dealt with, please write to me immediately." Letter. Don't worry, Elena. Just leave it to me, let alone Harry and Draco to help. Hearing Elena's words, Hermione's originally ruddy face couldn't help but blush again. She folded her arms around her chest as if she was holding a book, and nodded very seriously. Hermione's little Lolita's serious and cute look is matched with the girl's current look, and she has almost the same lethal power as of Elena couldn't help raising her hand, and was about to wipe some oil with her hand. Suddenly, Miss Elena Castellana, it's time to leave. Professor Dumbledore is already waiting for you in the office. A husky and unpleasant man's voice came from the side of the hall. A thin man with a rickety back, about 50 or 60 years old, looked at Elena up and down, grinned, showing jagged yellow teeth, in an unkind manner, said, "I don't think you want to try Hogwarts punishment measures for students who are late, right?" Argus Filch, the administrator of Hogwarts, in other words, is the judgant of this magic school. Well, not every discipline committee member of the magic school is a beautiful or handsome school idol. Filch is a dumb gun, from a wizarding family but can't make magic. This situation also contributed to his terrible behavior and hatred towards the little wizards to a certain extent. In fact, before Umbridge came to Hogwarts, all the students recognized that the most annoying person was hanging around in the castle all day long, wondering how to catch the administrator Filch, who was punished by the students who violated disciplines. The only person in the whole school who would be friendly to him, apart from the professors, I am afraid that only the cat he raised, called Mrs. Loris, was a scrawny and dark grey coat called Fair by the students. Strange minions. Wow, I didn't pay attention yesterday. This is a Maine Coon cat. It's so beautiful. Following the stairs that Filch was moving up Hogwarts, Elena suddenly lit up. She knelt down and hugged the cat that didn't know where it came from and ran to Filch's side. Hey girl, I don't know what you are talking about. Let go of my Mrs. Loris. Filch, who was talking about how he would punish those students who violated disciplines, pounded horribly, turned his head, stared at Elena squatting on the ground, and said angrily, "It's so rare. Although it's abnormally thin, it is indeed a Maine Coon cat. The iconic tabby on the forehead, as well as black eye circles and lips. It's so beautiful." Ignoring Filch's emotions, Elena lightly touched Mrs. Loris' forehead, who was a little stiff in her arms, observed it carefully, nodded, and exclaimed again. She has raised a pet cat of this breed in her previous life, but the Maine Coon cat, one of the largest domesticated cats, rarely has such a thin appearance, so she didn't recognize it in the first time. For more Madame Loris and HP Series X, click here to expand. Yes, that's right. Of course Mrs. Loris is the best looking cat in the world. You don't need to tell me about this. Filch nodded proudly and knelt down to snatch his cat back from Eleanor's arms. And many more. Eleanor's eyes condensed, and a dexterous jump back to avoid Filch's hands, frowned and glanced at the corner of Mrs. Loris' mouth. You won't tell me, you actually fed her milk in the morning? Feed a cat to drink milk? Yes, there is no difference between Mrs. Loris and everyone in my eyes. She will eat whatever I eat. As if hitting a certain pain point, Filch shouted loudly, narrowed his eyes and threatened unhappily, "Little girl, I advise you to put down Mrs. Loris as soon as possible, otherwise I don't guarantee." Argus Filch. You bastard. Idiot. Elena glanced at the skinny Maine Coon cat in her hand, raised her volume subconsciously, and roared angrily with a voice 2 or 3 levels higher than Filch. The girl's voice was so loud that it even reached the ears of the students downstairs who had not left the auditorium. Everyone poked their heads out and looked up, and saw Elena Caslana holding her hands. Mrs. Loris, who was regarded as life by Filch, unwilling to be outdone with the terrifying and disgusting administrator Filch, confronted. You are fine." Startled by Eleanor's sudden momentum, Filch was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched violently. He stretched out his fingers into anger and pointed tremblingly at the little silver-haired witch in front of him. For so long, most of the students just complained or complained a little secretly, like this little wizard who dared to insult him directly. Argus Filch was the first time he saw it. What are you referring to? Why are you still angry? In the sluggish eyes of all the little wizards, Elena Caslana stretched out her hand, slapped off Filch's outstretched finger, unwilling to show weakness, and forced a step forward, obviously only 1 meter's height, forced the old man to retreat subconsciously. Do you know that cats lack the enzymes that digest lactose? Moreover, the protein molecules in milk are so large that they cannot be absorbed at all. Once they drink milk, they are prone to suffer from lactose intolerance, vomiting or diarrhea. Case. Looking at Filch with a blank face, Elena suddenly realized that this knowledge is too advanced for a person in the magic world, and waved her hand a little violently. In other words, if it wasn't for your good physique, Mrs. Loris would almost be killed by your bastard. This is a Maine Coon cat. A normal Maine Coon cat, no matter its coat color or body shape, is absolutely it's not what it looks like now. Open your eyes and see what you have done to this little thing. You know, the first kitten in Eleanor's family in the previous life was fed milk by her and almost died of diarrhea in the end. Therefore, when she saw this moment again, she was extremely excited. But, I obviously follow the book facing the plausible, well-founded Elena. Filch's momentum couldn't help but shake a little, and his lips were squirming. Nothing but, listen, as long as your Mrs. Loris is still a normal cat, not a strange magical animal, then even if Mr. Newt's commander said in front of him that the cat should be fed milk, I dare to spit him to death by a spit star and a spit star. Goo. Chapter 103. Brew some goat milk powder. There are goats in the magic world, right? Or just feed it with water. It's the same as what you eat yourself. Do you think you are a cat? Cats are carnivores, and the source of energy is fat and protein. In other words, cats cannot get energy from food eaten by humans. No energy. You can give her eggs, but be careful not to give her the egg whites. Pig liver, chicken liver, like eating and being able to eat, are two different things. Potassium cyanide also tastes like almonds. Feeding cat organs for a long time will make her lack calcium and cause walking disorders. Dried fish, nori. Of course you can't eat it often. The large amount of minerals in it can cause urethral stones in cats. Oh my god, what are you thinking about? Fortunately, you don't like chocolate, otherwise I might not see poor Mrs. Loris. Between the floors of Hogwarts Castle, the girl's crisp voice echoed. Finding a reason, after snatching Mrs. Loris from Filch's arms, Elena slapped the Maine Coon cat in her hand with satisfaction, while spreading to the Hogwarts commissioner about cat keeping. Scientific common sense. As a severe cat sucker, without Elena showing too much evidence to prove it, Filch has quickly realized that the silver-haired witch in front of him is obviously an insight and rank far higher than his. Rank shovel officer, the old administrator can clearly distinguish that Elena's love for Mrs. Loris is not fake. If in other respects, Filch might still be angry, but when it comes to Mrs. Loris, who he regards as a relative, and the rearing problem due to some of his misunderstandings, he was sprayed with a spit on the star, Argus Filch, and wiped his face. Instead, he stared at him. Smiling faces surrounded Elena and kept asking for more knowledge. Moreover, from Elena's many casual answers, Filch has also been confirmed in almost all of his breeding experience. For example, he had always believed that the reasons for Mrs. Loris's daily diarrhea were those nasty of students. In fact, Filch knew very well that if it weren't for Madame Pomfrey's superb medical spell, his Madame Loris might have been gone. Glancing at Argus Filch, who was full of seriousness and almost took out a notebook to take notes, Elena's mouth raised up secretly, planning. Whether you want to search for food in Hogwarts Castle, or ransack other common rooms every other time, or even go around the castle and set up barbecue stalls, what Elena first needs to face is the ubiquitous style. Commissioner Mr. Filch. As a dumb canon who cannot use magic, apart from magic, what the lonely Filch needs most is not the condescending help and sympathy from other wizards, but a communication partner who can resonate with him on certain things. There is no doubt that Mrs. Loris is the best communication bridge. As long as she can help Filch make this skinny kitten fat and fat, Elena feels that she can even raise a bonfire at the highest observatory in Hogwarts without the need for an invisibility cloak to help everyone kind of plants and animals with cold bodies to keep warm. Of course, the only problem that arises at the moment is, Mr. Filch, did we walk through the intersection ahead? Elena frowned and said in confusion, Ms. Castellana, you probably read it wrong. You know, many scenes in Hogwarts look similar. The smile on Filch's face froze, and he coughed embarrassingly, trying to keep his composure. Didn't Professor Dumbledore say that the kid couldn't remember the way? But, as far as I know, the distance from the first floor to the 8th floor should have been the long ago. Obviously, in order to extend the time to be able to communicate with Elena as much as possible, the administrator who served as the guide for Elena, based on his familiarity with the castle, planned a fairly remote path to visit. Elena sighed, and if this continues, God knows if that hot-hearted old carrot will use the topic to make use of it. I don't know why. The ominous premonition in her heart becomes more and more obvious as time goes by. Turning around, the girl looked at Zoogush's Commissioner of Discipline and said seriously, Mr. Filch, you don't need to worry at all. I have to study here for 7 years. Then, when I am free, I will go to the office on the first floor to look for you. You also take advantage of this time to sort out how about Mrs. Loris's situation and the confusion encountered during her breeding. I will answer them together at that time. How about?" While talking, the silver-haired girl flicked her hair, held the cat in her arms, and walked forward. "Right, that's also good." A touch of unnaturalness flashed across Filch's face, who was pierced by his mind. He scratched his thin hair, smirked, and tilted his head behind his back. "Ahem, don't go any further. Go from here. We have gone the other way." After getting Elena's promise, Filch did not delay any more time, and led the girl briskly through the various passages hidden in the castle. It was not until this time that Elena discovered that the two had been there before. Sloshing between the third floor, before a certain loser remembered the specific path, almost dazzling, Elena found that she had reached the 8th floor of the castle and walked up, not far from the monster stone statue in front of the principal's office. "Sizzle honey candy." Filch cleared his throat and spoke clearly. The stone statue stepped aside, revealing the corridor hidden behind the wall. "Here, there is the principal's office inside. I have to clean up the wall debris scattered on the ground floor." While talking, Filch stretched out his hand and took Mrs. Loris from Elena. Thinking of the job he was about to face, his face was a little ugly. "If you let me know who the culprit is, I swear to take his intestines, pull it out and wrap it around your neck, then hang it in the dungeon. Anyway, Madame Pomfrey is here, as long as she doesn't die!" !! vertical bar underscore. Elena, who was reluctantly touching Mrs. Loris' head, trembled, and her arms paused in the air. "Oh, don't worry. Don't be afraid. I heard that you are a good boy. Thanks to your persuading the students on both sides, you didn't let these little lunatics continue to fight." Filch glanced at Elena happily, showing yellow teeth, and barely squeezing out a smile. Yes, it should be, it's just a small effort." Elena swallowed, turned around and ran into the corridor quickly, knocking on the door of the room. The door opened immediately, and Dumbledore looked at Elena with a big smile. "Ah, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I just heard that someone had an appointment for a fair and just game when they were in the auditorium in the morning. Sorry, I went wrong." Without any hesitation, Elena turned and ran. Vertical bar. "Oh," Dumbledore shook his head helplessly, smiled softly, and moved his wand lightly forward. "All petrochemical, ? Goo. Chapter 131, A place where you can never escape. Cut. This is another trick. Almost at the moment Dumbledore's voice sounded, Elena, as if she had expected it a long time ago, lay down on the ground without an image, successfully evading the petrified curse over her head. Since failing to escape in the Slytherin common room a month ago, these days, Elena has already simulated in her mind the emergency plan after countless troubles again. In the snake and badger match in the morning, more Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue. Chapter 131, The place where you can never escape. The chapter says thousands of editions is being hit. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 132, Dumbledore's decision. Mobius the ring? What is that? Seeing the little silver-haired witch with an expression of "I have seen the truth" in front of him, Dumbledore, who was about to say something, was taken aback and couldn't help asking curiously. After carefully observing Dumbledore's expression, a smile appeared in Elena's eyes after confirming that it was not a fake. "Do not understand?" Of course, if you don't understand, it's right. If Dumbledore really completed his transfer from wizard to mathematician, then the Hogwarts course would not be what it is now, and a simple chicken and rabbit cage problem would not be as much as Ravenclaw's little wizard stood in the door. Since she can use the Lie Group P8 proposed more than 100 years ago to resist Dumbledore's panic, she uses the Mobius ring, which also came from more than 100 years ago, to divert the attention of the elderly. Naturally, it is more easy to come by, as one of the important basic theories of geometric topology formed in the 19th century. The circle of Mobius, known as the magical phenomenon of the real world, can be compared to the obscure liquidate in its form of expression. There are too many people. As Socrates once said, mathematics can lead the soul to truth. And what Elena, who failed to escape, needs to do now is to direct Dumbledore's attention from the trivial student fights to the infinite temptation of the truth of the world. Perhaps you are a little unfamiliar with this name, but after listening to my explanation, you will find Elena cleared her throat, smiled sweetly, and said with ease, her delicate face exuded a breath of love and affection. Before she could finish speaking, the wand in Dumbledore's hand suddenly lit up. Close and speak, Oskai. An indescribable magical mosaic was instantly sealed on Elena's lips like tape, blocking the rest of her words back, leaving only a whimper of unknown meaning. Oh, dear Miss Caslana, we can discuss this issue later. In Dumbledore's long life experience, there are no more than 5 people who can compare with Elena in terms of sophistry and eloquence alone. If you count the girls of the lineage blessing, Elena, who is currently only 10 years old, may already be in the top 3. According to the experience of the elderly, when encountering such a situation, the most sensible way is to try not to give the other person a chance to speak, otherwise the topic will easily be biased towards strange places unknowingly. Elena's eyes widened for an instant, and she stared at the old wizard in front of her in disbelief. This seems to be different from the script she had expected. Anyhow, give her a chance to show math and logic. Logic first. This is like when playing werewolf killing. It is uncomfortable for the werewolf to explode himself into the night before he has time to say it. Obviously this method of flicking has been successful the last time, and besides, in her eyes, Dumbledore's previous expression was clearly also interested. This time the situation suddenly changed. As if hearing Elena's heartfelt voice, Dumbledore blinked playfully, and playfully imitated the tone of a certain white-haired dumpling a few minutes ago. How do you say it? The same move, for it doesn't work for me. Looking at the nasty face in front of her, the muted Elena let out a series of furious whimpers, and sat on the small sofa in Dumbledore's office. Can't run away, can't beat and beat, no reinforcements will come to rescue her? The only possibility of turning over is blocked. The most important thing is that this pesky old radish is still ridiculing. As a respected principal, Dumbledore actually took the initiative to ridicule. If it weren't for the fact that the strength gap between the two sides was too large, all her physical attacks might have caused some weird curses to counteract, and Elena even planned to rush to bite people directly. So, what Miss Grey heard is really true. You really instigated Marcus Flint and Cedric Diggory to make another private appointment with the two colleges. Fight? Dumbledore glanced at the little Lolita who had suddenly fainted and stopped silently. The last fluke in his heart finally dissipated. Originally he was still holding a trace of Miss Grey, which may have only heard part of the content, which caused a misunderstanding. Hope. Miss Grey? The resident ghost of Ravenclaw? The former Lady Helena Ravenclaw? Elena, who was still sullenly guessing who was telling Dumbledore, flashed a glimpse in her eyes. It seems that the conversation in front of the auditorium hall that morning was heard by Helena, who happened to pass by. Unexpectedly, the ghost would have the habit of making small reports. Maybe after some time, she needs to bring her math textbooks to the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, and help the Bronze Eagle ring to update and supplement the question bank, such as cows eating grass, pumping water, and flying between two trains. The flying owl. After all, if the chickens and rabbits are always monotonous in the same cage, they would look down on the smart and curious Ravenclaws too much. While Elena was thinking, Dumbledore, who was standing in the center of the office, took a deep breath, and looked at her with a headache and looked obediently on the sofa, as if she was in a daze about being caught by the little girl who violated discipline. Dumbledore perspective. Oh, mortgage the school, threaten the sorting hat, physical training, ransack the kitchen, fish blackfish, gang fights in the college. The old man sighed heavily, cocked his fingers and counted one by one. with a deep sense of exhaustion in his voice. Since the school's first owl that sent the school start notice this year mysteriously disappeared, Dumbledore felt that the stable world he knew was gone forever. Dumbledore discovered that in the past few months, he has sighed and anxiously increased more often than in previous decades. Dumbledore looked at the culprit responsible for all of this and fell into a moment of silence. Just when Elena noticed that the atmosphere was wrong and thought that the old man was about to be on fire, she subconsciously tightened her muscles and was ready to escape at any time. Dumbledore waved his hand weakly to lift the forbidden spell cast on Elena, walked to the sofa and squatted slowly, sighed again, and reached out to touch the girl's head. "Sorry, Elena, I need to give you an explanation," Dumbledore said. "Explain the mistake an old man made. I want to understand now, all my worries, and the way I have been trying to make you different from others." The same thoughts as children show signs of aging. People are always afraid of an uncontrollable future. But if as an educator, you will feel resistance and panic because of the talents that children show to surpass themselves, then the sin can be great. And it seems that they have been deliberately avoiding this question. The nascent sun was rising, and the light shone on Dumbledore through the window, on his silver eyebrows and beard, and on the deep wrinkles of his face. "I have decided I will teach you myself, about magic and about the world, all the knowledge I have." "Sorry, there is only one chapter today." Determined to sort out the plot, can't keep dragging, write a little thing for a long time. Good night, I'm sorry. Chapter 133 The Problem of Elena's Principles. The so-called education means that one person influences another person. This kind of influence is comprehensive and profound. The level of book knowledge and achievement is just a very unimportant part of it. The real result of education is usually what is left after a person has forgotten all that he has learned in school. On this point, Dumbledore gradually understood it after teaching students for more than 10 years. "You taught me magic yourself?" "Really?" Elena raised her head suspiciously. "If we say that the current magical world only talks about the level of strength, Dumbledore's identity as the first person will still be somewhat questioned." "So, the first person to talk about the current level of magic teaching, except Albus Dumbledore, no one can afford this title." However, considering that the two successive Dark Lords had a close connection with Dumbledore, and that Elena, she was indeed a bit sharp-edged in order to snatch this big cake from the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Therefore, Elena can understand Dumbledore's precautions and reservations for her before this. After all, Dumbledore's body and energy are already not as good as before. Even in the face of a weak, helpless, and particularly cute foodie like her, the old man will be worried in case a more terrible demon is cultivated again. Then he might really become a sinner in the entire magical world. After reconfirming that Dumbledore's expression was indeed not joking, the angry expression on Elena's face was instantly wiped out. Although I don't know why Dumbledore suddenly figured it out, it is good news for her as long as she can learn magic in advance. After experiencing the confrontation in the morning, Elena hopes to master a few simple spells as soon as possible, so that at least she doesn't have to fight like a berserker when she is in danger. "Spicy, oh no, Professor Dumbledore, you said earlier." Elena couldn't wait to drew out her wand and held it in her hand, looking at Dumbledore with bright eyes. "Where do we first start to learn, spell or transformation?" As far as she knows, Dumbledore has served as a professor of defense against the dark arts and transfiguration for a long time before taking over the post of principal, and these two contents happen to be the most direct sections of the external manifestation of magic. Not yet. Dumbledore shrugged his shoulders, paused for a moment, and continued without waiting for Elena to ask. "Actually, according to my original plan, I want to use this time to let you learn how to protect yourself from various spells as much as possible." "Actually, in terms of how to deal with evil curses, I helped you choose a special teacher. In my opinion, he is a more suitable candidate than me. However, whether he is willing, and the follow-up specific class format, we still need to wait for Fox to come back." "Just got it." A new teacher?" The smile on Elena's face narrowed slightly, and she looked around. Speaking of it, since she entered the office today, she has indeed not seen Fox. Did she send the letter? But is there really a professional who is more suitable than Dumbledore to fight the curse? Elena frowned, recalled carefully that the plot of the original story had begun to be somewhat blurred, and there was a strong reluctance on her face. According to this standard, the only eligible candidate in the Order of the Phoenix seems to be the Mad-Eye Moody with its own perspective function, and the whole world is in front of him with 4K HD uncensored uncles. If you want to sort the magic items in the world of Harry Potter, Moody's magic eye that can see through the invisibility cloak, one of the 3 holy artifacts of death, can definitely rank in the top 10. Elena has no doubts about Moody's magical strength. After all, in terms of hard power, the curse confrontation experienced by Moody, the older in the magic world, is really not much worse than Dumbledore. It's just that Elena suddenly feels uncomfortable at the thought of needing to be under that guy's gaze for a long time. Can you change it, Professor Dumbledore? In my eyes there is no more suitable wizard than you. The girl smiled and looked at Dumbledore, stood up, embraced the old man's arm with both hands and shook it. Dumbledore looked helplessly at Elena with a reluctant face, and subconsciously twitched his arm. No twitch. Since he became headmaster of Hogwarts, there has never been a little wizard who would hold his arm so courageously and act coquettishly. Although it has always been recognized as the most popular principle, most students usually dare not even take the initiative to say a word to him. And like this relaxed scene of chatting with students alone, in Dumbledore's memory, it seems that it has been many, many years ago, when he was still a school professor. To be precise, the current scene is slightly different from the chat with students back then, as if it was. As he thought about it, Dumbledore glanced softly at the white-haired ball hanging on his arm, and rubbed her hair helplessly. If the gentleman refused, then naturally I will teach you when the time comes. Oh, all right. But, what am I doing now? In a daze. After receiving Dumbledore's promise, seeing that there was no way to make more progress, Elena curled her lips. Of course not. While we are waiting for a response, we can still do something meaningful. Dumbledore smiled slightly and pointed to the wooden desk at the end of the room. The desk and the floor were full of various envelopes. Look, you can write the envelope for me. Dumbledore blinked and said to Elena happily, as if it was such a fun entertainment. Professor Dumbledore, Daddy Benite has taught me from an early age that I have to do my own things. Besides, as far as I know, there are many bad guys in the magical world who might attach some strange objects or spells to the envelope. So, glancing roughly at the pile of envelopes stacked higher than hers, Elena carefully glanced at the gently faced old man, and said seriously, "Right. Then they'll change the argument. In view of Miss Caslana's disciplinary behavior in the auditorium in the morning, your confinement period will start from now, and the content of the confinement will be the transcription envelope." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, as if already prepared, nodded expertly and replied, "Of course, you don't need to worry. I will write and check the content of the letter separately. All you need to do is to copy the corresponding address and recipient." No matter what you say, Professor Dumbledore, this is not going to work. Personal letters are very important. No matter what you say, I will not touch other people's letters. This is matter of principle. Elena waved her hand, and quickly stepped back, refusing with a firm face. Although I am not old, I am actually quite a principled patter. Perhaps the movement was too large, and a thick parchment envelope fell from Elena, and the two people looked at the ground at the same time, only to see a line written on the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore received. A fairly principled. Dumbledore blinked and looked at the little Lolita in front of him with a smile. Dumbledore, Elena, degrees A degrees. Chapter 134 The Missing Phoenix. On the other side, Hogwarts Forest Farm. Everyone, keep your magical posture. Keep your head up and your feet together. Very well, that's it. We will rest for another quarter of an hour. In order to defend our rights, Elena is still checking the body in the principal's office, but you start crying tired after a little bit of fatigue. Aren't you ashamed? Hermione and Hannah face all the little wizards side by side, standing at the forefront of the queue, leading the various movements of the magic gesture that Elena said yesterday, while staring back and forth between the little wizards with stern eyes. Hovering. Harry, do you know how Granger is irritated? How do you feel more fierce than Sister Elena? Draco Malfoy elbows his friend next to him and asked in a low voice. How do I know? Not only Hermione. Don't you think Hannah is also very abnormal? Noting the gaze in front of him, Harry hurriedly straightened his back and replied with a bitter face. As soon as the training started this morning, Hannah took a bunch of Hufflepuff freshmen to educate all the little wizards who didn't obey the arrangement won by Annie on the Hogwarts Express with Elena. This education method is exactly the same. Even Ron, who was once one of the Moonlight Eight, was beaten by Hermione and Hannah personally for questioning the intensity of training, let alone a little wizard. Hannah, am not surprised. Harry, you haven't seen it. How terrible is Hufflepuff with Sister Elena's hair? Draco Malfoy, who was still slightly red and swollen on his forehead, looked complicated to say. As the first group of Slytherin warriors dead, he was naturally included in the little wizard sequence defending the common room, and he was the bravest group after all. In terms of the corpse position, he almost penetrated into the belly of the Hufflepuff camp. After Hufflepuff's active reconciliation, many senior Slytherin sisters had a lot of affection for him, and even Slytherin Captain Marcus, who had never looked at him at all, took the initiative to come over. He patted him on the shoulder. Needless to say, Draco understood the reason why Lena knocked him into a stun after a little thought, so that, no matter the victory or defeat, he would not be left out by Slytherin College. I heard a little bit. It is said that Marcus from your college and Cedric from Hufflepuff both wanted to confess their eldest sister, and then they fought directly. Is that really the case? Harry's lips moved. After moving, I couldn't wait to get some more detailed information from Draco. Of course not. The eldest sister is because of me. Draco Malfoy shook his head, his voice subconsciously a little louder, and said guiltily. In an instant, two sharp eyes met Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter from the front. Draco, Harry, don't whisper. X2. Hermione and Hannah's voices came over immediately. The two little boys who were talking in a low voice shuddered, shut their mouths quickly, and stood up straight. Cut. Not far away, Ron, who happened to hear the conversation between the two, let out a low chuckle. Malfoy, you are dreaming again. How could the big sister be because of you? Ron. Hermione narrowed her eyes displeasedly and snorted coldly. For a moment, everyone was silent. Looking around the little wizards standing in front of them, Hermione and Hannah exchanged a tired look. They started to understand the responsibility and pressure of Elena, who stood in this position before. When you say and do when you can influence and guide a large group of people, you must work hard to become convincing. Outside the crowd, the tall and burly Hagrid looked at the group of first-year students who were more obedient than yesterday, rubbing his hands in embarrassment, and suddenly felt that the meaning of his existence was only to help everyone solve the food problem. The giant thought for a while, silently walked back to his hut, took down the big net on the roof and carried it on his shoulders, carried the dry bread used to feed the mutant fish in his arms, step by step towards the sparkling light. Walk on the edge of the Black Lake. After all, everyone is working hard, and as an instructor, he can't do nothing. I don't know how Elena is now. It's just a curse confrontation between a group of students. How can I get hurt so badly? But since Professor Dumbledore is in charge of the examination and treatment, there should be no problem. Professor, isn't your phoenix lost? Or was it caught halfway by some bad wizard? Time flies like a snail, and Elena feels as if she has returned to the last day of each summer vacation in her previous life. The envelope written to Lovegood's family has long been secretly mixed in the pile of letters to be sent, and the sense of anticipation for the upcoming incident at Lovegood's family is gradually waning over time. Elena shook her sore hand. She felt that she had been writing at least for nearly 2 hours, but the owl letters were still appearing continuously, and the letters in the office showed almost no signs of decreasing. Even if the person Dumbledore invited did not live in the UK, it would have been long ago to fly back at the speed of the Phoenix. Don't worry, the Phoenix is a magical creature with extraordinary magical power. They can dedicate themselves bravely and selflessly, but also know how to wisely avoid all kinds of potential dangers. Dumbledore, who was seriously replying to the letter, put down his pen, shook his head, and said with a smile, "There is an ancient legend in his family. Long ago, a certain ancestor of the Wizard of Dumbledore family made a contract with a phoenix. When the descendants of the family need help, the phoenix will appear by his side. Unless Dumbledore dies, Phoenix will not leave easily. For decades, even in the most dangerous and turbulent times of the magical world, Phoenix Fox has done all the early warning and communication work loyally and perfectly. Well, I think it might be a difficult decision. After all, of the three things that your new teacher hates most, one is a child and the other is a teacher." Dumbledore thought after thinking about it. The tone was not so firm and added, "However, I think if it was my request, he would agree to it. Actually, I hope he refuses." Elena stood up and moved her sore shoulders, looked around the office, paused, and asked a little embarrassedly, "Well, by the way, Professor, do you know the nearest bathroom? How do you go?" "Don't worry, I won't take the opportunity to run away. It doesn't need to be too far. It's next to the bedroom in the attic." Dumbledore pointed to the wooden staircase at the back of the office study, next to the pile of bookshelves. Like Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore's room is also connected to the office, and there is no separate living room in the castle. "Well, thank you." The moment Elena walked up the stairs and disappeared on the first floor of the office, a firelight quietly appeared in Dumbledore's sight. Phoenix Fox looked around cautiously, blinked his big bright eyes, and handed a letter to the old man. Creak. There was a sound of footsteps on the wooden ladder upstairs. The fired beautiful big bird opened its eyes, drank a few sips of water next to the bird stand, and then with a light slap, it disappeared into the room again in Dumbledore's weird look. Chapter 135 The Castle of Numengard. Unexpectedly, is it because of this reason? Dumbledore rubbed his eyebrows reluctantly, and if he had time later, he should try his best to resolve the misunderstanding between Fox and Elena, and it would not be the answer to this. Moreover, as far as he knows, in many ancient legends in the magic world, there are many wizards who speculate that there is a mysterious blood connection between the phoenix and the ver who can transform into a firebird. Old Man. Hogwarts on the Bite of the Tongue. Chapter 135 Numengard Castle. After the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Chapter 136 The Shadow and the Future. Numengard Castle. After decades of gloomy imprisonment, the entire castle has long lost its luxury and splendor. The floor of the hall was covered with a thick layer of dust, and the original floor tile pattern underneath could not be seen clearly. The corners were covered with cobwebs and moss. The floor-to-ceiling windows that were once inlaid with stained glass became grey and leaked through a large hole. Wreckage. The carved bronze chandelier hanging on the roof has not been lit for a long time. Elena can only pass the huge dirty dining table in the middle of the hall and the solid wood high-back chair with the decorations removed. Imagine the incredible aura of Grindelwald who swept the entire magical world back then. Let's go. Don't be in a daze. Dumbledore looked around the dilapidated scene with complicated expressions, patted Elena on the shoulder, and motioned for her to follow. The two followed the stone steps on the left side of the castle's foyer that connected the iconic outer tower of Numengard all the way up. Finally, I came to a dilapidated wooden door. There was no lock or magic protection on the door. It only needs a light push to open it. This is the most powerful black wizard ever set up for himself. Without noticing any magical movement, the concealed wooden door opened silently, and an old voice came from behind the door. "Albus, you are getting slower and slower. Even without Phoenix, you waste too much time on the road." The room is not very spacious. The only light source comes from the skylight above. A faint light spills from the window, and small dust is flying in the long and narrow beam of light. Hidden behind the beam of light, the owner of the castle, Gellert Grindelwald, leaned against the cold wall. He did not look at the door, but stared at the skylight, making it difficult to see the look in his eyes. After all, so many years have passed. We are all old. You know, I am 110 years old this year. Dumbledore shrugged, admitted openly, and took a deep look at Grindelwald, who was sitting in the corner in ragged clothes. Gellert Grindelwald's body has been very weak after years of self-imprisonment in the castle of Numungard. The old wizard's thin and shriveled body was like a skeleton, and his face began to look like a skeleton. His eyes were sunken in the sockets, and his teeth were almost lost. Almost no one would believe that the scrawny old wizard in front of him was the leader who was almost fascinated by half of the European magic world. Both men and women, Gellert Grindelwald. Aging is not terrible. What's terrible is that the things that I predicted back then are gradually becoming reality. You should have noticed it. The Ministry of Magic is becoming more and more cowardly and incompetent. In our time, like this, the farce and compromise will never exist. Grindelwald shook his head, let out a sneer, and moved his eyes from the high skylight to Dumbledore. Elena, standing behind Dumbledore, keenly noticed that there were several newspapers and magazines spread out beside Grindelwald's bed. If she reads it right, the top one seems to be the latest version of Singing Devil that she just watched this morning. But there are many things that are different from what you imagined. The time left for us is still quite sufficient. 50 years have passed, and the balance between the non-magical world and the magical world has not been broken. This shows that the wizards still maintain their countermeasures. Effective. Dumbledore smiled softly, stepped forward and picked up the spread The Contradictory, carefully looked at the terrible cartoon on the cover with interest, raised his eyebrows and smiled. As for this, maybe I should send Mr. Lovegood a card of my chocolate frog. To be honest, I almost didn't recognize me. I have read the content of the article. The contract itself has not been leaked, but it just happens to be I guessed it in some places. Oh, I hope it has nothing to do with me anyway. Grindelwald gave Dumbledore a non-committal glance, and took the initiative to end the topic. The first generation of Dark Lord looked past Dumbledore and fell on the little silver hoard witch standing by the door, with a touch of undisguised impatience and disgust on her face. Why does this nasty little girl come to my castle? I think I have expressed it very clearly in my reply, and I refuse. Grindelwald obviously has no good feelings about Elena Castellana, who has already met for the second time. He has never seen such a sharp-toothed and disturbing little wizard. The scene was a month ago. The fierce negotiation and dialogue are still stuck in his heart like a fishbone that can't be spit out. Listen, Albus, I'll say it again. Grindelwald took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Dumbledore, and said seriously, the thing I hate the most in this world is children. The second thing I hate is to teach mediocrities, and the third thing I hate is repetition. Reject one thing. Unfortunately, your previous request accounted for all of the above. I refused. Professor Dumbledore, you are a big liar. You obviously don't want to hearing Grindelwald's answer. Elena's eyes widened, staring incredulously in front of her in a Star Wizard robe. The headmaster of his tone was exceptionally angry. She had never thought that the principal of Hogwarts, an old man 100 years older than her, would actually behave like an old and disrespectful and even ignorant little girl. Ahem. With an awkward expression on Dumbledore's face, he turned around and touched Elena's head, and said in a childlike voice, well, Elena, wait at the door first. Let me talk to Gellert alone again. If it doesn't work, we'll go back. Really? Elena glanced suspiciously at the white-beard grandfather in front of him. According to her experience, most of the white-beard grandfather's credibility does not seem to be that reliable. It's true. But don't go far. After all, there may be some remaining magical protection in the castle. Dumbledore nodded, exhorting. I see. Stay where you are, Patter. Dumbledore saw the girl's figure disappear behind the wooden door, took out his wand and tapped it lightly. A magical sheen flashed in the dim room, and an invisible soundproof barrier bound the sound in the room. It seems that you value this kid very much. It's not like the Albus Dumbledore I know. No wonder you would come to Newmangood Castle in person after refusing. If it weren't for even there is some doubt that that girl is your illegitimate daughter or granddaughter. Gellert Grindelwald frowned complicatedly at seeing Dumbledore's look very different from usual. He could clearly distinguish the extra patience that Dumbledore had just shown. Caring, as if it was when facing his sister Arian, a bit similar to the expressions between relatives. Gellert, Dumbledore turned apologetically, looked around the narrow and dark room with only two people left, and the ragged Grindelwald. His lips trembling slightly. Enough, no matter what you want to say, it's not this. As if knowing what Dumbledore was about to say, Grindelwald waved his hand roughly and adjusted his sitting posture. There is nothing worthy of apology. I have heard enough these years. It's my own choice, and you should know it best. Now, let's just talk about that child. That one took place in 1945, and it was called the greatest wizarding duel of all time. But it was just an opportunity. Long before the duel, because of what he saw and heard, his views had begun to change. Dumbledore knew in his heart that there was only one curse that really defeated Grindelwald and imprisoned him on the tower of Newmangood Castle, and that sentence was engraved on the entrance of the castle for the greater good. Elena Castellana, that child, I saw your shadow from her, and of course my shadow, and something different from us. Dumbledore paused, and recalled the scene he had seen with Sensation Mind before. He looked at Grindelwald with a solemn expression, and his tone was extraordinarily determined. If I was only a little skeptical before, I am at least 90% sure now. As long as this child does not die halfway, then she is the future of the magic world for good or for bad. Breakout tomorrow. Ask for monthly ticket. Chapter 137, Gad. Future. Last month, you didn't have such a high evaluation of her. Could it be that something happened again? I guess. Did she secretly sell the Dumbledore family property? It's like selling Hogwarts. Glancing at Dumbledore, who was looking serious, Gellert Grindelwald stretched out his hand to cover the thin blanket on the bed on his knees, his tone full of gloat. That's not the case. Also, Hogwarts was not sold. It was just mortgaged. You can redeem it after expiration. Dumbledore shook his face and said extra serious corrections. Well, whatever you say. As a student who was expelled from Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Grindelwald was quite different from Dumbledore in his views on the so-called magic school. Therefore, even after hearing about Eleanor's mortgage of Hogwarts, his reaction was much calmer and indifferent than Dumbledore. After all, when his strength was at its peak, even if it were to destroy a Mole City, it was not a big deal, whether it is the Gringotts contract or the currency exchange rate. It seems to Grindelwald to be trivial merchant tricks. In front of the absolutely powerful strength and the boundless world, it is nothing more than a funny little cleverness when he swept the entire magical world. Wealth, such a handy thing, did not have anything in the eyes of Grindelwald and the stones on the side of the road. The difference, even if it weren't for this sharp-toothed little white-haired bastard who had to argue with him about the imaginary deduction of the war between the non-magical world and the magical world, he wouldn't have tried his best to help Dumbledore sign something. The unbreakable oath. Since this month, every time I think of this little guy's face, Grindelwald feels chest tightness. In his impression, even the most difficult international magic authorities were not so careless about some details. Every vow and every paragraph, as long as you are not careful, there is bound to be a trap waiting for him and Dumbledore. In short, take her away. You teach your students yourself, and I have done enough. Grindelwald waved his hand and said firmly, "Are you sure? The child's magical talent is no less inferior to her eloquence and cleverness." Dumbledore smiled slightly, as if he hadn't seen the resisting expression on Grindelwald's face, and pulled over the old wooden chair in the room to sit down slowly. She's only 10 years old now, and she has to wait until September of this year. She was only 11 years old after the 25th, but her magic power is now comparable to that of a 15 or 6-year-old child, even better than we were back then. Moreover, she only spent half a day without any exposure to magic. I learned by myself and mastered a complete light mantra at the textbook level. As a friend who has known each other for most of his life, just as Grindelwald knew about Dumbledore, Dumbledore, who was good at grasping people's hearts, knew nothing more about Grindelwald's preferences and interests. Although Grindelwald has always been highly self-centered, he has almost no interest and patience for those below himself, but he is particularly fond of those talented and intelligent people, and is very keen to establish close ties with them. Elena, who has a strong magical talent, is both for Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It is a very rare gem. Half a day? I wasn't so stupid. When I tried magic for the first time, I mastered 2 spells in less than half a day. Grindelwald shook his head disapprovingly. Compared to most little wizards, it is really good to learn magic for the first time, and to master a spell in only half a day, but it is only good. But Dumbledore paused, and there was an incredible look in his eyes. If during this half a day, she also taught the other 8 first-year students in the same compartment how to cast this spell, there is a considerable difference between learning mantras and teaching others to learn mantras. The number of outstanding wizards graduating from Hogwarts every year is not small, but there are very few wizards with teaching ability. Most wizards find it difficult to systematically and effectively teach others what they have learned. This is also the reason that has been restricting the enrollment of various schools in the magic world for a long time with extremely lack of teacher resources. Teach 8 classmates at the same time? Did you know how to win over your own small forces when you just enrolled? It's kind of interesting. Grindelwald raised his left eyebrow slightly and nodded thoughtfully. His focus was not much the same as Dumbledore's. The Lone Ranger may be a role model, but if you want to change the world, more than one person can do it. Not only that, she is growing much faster than I imagined, and her ability to instigate is much more terrifying than I imagined. Dumbledore sighed tiredly, rubbed his temples subconsciously, and said in a tired tone, "On the first day of enrollment, she tricked all first-year freshmen into looting our school's kitchen. Then the next morning, she directly caused the biggest student conflict between the 2 colleges since the establishment of Hogwarts. From grade 1 to grade 7, a whole number of little wizards participated in this gang fight." Having said this, Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald, who still seemed to be a little confused, and drew out his wand to shake in the air. "Forget it, you should feel it yourself." Memories reappear or election. A white light burst from the tip of the old man's wand, and then quickly spread into a shadowy light curtain. From the visual position, it seemed to be a student standing in the Hufflepuff common room. And in the center of the picture is Elena Caslana, who is surrounded by the fireplace. At this time, she was expounding her theory about the relationship between Hufflepuff and the honey badger. I am not asking you to hostile students from other colleges, nor am I trying to belittle the other 3 colleges. I just hope that everyone can face up to our own dignity and status. Hufflepuff College has never been inferior. If anyone still holds with such a wrong point of view, then I think some necessary force and resistance should be considered. With the girl's voice, more and more little wizards gathered, nodding their heads from time to time, thinking about her point of view. It feels a bit familiar. Dumbledore glanced at Gellert Grindelwald, who was beginning to look serious in front of him, and said softly that he had seen such a similar scene more than once, except that the protagonist was another white-haired man. So when he saw this scene through the mind of desire, Dumbledore's first thought was whether his student had inadvertently cast the Imperious Curse by Grindelwald. "What nonsense are you talking about?" as if seeing something disgusting. Grindelwald frowned heavily, and subconsciously retorted emotionally, "Hush, don't rush to the final conclusion, there will be more later." Dumbledore leaned forward, pressed Grindelwald's shoulder lightly, motioned him to look back, and while speaking, the wand in the old man's hand flicked again. Soon, the light and shadow in the air changed again, divided into several different perspectives, obviously not only from the memory of the same person. However, the scenes of the pictures are the same. They are all in a noisy and crowded underground tunnel. Even in the Wizarding War led by Grindelwald, such large-scale enchantment confrontation is relatively rare. After Dumbledore's deliberate selection and sorting, a white-haired dumpling that wandered the edge of the battlefield and appeared in the memory of different people from time to time, looked particularly conspicuous and eye-catching. First-year freshman, let's drag the fallen senior over the back. Here we need a resuscitation curse. If one fails, it will be repeated twice. You woke up, hurry up now. Did you see that? The Slytherin in that direction was particularly strong, and he fainted and prepared to shoot. What does it matter if the wand is missing? We cover you, and quickly leaned in to snatch the wand from their hand with a fist. Put down your wand and stop resisting. No one will get hurt again, believe me. Hufflepuff will always come with peace and kindness. Patter, patter, accompanied by the sound of magic wands falling in the last continuous light and shadow scene. All the reminiscence light curtains turned into a thin mist like bubbles in the air, gradually disappearing and dimming, and the whole room once again returned to the dim and quiet environment. Once again, Dumbledore, who had thoroughly sorted out the beginning and end of the whole incident, looked slightly blue, and his scattered understanding and concentrated observation were quite different. The most important thing is that he also saw the embryonic form of some more terrifying things. And Dumbledore finally understood why the idea of seeing Grindelwald had been circling in his mind. This is the army. No, to be precise, the prototype of the Wizarding Army. Before he knew it, Gellert Grindelwald was sitting upright, murmured, and some chaotic eyes seemed to flash with the neat rows of magical beams that he saw before. And the servants stood up and moved forward. Students who charge forward. For Grindelwald, who had thought about forming the corps of the dead or the corps of wizards more than once, the scene in front of him was not just a fight between a group of students. The sense of hierarchy and clear purpose displayed behind it are like poppies, exuding fatal temptation and beauty, making him unable to help but start to constantly recall those things in the past. Oh my God, Albus, you are such a devil. You know what, a baby came into your school. God. Is she really only 10 years old? Grindelwald grabbed the sparsely there was a weak moan in her hair, and she didn't even find a proper adjective for a while. Whether it is the judgment of the situation, the grasp of the timing, or even the analysis and guidance of the human heart, Grindelwald seemed to be looking in a mirror, seeing his own shadow clearly from the girl's body. So, your real purpose is to keep the child here, right? After a moment of silence, Grindelwald suddenly raised his head and looked at Dumbledore solemnly. I don't believe it. You will really rest assured that such a child will be handed over to me for teaching. Are you not afraid of a stronger black wizard in the magic world? You know, even a younger generation like Voldemort can make you embarrassed, let alone this kid. Except for Azkaban guarded by Dementors, if Dumbledore intends to imprison a certain person, then the castle of Newmangate, which is covered with various magical protections, is undoubtedly the most suitable place. Take this opportunity to exile Elena Caslana to this castle. From the oath, it did not hurt her life, and protected her perfectly, and the future of the magical world was also less of a potential threat. The only price was the need to sacrifice a person's future. No, we have discussed this point countless times before. After hesitating for a few seconds, Dumbledore shook his head resolutely and slowly, in order to achieve the right purpose. It is not a last resort. We must all insist on using the correct behavior, even if it is not so effective and controllable. While talking, Dumbledore raised his head and looked at Grindelwald in front of him, his eyes becoming more determined. From now on, at least, Elena didn't make any big mistakes in both the starting point and the result. If she is really to be confined, her only mistake is that she shouldn't have such a strong magical talent, and such a dazzling charisma and leadership qualities. But, however, Dazzling talents are always the luck of the times and should not be limited. All those who fear the future will be abandoned by the future. We should refuse to submit to all terms that attempt to destroy infinite possibilities. Grindelwald couldn't help grinning, and then Dumbledore's words continued, his eyes gradually brightening. He felt that he had suddenly returned to the Godric Valley many years ago, the starting point of two wizards with the same ideals and ambitions working together for the great goal of the future. As if affected by Grindelwald's emotions, Dumbledore's tone began to gradually become excited, fingers crossed on his knees, and nodded, "You're right, blindly closing and restricting knowledge, except for constantly, there is no benefit other than stimulating rebellious psychology and ignorance. Magic itself does not have a clear distinction between black and white, it is just a unique talent. At least it should not be like Voldemort, purely for dominance to kill. Voldemort, it's just an arrogant idiot. He doesn't even understand what he is doing." Grindelwald shook his head in disdain, and there was a hint of unconcealed contempt in his words and expression. Undoubtedly, whether it is magical attainments or the scope and breadth of influence on the entire wizarding world, Voldemort, who has explored himself only by the library collection, is obviously far less than Grindelwald, who has swept the entire magical world. However, Voldemort relied on his madness and his atmosphere of horror in the entire magical world, so that everyone unanimously ranked him in front of Grindelwald and became the most dangerous dark wizard in history. After all, this is a let alone oneself. The subordinate, even he dared to kill. A terrible existence that would never leave. Dumbledore shook his head and didn't talk more about Voldemort. He still didn't understand some of the weird things Voldemort showed. The old wizard stretched out his hand and took the initiative to hold Grindelwald's hands, looked into his eyes, and repeated for the third time today, "So, I again implore you to help me teach this child together. Whether it is good or bad, we will teach her completely, so that at least she can understand what she is doing." Wow, what a super big chapter. Popular science knowledge. Gadlert Gdelald plus Old Dumbledore. Chapter 138. Laux in Lao Turnip is gone. Seeking a monthly pass and asking for a chapter, saying that it's a big chapter again. Throughout the ages, whether it is in the East or the West, people have been particularly keen to arrange strengths in order of victory or defeat. A strange conclusion derived from this is that as long as anyone defeats number one in the world, then he is the new number one in the world. For example, the midlaners in the League of Legends that became popular around the world are always keen to challenge Faker. The greatest glory of the men's 100-meter athlete is to beat Bolt. For example, Albus Dumbledore. In fact, Dumbledore understands that the reason why he is recognized by the entire magical world as the most powerful wizard today is actually very simple, because he once defeated the magical world's predecessor first in the world Gellerheaden special Grindelwald. However, few people have thought carefully about what Gellert Grindelwald, as the former first man in the magic world, has become the insurmountable mountain that stood in front of all the wizards. The answer is simple. Because before losing to Dumbledore, Grindelwald had never lost in a Neon duel, and even afterwards people began to think that at least 20 experienced people are required to fight against Grindelwald. No, only 10 wizards are needed to subdue an adult fire dragon. While studying in Durmstrang, Grindelwald learned all kinds of war magic in a comprehensive way, so that his abilities can match his potential and become a confident, focused, organized and versatile wizard. Despite being able to use magic to cause great damage, Grindelwald is more willing to use traditional and formal methods to fight against his opponents and defeat them with a fairer battle. Use magic to easily counterattack, consume their will, and let them fear their powerful power before taking revenge. Grindelwald's strength is obvious. In order to become the master of the old wand, he can quickly stun Grigovic. As a young man, he was able to duel with Albus and Aberforth Dumbledore on his own. During the disguise as Percival Graves, he won every Neon duel, was able to easily subdue Newt Scamander and Tina Goldstein, and could even easily compete with multiple trainers. The era fights for the American magic capital. According to Dumbledore, Grindelwald will always be the most powerful and experienced duel in the world. In order to let the white-haired dumpling, who is always in trouble everywhere, can grow into a qualified wizard safely, healthily, Dumbledore has thought about it, and Grindelwald is undoubtedly the top. The assigned teacher is selected. After all, Grindelwald is arguably the most experienced wizard in how to deal with all kinds of dark magic and other forces in the magic world. For Dumbledore, he would rather see the news that Elena knocked out 3 senior students alone than to see Elena lead Hufflepuff to destroy Slater again. In such a situation. In short, you don't want to bring your precious knowledge of magic into the grave, do you? How to learn magic correctly and efficiently, how to protect yourself and knock down enemies under the spell. I will never be as good as you in these 2 points. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald in silence, and couldn't help adding another fire. Well, what you said seems to make sense. Grindelwald suddenly raised his head, looked at Dumbledore carefully, his eyes calmed down again. However, there is still a fatal loophole in your statement. Only 5 days' time is completely meaningless. Even if she is genius, she can only popularize the most basic magic knowledge. I will bring her here every weekend and holiday thereafter. And during school, I can also teach through letters. Dumbledore was taken aback, and then replied without thinking, Albus. Grindelwald straightened his feet, pressed his back against the wall, let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction, and said slowly, Do you think him too old to tell which sentence you are lying? The answer just now is obviously just a response you came up with temporarily. As for your purpose, wrong. He squinted his eyes thoughtfully, and Grindelwald rubbed his chin. A touch of anger appeared on his face. If I guess right, the most fundamental purpose of you bastard is to let me help you take the baby. Absolutely not. Dumbledore smiled gently and shook his head. Come on, I know you too well. You have never been good at lying. Whenever you are exposed, this is the smile. Grindelwald waved his hand mercilessly and looked at the wrinkled old face in front of him. Somehow, a sudden irritation surged in his heart and his voice fell cold. Where do you think I am? Hogwarts nursery or nursery? Gellert. Get out. Grindelwald said indifferently, raising his finger to point out the door. Well, since you resist so much, I won't force you anymore. After taking a serious look at Grindelwald's expression, Dumbledore nodded helplessly after knowing that there was no room for relaxation, took the initiative to compromise, thought for a while, and said softly, However, at least tell that kid a little bit about your stories. You know, since reading your deeds in books, Elena has been particularly interested in the world outside the British magical world, and even mentioned after the 4th grade, I want to visit the American magic world where you were once active. Is it about posing as Percival Graves in America? The corner of Grindelwald's mouth twitched proudly, revealing a happy memory. Yes, that group of stupid and old-fashioned guys were played around by me. If it weren't for Newt's annoying magical creatures, they wouldn't even have the ability to touch my clothes. For Grindelwald, the experience in the United States is undoubtedly a journey of adventure full of legends. With the power of one person, it is easy to play around with the eras of the entire magical world. For more detailed experience of Grindelwald in the United States, click here to expand. Glancing at Dumbledore in front of him, Grindelwald looked loose and raised his eyebrows quite contentedly. Well, I agree to fulfill her wish, and then you will take her out of here immediately. No problem. Outside the door, Elena, who was so bored that she started scratching the door with her nails, finally waited until Dumbledore appeared again. Mr. Gellert, Grindelwald values your talent very much and hopes to teach you well. But you know that his arrogant past makes him sometimes unavoidable in terms of expression. Give people some misunderstandings. Then again, plus, for so many years, Gellert has hardly communicated with other people. So, Dumbledore bent down, whispered to Elena, and pointed to Grindelwald with a smile in the back. Oh, I understand. Isn't it just, dear? It's normal. Elena stood on tiptoe, glanced at the old wizard sitting on the hard bed, and smiled secretly in her heart. He didn't expect that the once prominent first-generation Dark Lord was actually a deadly arrogant. If it weren't for Dumbledore, she couldn't believe it. Dear, I don't know what you mean, but it should be what I want to say. Dumbledore blinked in confusion. Then, let's talk about the future study arrangements. Needless to say, Professor Dumbledore, I thought about it. As a Hogwarts student, I should return to Hogwarts and teach you directly. Elena shook her head. Show loyalty without hesitation. During the time that Dumbledore was talking with Grindelwald, she had sneaked up to the castle below the tower and had a rough look. Every corner of the castle revealed a kind of dilapidated desolation that was in disrepair. The bedrooms in the castle were covered with spider webs, and the ground was covered with slippery layers of mildew, making it impossible for people to live. No matter how powerful a wizard Grindelwald was, he is now a severely autistic patient who can't even get out of his attic. She is an exquisite little witch who came to learn magic, not an extreme challenger who came to the abandoned castle to experience the fun of survival in the wilderness. Don't want to stay and study? Okay. To Eleanor's surprise, this time Dumbledore did not insist on his point of view. Well, if you can you at least chat with Gellert before you leave? When you came a month ago, he even said more than all these years combined. The old man knelt down, rubbed Eleanor's head, smiled mildly, and a hint of apology appeared in his eyes. This is not an order from the principal of Hogwarts, but only 110. The old man's request. What Gellert talks about most is his experience in the American magic world when he was young. The empty nest old man in the wizarding world? Elena glanced at the ragged old wizard in the room, who was about to lose all his teeth, looking at her silly, and couldn't help sighing no matter what the scenery was. What she was in front of her was nothing more than an old grandfather who has no one to visit and wears clothes without taste. Okay, I see. Okay, you'll take me back to Hogwarts when you finish talking. No problem. Grindelwald's room. A pleasant and harmonious conversation is finally coming to an end. Elena, who just watched the first part of Where Are Fantastic Beasts Before the Crossing, combined with the knowledge learned in the History of Magic textbook, and guided Grindelwald to tell about his magic in the United States. Legendary experience in the world. Elena's degree of cooperation and understanding of the whole story just right screamed at Grindelwald. Grindelwald, who was still vaguely suspicious, completely believed Dumbledore's words soon expectedly. This the little girl is indeed one of his admirers. Okay, I can understand how you feel when you see an idol in your life. For your arrogant argument with me before, the naive way of trying to use nonsense to attract attention and stir emotions, I forgive you for the time being. Grindelwald grinned in a good mood, and patted Elena on the head indifferently. I admit that you are indeed a nice kid. Now go back to school obediently. When you grow up, you will know how to respect and the correct expression of admiration. Question mark. The dull hair on the white hair dumpling's head stood up. This old man's empty nest was too long. This is a bit too swollen. If this sentence is translated into later generations, wouldn't it mean that you licked me very comfortable? Now I'm kneeling, step down. Life idol? I think you may have some misunderstandings. Since I learned about your experiences in the History of Magic textbook, Elena cleared her throat and decided to use a more euphemistic way to make the old man cool down a little bit. Grindelwald nodded. I understand your feelings. I did not expect that there will be my admirers among children of your age. It is indeed inevitable that I am a little too excited when I suddenly see myself, and I am too eager to express myself. Unfortunately, I am not used to teaching you such a baby who can't even wave a wand. Question mark. How inflated is this person? Exclamation mark. No wonder they are still single. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore's time for the service of caring for the empty-nest elderly you booked has expired. Elena rolled her eyes, took a deep breath, and said with a sweet smile, no, on the contrary. I think most of your previous actions and expansion plans are full of loopholes and frivolousness, missing countless opportunities. The mess left behind and the flaws that can be used to attack can no longer be described by fishing nets. Therefore, I was thinking at the time that if there is a possibility of similar situations in the future, I definitely cannot follow your old path of failure. And seeing your current state and the way you get information, I suddenly realized another problem. Now you are no longer the learned, powerful, and invincible Dark Lord. In the past 50 years, Professor Dumbledore is still learning and researching new magical knowledge. He also discovered 12 uses of fire dragon blood. And Nicole LeMay is very effective in alchemy, but you, just in this small room, am just wasting my time. A series of Grindelwald's expressions of Grindelwald, who was suddenly turned upside down, turned into a particularly wonderful expression, and the expressions of confusion, anger, and surprise changed back and forth on the old man's face. Okay. The caring time is over. I should go back to Hogwarts. Elena stood up and bowed politely. Goodbye, Grandpa Dark Lord. At this moment, a sweet phoenix scream came from the castle below the tower. Shut up, you silly little girl. Your Professor Dumbledore is going away. Grindelwald reacted instantly, his face changed and he roared loudly. What? Spicy old radish, you bastard. Elena rushed out, just to see Dumbledore's disappearing figure waving a hand in a golden red flame. Then, our letter floated slowly into the room. 5 days later, I will come and pick you up to Hogwarts. The ingredients are already in the Grindelwald room. The deaf-mute old man who was in charge of delivering meals is temporarily on vacation. P.S. Gellert, treat her better, be careful. You may not be able to beat her. Albus. Sure enough. This is the only way to make this story smooth and not procrastinating. The Fat Chicken is really great. Today, I coded 8,500 words in one breath, breaking the record again. Don't you have the heart to tell me and the monthly pass to give encouragement? Chapter 139 Dialogue and Conflict Seeking Chapter. Big Chapter. There was a chill in the air in Newmanged in September. In the tallest tower of the castle, two deceived people, one old and one small, were staring at each other. With Dumbledore's sudden departure and the text message floating into the room, almost all the truth has been confessed. There is no doubt that the greatest white wizard in the world once again used wisdom to successfully defeat the evil Dark Lord. And the background boards in this short story also calmly accepted this ending. Blame it. Opening parenthesis exclamation mark x2. Trying to restrain the urge to curse the street in her heart, Elena turned her head to look at Grindelwald with the same face, and suddenly a feeling of pity for the same illness arose, which made the girl feel a little better, at least it seems. Not just she was fooled by herself. Before condemning Professor Dumbledore together, there are a few small confusions. I think we may need to answer each other. Elena squinted her eyes and said with a chill in her tone, Dang, Professor Blido told me that the years of imprisonment have made you extraordinarily lonely, and it is very urgent to find someone to talk about your old past. A poor autistic emptiness old man who needs care. Shit. Hearing Elena's words, Grindelwald twisted his face and snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that you, a little girl, is my admirer and tried every means to attract my attention, I wouldn't bother to care about you. A rocky wizard who doesn't even know the simplest transformation techniques. He'd rather be quiet and die alone than play in the mud with a nasty little girl like you. Admirer? I wouldn't admire a Dark Lord who was caught by a little curly-wind demon. Grandpa, your memory may have deteriorated so much that you forget the ending when you describe your past experience, right? Elena curled her lips in a funny way, and without hesitation directly pierced the part of Grindelwald that had been hidden intentionally or unintentionally during the show-off. HMPH, it seems that the historical materials Albus prepared for you are really sufficient and detailed. Grindelwald's eyes flashed. Regarding how he was caught by Newt Scamander, the unified statement of the Magic Congress so far is that the power of many eras has been assembled to subdue the Dark Lord Grindelwald. as a little girl who is less than 10 years old can know these secrets without thinking about who knows from whom, whether it was Elena or Grindelwald. The two exchanged only a few lines of Dumbledore's private conversation, and they easily restored Dumbledore's flickering method in its entirety. Yes, there is nothing real in the lie. How could that hot-hearted old radish deceive me? Elena, who wanted to understand the whole thing, grinds her teeth. Two cute and sharp little tiger teeth flashed by. Grindelwald crumpled the thin blanket in his hand into a ball and threw it aside, making a series of dangerous sneers. It doesn't matter, he will come again in 5 days anyway. I know him well. Of course, you don't expect me to teach you magic. Glancing at the white-haired dumpling in front of him, the old man added, HMPH, even if you ask for advice, I won't learn it. Do you think my character is the kind that can be manipulated? Wait, I will let him know what the cost is when I go back to school. Dumbledore slapped Elena bitterly and said to put her such a weak, helpless, and lovely first-year student together with the extremely dangerous Stark Wizard. This hot-hearted old carrot is so big bad. But there is still a problem. Elena picked up the letter paper that had fallen on the ground and looked at Grindelwald with a frown. I noticed that this letter paper mentions a deaf and mute old man delivering meals. That's just a mole that the European Ministry of Magic didn't know where to find. It is said that it used to ring the bell in a certain church. An old ugly, deaf and dumb old stubborn who extremely rejected everything about magic. As he said, Grindelwald snorted slightly, with a clear disgust on his face. His daily job is to turn the food given by God into garbage that is inferior to pig food, and then put it at my door. That's it. Otherwise, I stayed in the castle room in a daze, and never left the castle at all. Then, unfortunately, there is no pig food now. Elena continued unceremoniously, continuing to think about what she hadn't said before on the way here. Dumbledore had inadvertently mentioned that the magical protection around Newmangard Castle was from the inside. External. In theory, there is no strong defense system to prevent personnel from getting out of it. Since there is a deaf-mute elderly person responsible for delivering meals to Grindelwald, whether it is purchasing food ingredients or supplementing daily necessities, after all, she needs a stable source and a channel that she can also use. She was not interested in arguing with an old man who was almost 100 years older than her in this chilly castle. Imagine from the worst-case scenario, if Dumbledore fails to come to her appointment after 5 days, she must seriously consider the escape, and she can't stay here forever. Why, want to run? Maybe other wizards can do it, but you just give up. Grindelwald glanced at Elena, and instantly understood the girl's thoughts. His thin arms proudly circled the surroundings, grinning and mocking. Just like Hogwarts, Newmangard is a castle built entirely by magic, has not left any path for moles and low magic people to reach from the very beginning of its construction. There is only one way to come and leave Newmangard magic. The real magic can only be mastered by adult wizards. It is not the porrix of your three-legged cat. Magic? Does it actually mean short-distance travel magic? Perhaps it is not necessarily. The convenience of magic has always allowed wizards to unconsciously ignore the power of human beings. At least in Elena's impression, it is not the case of walking through unmanned snow mountains in the non-magical world. It's rare. Shrugging, in line with the principle of caring for the elderly, Elena rationally did not argue with Grindelwald. Since winning the debate last month, Elena versus Grindelwald's 100 win rate is enough. With this, she can guarantee that every quarrel will have the last laugh. But Elena recalled the deserted snow mountain that she saw when she came to the castle before, frowning with the headache. Without high-tech equipment and a strong physique, even if she is trekking through the snow-capped mountains, she has to master some basic life magic. Thinking about it this way, perhaps she still needs to play a role between learning multiple magics and concentrating on mastering a difficult short-distance travel magic. But no matter which one, at least for a short time, she couldn't escape from this place. Well, What about the food mentioned in Professor Dumbledore's letter? Elena looked at the cramped room where Grindelwald was in curiously. After learning about the reality of being temporarily trapped in Newmangard Castle, her attention quickly turned to the remaining most important part, foodstuff mentioned by Dumbledore in his letter paper. Here, in that corner. Grindelwald, who felt like he had won a big victory, nodded his chin toward the end of the bed. Following Grindelwald's gaze, Elena noticed that at the foot of Grindelwald's bed, a small grey suitcase was placed, which looked extraordinarily inconspicuous in the dim light. "Oh, thank you." Elena raised her eyebrows, stood up, and tried to pull the suitcase. The box is very light, almost weightless. If it weren't for Dumbledore's lie, then there was probably some magic in it. Nodded with satisfaction, Elena pulled up the suitcase without anyone else, turned around and walked out the door. Without pulling this time, the originally light box remained in place as if it had taken root. "What do you want, little girl?" I saw Grindelwald stretch out his hand and press it on the other end of the grey suitcase, with a layer of anger unconsciously in his tone. He had never seen such an arrogant little guy, who dared to drag the food away in front of him. "Let go." Elena turned her head and glanced at the skinny old hand who was pressing on the food box, frowned slightly, and said calmly, a kind of indifference and calmness quite different from before. "Pay attention to your attitude, little girl." "Who do you think you are talking to?" Grindelwald snorted coldly, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. He had always said to others in such a tone, when it was his turn for a 10-year-old girl to tell him, "Listen, little thing, everything here is mine, whether it's castles, knowledge, or food. You can only get these things with my consent. Now, remove your hands from my food. Do you understand?" "Open." Elena raised her head and took a deep look at the wrinkled face of the old man, tilted her head sweetly, but her eyes were cold. "I repeat, don't blame me for not warning you in advance." Following the girl's voice, Grindelwald noticed that a dazzling white trace gradually lit up from the back of Elena's left hand. As a witness to this unbreakable vow, he knew what it meant behind it. "Oh, you still want to do it?" The original Dark Lord couldn't help laughing with anger, nodding his head again and again, squeezing out word by word from his teeth. "Okay, very good. It seems that I need to help Albus Dumbledore teach his students how to respect their elders and pioneers. There should be more. I will try my best." Chapter 140, The Demon of Compromise. Bobada Impact Burst Impact. Grindelwald shook his head, read it softly, raised his palm to aim at Elena and pushed forward. Boom. Without any resistance, Elena's petite body was directly knocked into the air by the powerful impact as if it had been hit by a strong man. "I think you need to understand that I am not a mediocre who loses his wand and becomes a poor mole." The corner of Grindelwald's mouth bent triumphantly, and he said lightly, "A true wizard, even without a magic wand, can easily defeat." Before Grindelwald could finish speaking, I saw Elena, who was hit by the spell flying into the air, still grabbed her forearm on the suitcase and swayed. With the help of centripetal force in classical mechanics, the girl's body traversed an arc in the air. Back in front of Grindelwald, snapped. A small lady's flat shoes were heavily stamped on the proud face of the original Dark Lord, and the words behind him were directly stepped back. "Hiss, you really can do it, you black-hearted maggot." Elena took a deep breath and rubbed her aching chest. Fortunately, she finally held it back and didn't let go, otherwise the old guy would almost let the old guy succeed in pretending. "You." Grindelwald, who still had shoe prints on his face, turned his head angrily, the anger in his eyes almost burned into substance. There has never been, over the years, no matter what kind of battle he has experienced, how many times he has been arrested, no one has ever dared to kick his face with his foot. If there was some joking before, then Grindelwald was really angry at this moment. "What are you? I hate you who lean on the old and sell the old the most." Adhering to the underground Black Fist principle taught by the old Benitez, all trash talk must be completed in the process of punching. Now that she had done it, Elena naturally wouldn't think too much about it anymore. She moved forward quickly and greeted Grindelwald with a straight fist without fancy. Facing the most powerful black wizard in the history of the magical world, she would not take it lightly because the other party looked like a wrinkled grandfather. As for the courage and reason for doing it, it is very simple. Dumbledore's postscript mentioned in the postscript that Grindelwald may not be able to beat her, which shows that, theoretically, she and Grindelwald should be 5-5 open. Seeing the oncoming fist, Grindelwald's eyes condensed, and with a quick wave of his right hand, the pillow on the rigid bed flew out of thin air to block in front of Elena's fist, offsetting part of the force on the girl's fist, not directly get a punch. Do you really think that just a little bit of your strength can hurt me? I'm not the weak little guy in your school. As a generation of Demon King who has experienced countless duels, even if he is old and weak, Grindelwald, who has been punched in the face, is not so easily defeated by a 10-year-old girl. Grindelwald shook his head a little, lifted his left hand like lightning, and accurately grasped Elena's forearm that was stuck in the pillow. His left fist was clenched, and there was no pity, xiangxu, and he punched the girl's soft abdomen. Above. Don't underestimate people, you little devil who knows nothing. Bang! Well, a sharp pain spread from Elena's lower abdomen, and the girl couldn't help but let out a painful grunt. Grindelwald's strength was obviously much greater than that of an old man of this normal size. But it's not unbearable. Elena gritted her teeth and pulled away the pillow that was blocking Grindelwald's head with both hands. Before even thinking about it, a death head hammer slammed forward. Boom. You only know how to eat, but the old guy who doesn't know how to cook, what qualifications do you have to stop me from carrying food? While talking, Elena took the opportunity to squeeze away Grindelwald's fingers on the suitcase, and stumblingly pushed the suitcase to leave the room. Little bastard, stop for me. Grindelwald, who was holding his forehead, waved his right hand vigorously, and the old wooden chair flew up and hit Elena's back righteously. Elena, whose footsteps were a little unstable, almost fell directly to the ground. As for the suitcase in her hand, it naturally disappeared and moved to the bedside of Grindelwald again. So it seems that there is nothing to talk about, right? It seems to be a tough battle. Elena wiped the corners of her mouth, spit out a bloody saliva, moved her shoulders, looked serious, shrank and avoided the chair that hit it again, and rushed forward. This time Grindelwald did not evade anymore, but unwillingly raised his fist and waved towards Elena. The two wizards, one large and one small, were like boxers in the non-magical world, waving their fists and kicking together. On the Tower of Newmangad, two wizards with a huge age gap were staring at each other with fighting spirit like cockfighting. After several rounds of fighting, both of them have become bruised and swollen, and there are countless bruises on their bodies. Ha, ha. Leaning against the cold wall, Gellert Grindelwald was panting violently like an old blower, narrowed his slightly enlarged left thigh, and looked at the white-haired dumpling not far away vigilantly. Compared to Elena, who is still energetic, Grindelwald clearly felt the exhaustion surging in his body, and he has finally left traces on his body that could not be cured by magic. Without a magic wand, Grindelwald could not release any subtle spells. His proud wandless spellcasting was not as effective as he imagined in such a narrow space, because he often hadn't waited for him to speak. A small fist has appeared in front of him. Grindelwald clearly realized that with the passage of time, the age and physical disadvantages are gradually expanding, and it may only take a few minutes before he will be fainted by the little girl in front of him. Feeling the pain coming from all over his body, Grindelwald barked his teeth, and he finally began to understand what Dumbledore wanted to express in his message. This little witch named Elena was just full of brute force. Little monster. And an old man with a weak body trapped in a tall tower would never be able to beat a little monster that was alive and kicking. Stop. You won. The food is yours. Seeing that Elena seemed to have rested, adjusting her breath and footsteps and preparing to pounce again. Grindelwald sat down on the grey suitcase that had temporarily returned to him, spreading her hands to show that she had given up resistance, and shouted loudly. A fist wind brushed the old man's cheeks, and a small red fist stopped beside Grindelwald's head. But they must be placed with me. Huh? Elena let out a nasal sound. Don't do it. I will help you heal the wound while you listen to me. Before Elena could do anything, Grindelwald raised his hands, smiled friendly, and it gently wrapped Elena's small fist. A dim white light radiated from his palm and quickly healed the wound on the girl's body. Grindelwald said patiently in a tone that had never been used to coax a child. Look, I won't leave this room anyway. This is my promise to Albus. Besides, there is no kitchen available in the castle. At least I can cook these foods for you with magic. Damn Albus Dumbledore. When talking about Dumbledore, Grindelwald couldn't help gritting his teeth bitterly. He finally understood another thing: why Dumbledore would leave this white-haired ball in his castle even if he lied to run away without hesitating his old face. There is no doubt that if it is him, he will do everything possible for the child with this problem, as far as he can loose. We have to join forces. I decided to teach you magic personally. You can't let that. Well, what do you say by the way? Lauxin Lauluo, you must not make him feel better. Ru ask for monthly pass. Ask Jang to safe feeding. Chapter 141 Elena's Trophy. In the face of the cruel result of the battle, no matter how glorious Grindelwald's historical deeds and how much knowledge of the magic spell, he had to accept the reality helplessly. Dumbledore was not wrong, he really could not beat Elena. On the one hand, the reason is indeed because his body is too old and weak, and on the other hand, the more important reason is that this child is not a normal 10-year-old girl at all. Dumbledore has intentionally or unintentionally covered up some of the extra important information. Grindelwald could clearly feel that in the confrontation between the two, whether it was resistance to magic spells, physical strength, endurance, and recovery speed, Elena showed far more than normal human girls' level. At least a normal 10-year-old little human girl can't just rub her chest a little after receiving the shock curse. Then she can raise her fist and greet him on the face. There is no doubt that this so-called slightly special student who was thrown by Dumbledore to help him temporarily help teach, is definitely a hybrid of human wizards and magical creatures, and, glancing at Elena's delicate face and shimmering silver long hair, Grindelwald couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. If he hadn't guessed wrong, he was still that wayward, sensitive, over-tempered, and too long. It must be a particularly beautiful mixed blood Vila. Following this line of thought, most of the doubts that have been plagued Grindelwald are also solved. For example, why is there such a strong magical talent? Why can the students at Hogwarts be so easily persuaded, and why the character is so elusive? You said it earlier, I'm not an unreasonable person. Indeed, we are allies of the United Front, and it is the irresponsible radish that really should pay the price. Elena glanced at the old man in front of her who was helping her to treat the wound, and she suddenly felt embarrassed. After thinking about it carefully, after all, Grindelwald is not yet familiar with her, and does not understand the kind heart under her weak, helpless, and pitiful appearance, so some misunderstandings and unnecessary worries will inevitably arise. You know, according to Dumbledore, in the 5 days from now, all the food for the two of them has been packed in this small box. If she must take this box away, Grindelwald might be true. Will squash with her to the end. In contrast to this, even if you think about it carefully, it doesn't matter if you put the ingredients in Grindelwald temporarily. On the one hand, Grindelwald would obviously not run away without a word like Dumbledore did. On the other hand, even if Grindelwald repented of denying her, he would not be afraid. Anyway, Grindelwald could not beat her. Well, let's take a step back. Elena spread her hands and looked at the old man sitting on the suitcase. We will talk about learning things later. In short, this suitcase will stay with you for the time being. The custody of this suitcase belongs to you, and the right to control is half of the person. No comments, right? That's natural. Grindelwald nodded readily. This was originally his proposal, so naturally there would be no objections. The old man glanced vigilantly at the white-haired dumpling who suddenly became more talkative. From any angle, the whole result seemed to be in his favor. After thinking about it, Grindelwald took the initiative to add, pointing up, "In fact, I can help you process and cook some ingredients. Maybe you still don't know, there is still a considerable distance between the ingredients and the dishes you can eat. That's not something that can be solved with just a little cleverness and brute force. Maybe you need some help from the elderly." "No, my own food will figure out a solution by myself." Elena shook her head without hesitation, smiled and declined. In her impression, the cooking skills of German gentlemen do not seem to be much better than those of the rotten country gentlemen. Although there are fewer dark dishes, the same indulge in the vortex of eating more potatoes is unable to extricate themselves. French fries, potato pancakes, mashed potatoes, potato balls, baked potatoes, potato salad, potato chips. The only difference is that various types of fried fish are replaced with various types of grilled sausages. Then, Elena thought for a while, walked to the old wooden door at the entrance of the room to observe carefully, and said slowly and thoughtfully, "As the basis of mutual trust, this will be left to me for the time being." "What do you mean?" Grindelwald frowned in confusion. In Grindelwald's unidentified eyes, Elena turned her head and smiled sweetly. "Don't panic, it's not a big problem." The next moment Delindra opened his eyes wide. Before he could finish speaking, I saw Elena stepped back a few steps, suddenly accelerated and rushed forward, lifted her leg and kicked heavily on the shabby shaft of the wooden door, making a deafening noise. Boom! The wooden door swayed back and forth, and the wooden door shaft that had already begun to decay made a creaking sound, and it unnaturally tilted toward the rear. It might not take long for it to fall on its own. Sure enough, just as Irina had observed before, the various facilities of this old castle lacking daily maintenance have begun to age and fall into disrepair. You only need to use some magical physical magic to align the door shaft at the junction of the wooden door and the wall. You can remove it. Bang, 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 creak, bang. In Grindelwald's sluggish gaze, the old wooden door that was not locked in the room made a sour sound. After trying hard for less than half a minute, I finally found Elena's contented expression. Fell overwhelmed to the ground. "I can understand your desire to leave food. After all, your place of activity is only in this small room. But, in the same way, I am also worried that you will use magic to block the room after I leave." Elena rubbed her ankle that was a little sore from the back shock, turned her head and looked at Grindelwald, who seemed to have been hit by a petrification curse, with wide-eyed eyes. She pointed to the door panel that fell on the ground and explained seriously, "Look, after it's removed, it's fairer, and I will return it to you when I leave in 5 days. Don't worry, I've felt it in the corridor before. Removing this door will not leak air." After speaking, the girl dragged her trophy, shook her head from side to side, and walked towards the bottom of the tower happily. The first-generation Dark Lord looked at the empty door frame dumbfounded, and Elena, who walked farther and farther holding the door panel briskly, felt for the first time that she was truly out of touch with the times. What kind of brain circuit player is this? Are all the little wizards now like this? Exclamation mark. There should be more Chapter 142 The Girl's Room. You know, no matter where it is, the source of fire and water are always the most important. The castle of Newmangard surrounded by snow mountains is naturally impossible to lack water, and with the generous solid pine door panels funded by the first Dark Lord, Elena's sense of loss and anger that Dumbledore had left behind was also a little relief. That is impossible. It's just getting better as you think about it. Rue. Elena kicked the solid wood door with a grievance, then hugged her little Giorgio and squatted on the stone steps. Whenever I think of the little wizards of her age, they are in the warm and comfortable Hogwarts castle at this time, but she has to drag heavy and dirty broken wooden boards, in Newmanged where the birds don't shit. After experiencing the abandoned castle to survive in the prison, Elena felt so wronged and wanted to return to the orphanage. No matter how talented she is only a 10-year-old girl, and even magic has only been taught by herself a bright spell. But because he made some minor mistakes that don't matter. As for being exiled to prison to experience life, what? After venting for a while, Elena raised her head to look at the icy Newmanged castle, stubbornly stood up again, and pulled the hard-to-get dry firewood again and walked under the tower. There are still 5 full days. In addition to eating, she has to find a way to solve basic accommodation and warmth issues. The textbooks and change of clothes she had collected in advance disappeared after Dumbledore disappeared. In Elena's view, the only hope at the moment is to see if we can find the room of the legendary deaf and mute old man as soon as possible. Otherwise, we can only find a way to save the moss-covered abandoned bedroom downstairs. Cleaned up a corner. The old pervert, the old bee, the big liar, the spicy old radish, the big pig's hoof that gave birth to maggots, huh? Elena muttered, walking along the circling stone steps to the uppermost level of the castle of Newmanged located below the tower, and suddenly stopped and looked forward suspiciously. From the girl's perspective, the dusty ruin-like floor was divided in front of her into completely different scenes on both sides. The far direction leading to the lower level of the castle is still a shabby appearance covered with cobwebs and dust, and the ground and the corners of the handrails are covered with moss, just as Elena sneaked down and saw it before. However, a small area spreading out from where she is now suddenly became as brand new and tidy as a newly built castle. No dust and moss can be seen on the clean solid wood floor. The dark metal clings to the wall from which the cobwebs and dust have been removed, which outlines the classic wall sculptures. 2 seemingly familiar overhead magic lights were attached to the wall one by one, emitting a soft white light, which would not be dazzling even if they looked directly at them. Not far away, the door of the abandoned bedroom that Elena had entered before did not close, and the light with a touch of warmth flooded out from the gap in the vacant door. The door is branded with a Hogwarts school emblem pattern that keeps flowing magical luster, and a prominent line of text: Elena's bedroom. I hate this kind of guy who tries to buy people's hearts with fancy little favors. I'm not so easily moved, Elena whispered. Her mouth bends unconsciously. She dropped the broken plank in her hand without hesitation, and pushed aside the bedroom expectantly. The first thing that caught Elena's eyes was a spacious bedroom with golden red style bathed in warm light. Unlike the cool air of the castle, the whole bedroom was filled with a familiar warmth. Elena quickly glanced at the renewed room layout. She was sure that this was the abandoned bedroom covered with moss and cobwebs that she had seen not long ago. But at this time the main body of the room had been replaced with a thick one, Gryffindor gold and red theme layout. After cleaning and decorating, she found that her previous judgment may be slightly wrong. This is not so much a big bedroom, as it can be regarded as a well-equipped boutique junior suite. The location facing the doorway is actually a small living room. At this time, a soft wall carpet painted with a Gryffindor lion pattern has been spread on the ground. A large fireplace is embedded in the wall on the left. The fireplace has been cleaned and relit, and the pulsating firelight keeps bringing warmth to the room. In the middle of the living room is a small marooned square wooden table. On the table is a 3-layer dessert rack filled with all kinds of beautiful small candies. And around the wooden table are 3 soft armchairs, well, of course the same style as the Gryffindor common room. Slowly walking into the room, Elena looked around curiously at this small world that was completely different from the painting style of the entire castle. Behind the living room is an open kitchen with a yellow and black tone. Although there are not many professional large-scale kitchen utensils, the basic pots, dishes, and knives, forks and teacups are also fully equipped. The open kitchen next to the left-hand side is a small independent bathroom, which is different from the gold and red color scheme of the living room. The whole bathroom has a strong Slytherin style. The folding curtains painted with the Slytherin silver-green courtyard logo, the exquisite British aristocratic-style water outlet and the mirror with carved edges, and the clean toilet with the S pattern, let Elena know at a glance where these things originally came from. And the most satisfying thing for girls is the small white bathtub in the bathroom. You know, before becoming a prefect, the students of each college can only use their own public toilets. Not to mention the extravagance of taking a bath, even if it takes a little longer to wash your face. The senior elder sisters lined up at the door keep knocking and urging. This is one of the reasons why it is common for first-year girls in every college to get up early. Elena stared blankly at this small bathroom that belonged to her completely. She had never taken a bath comfortably in the world for so many years. Facing the other end of the bathroom, there is a round bedroom with a small study. Inside the bedroom is a large bed with 4 curtains. Hufflepuff's yellow and black flannel curtain hangs beside the bed, just like the bed Elena slept in the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory. On the bedside table stood the weird silverware that Elena had seen in Dumbledore's office before, spinning, spraying out a small puff of floral mist. Above the neatly spread velvet quilt, 2 sets of Gryffindor uniforms are stacked, and in the corner of the bedroom against the wall, the 2 big black suitcases that Benitez bought for Elena, is quietly waiting for its owner. Elena stepped forward and opened the box. All the Hogwarts first-year textbooks, math textbooks, the clothes Benitez prepared for her, even the unopened set of Zwilling knives and the piles of bottles and jars of spices, all quiet lying down in the suitcase. The desk and floor-to-ceiling windows in the bedroom are dotted with the iconic blue and bronze colors of Ravenclaw College. A stack of parchment paper is neatly placed on the desk, and the ink and quill have also been placed on the clean solid wood. On the desktop, Elaine opened the hinged window in the room and looked at the pleasing snow-capped mountains and lush forests in the distance. She took a deep breath, showing a touch of intoxicating joy on her face. Such a place is worthy of the original Demon King's castle. Faced with such a small free space that belongs to her, only a fool would want to return to Hogwarts for military training. Maybe she should figure out how to stay here for a while. Elena threw herself into the center of the soft big bed, and happily opened a fruit hard candy and stuffed it into her mouth. Well, besides, Professor Dumbledore really treated her best. Rua double change, ask for monthly pass, ask for chapter. Chapter 143. Dumbledore is in a good mood. Meanwhile, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the Scottish Highlands. Unconsciously, the time was approaching noon. After a golden red fire, Dumbledore's figure appeared on the covered bridge outside the main entrance of Hogwarts Castle. I'm finally back. I hope Elena and Gellert get along better. Dumbledore raised his head and glanced at the familiar blue-grey castle, and he let out a long sigh of relief, with a light-hearted look on his face. In the old man's long coaching career, he once thought that the James Potter foursome, or the Weasley twin brothers, were already the most troublesome troublemaker in the history of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, it wasn't until after he met Elena Castellana that Dumbledore finally realized that compared to this little devil, the children before him were actually very worry-free. Fortunately, for at least the next 5 days, the peaceful Hogwarts he knew could return temporarily. As for the things on the side of Newmungard Castle, with the experienced Grindelwald sitting in town, coupled with the exquisite and comfortable living environment, even if the mixed blood little Ver is a little uncomfortable, she should understand and endure a little bit. Thinking of this, Dumbledore's steps couldn't help but briskly. Oh, Principal Dumbledore, you came back just in time. I just informed the grades of the order of meals for lunch today. Before he could open the door of the auditorium, Dumbledore happened to meet Mrs. Bobby Pomfrey, the school medical chief, who was walking down the stairs on the 2nd floor with a piece of parchment in his hand. In fact, in the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, except for Dumbledore, who is the principal, Pomfrey, who is in charge of all the treatments of teachers and students, is essentially the highest-ranking faculty and staff. Only Pomfrey Madam is unwilling to take up positions other than medical work. Considering that Professor McGonagall, as the vice president, is also a member of the military training instructor. Therefore, Dumbledore asked Madame Pomfrey before leaving school. If he didn't have time to return to school before noon today, she would judge the grouping of lunches based on the completion of training in each grade. Thanks, Bobby. Speaking of which, how are the students in the infirmary? Dumbledore smiled and nodded. He took the parchment from Madame Pomfrey and did not rush to open it. The two talked while walking towards the empty auditorium. Most of the students are okay, and a little bit more serious is just two Slytherin third graders. They were seriously injured in this confrontation and may need to lie in bed for a few more days to recover. Madame Pomfrey frowned, and said dissatisfiedly, "If you want me to say, these children are too insignificant to start. Even if the two poor boys are cured, I am worried that they will be long afterwards. For a period of time, mentally, there will be some shadows." To be honest, when she first arrived on the ground floor of Hogwarts Castle, Madame Pomfrey was really frightened. In her impression, Hogwarts had never seen such a serious student fight. Fortunately, the most powerful spells used among students are the coma spell and the petrification spell. In fact, there are no more powerful and effective dueling spells taught in Hogwarts' teaching plan. Well, I have already realized this. This is actually the result of the accumulation of many factors. Therefore, we will try to break up the four colleges, hoping to have more understanding and exchanges between them. Opportunity. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead with lingering fear. But fortunately, the culprit had been away from the school for the time being, and Cedric and Marcus had been separately ordered by the deans of their respective colleges. Judging from the results, because of this fight, the relationship between Hufflepuff and the Slytherin students broke the ice, and it was barely a blessing in disguise. Huh? The first grade is not bad. While talking, Dumbledore unfolded the parchment in his hand and glanced roughly at the completion of the training tasks for each grade today, raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, and let out a surprised nasal sound. The third grade students led by Professor Snape surpassed the sixth grade students led by Professor McGonagall and became the first in the school's student team. Dumbledore was not particularly surprised at this. After all, judging from yesterday's situation, the gap between the two sides is not too big, and considering the accident yesterday at noon, it is inevitable that the sixth grade students will have some slack. What really surprised him was that after Elena left, only the first grade taught by Hagrid surpassed the sixth grade by a slight advantage, and became the second grade of the school's training program. The kids in this year are actually quite amazing. Dumbledore knocked on the parchment thoughtfully, and couldn't help but recall the night when the Sorting Hat was trembling. Every first-year freshman boldly said his choice in front of the entire school. Although the form may be possible, something is wrong. But there is no doubt that compared to the little wizards who accepted the arrangement of the branch in the past, the little wizards of this year have a clear goal from the beginning. It is not so much that they have what kind of abilities, as it is that they have taken the initiative to choose what kind of wizard they want to become in the future. It's just that, because Eleanor's light was too dazzling before, most of the teachers' and students' attention was focused on this girl, so much so that they ignored the children who flocked around Elena. Perhaps earlier. Dumbledore's fingers paused for a moment, a thought flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, "Silver moon rising on the banks of the Black Lake. The encounter on the Hogwarts Express, or someone who appeared earlier kind of clues." "Sorry, Dumbledore, what did you just say?" Madame Pomfrey, who was sitting on the old man's left hand, turned her head and asked in confusion. "It's nothing, just some sporadic ideas that need time to verify." Dumbledore came back to his senses, shook his head, and smiled gently. "Facts have proved that age and experience may not always be able to stay ahead. This group of third and first grade kids are amazing, amazing. We still get ready to celebrate and welcome the students who won today." I have vaguely heard the voices of the children. Boom! With the voice of the old man, the door of the auditorium opened again. A large group of little grey-headed and grey-faced first-year wizards rushed in from the door like a tide. Dumbledore stood up, clapped gently with a smile, and did not hesitate to praise the first-grade children. "Congratulations, for an incredible achievement. you have achieved. Wait. What are you doing? I feel a little uncomfortable today, and I will try to code out the remaining chapter as much as possible. I'm sorry. Chapter 144. I really want to go back to the past. Get more toast and salty bacon. It doesn't matter if you can't finish it. Just warm it up in the evening. Hurry up. You guys go get the dinner plate. There are knives and forks. Remember to get a few more to avoid not enough. Which one should I take, the potatoes or the fried fish? Of course, take them all. Don't waste time. I don't want to hear such stupid questions again. Under the command of Hannah, Malfoy, and Harry, the first-year wizards who poured into the auditorium were divided into several groups in an orderly manner, and all the food and tableware on the table were packaged and packed in cloths. And then he picked up the heavy package and ran out of the door without any nostalgia. In less than a minute, the dining table that was originally full of hearty food was looted. Perhaps with the experience of looting the kitchen yesterday, the techniques displayed by the little wizards this time obviously seemed to be much more proficient and efficient. Dozens of first-year freshmen, like hard-working worker ants, swiftly shuttled between the auditorium gate and the dining table. Principal Dumbledore, do you think this is? Madame Pomfrey turned her head and looked at Dumbledore beside her in confusion, her tone filled with confusion. This. The expression on Dumbledore's face suddenly became very strange, his facial muscles jerked stiffly, as if he could not find a suitable expression for a while. The compliment that had not had time to say was like a mouthful of cold water, which instantly blocked the old man. The blankness in his throat is no less than that of Pomfrey next to him. For a time, countless questions rose from the old man's mind. How is this going? Why does this familiar scene happen here? Elena, shouldn't Castellana be in the castle of Newmangard, thousands of miles away? Principal Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, who didn't get a response, shook the old man's shoulders carefully. A touch of concern emerged in her eyes. Oh, nothing, of course. First we have to figure out what happened. Dumbledore came back to his senses, glanced at the auditorium in front of him like a plague of locusts, and cleared his throat vigorously. Everyone, can you explain a little bit about what this is doing? Hearing Dumbledore's voice, the little wizards who were stuffing their heads searching for food and utensils couldn't help but froze, and subconsciously cast their eyes to the three little wizards who were standing at the door and assigning tasks. Everyone go on. I'll just explain. Draco Malfoy clenched his fists hard, coughed a bit of a cough, and walked up to Dumbledore generously. Dear Professor Dumbledore, if I remember correctly, Hogwarts didn't stipulate that students should not take food away from the auditorium, did they? The blonde boy glanced at Dumbledore's deep blue eyes, and a faint trace of anxiety and tension flashed across his face. He subconsciously staggered the old man's gaze and stared at the wooden table in front of the faculty and staff. Although I had simulated it in my mind many times in advance, when I was really standing in front of Dumbledore, the invisible sense of pressure and tension still made Draco Malfoy feel uncomfortable. Compared to sitting in the school auditorium, everyone in the first grade agrees that it's more comfortable and relaxing to have a picnic on the open Hogwarts grounds. So we plan to move today's lunch outside to eat. 1 point. Mr. Hagrid has also agreed. Picnic? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows thoughtfully, and a glimpse appeared in his eyes. He looked at Draco Malfoy with a smile, but a smile. If you just change the place to eat, maybe it won't be that big a lure. I think, today you went fishing in the Black Lake again, right? How do you know? No, it was Mr. Hagrid who took the initiative to catch it. A panic flashed quickly across Draco Malfoy's face, and he immediately realized that he had missed his words, retorted and evaded stubbornly. Dumbledore shook his head reluctantly. He knew that the influence of Elena had left some traces, and it was a life that infected the first-year freshmen into a group of little robbers. What? But strictly speaking, the behavior of these first-year students really can't find any loopholes. It doesn't matter, Mr. Malfoy. Hogwarts will not punish everyone for catching fish in the Black Lake. And it is impossible to be stingy and stale enough to force everyone to eat in the auditorium. It's just because of the school as a whole. Consider, I hope you can take as much as you eat, and don't waste it unnecessary. In fact, although the ransacking behavior of the first-year freshmen seems to be very destructive, it will not cause much trouble for the house elves in the kitchen below, because the food they took was originally planned, the one that belongs to them. As for the tableware, Hogwarts certainly will not lack this mere 100. After receiving Dumbledore's answer, Draco Malfoy's confidence seemed to have improved a lot, and the corner of his mouth was bent as he was about to explain a few more words based on the lines he had memorized before. At this moment, there was a long one. The chubby round-faced Neville ran in from outside the auditorium out of breath. Time is running out. The third-grade seniors and Professor Snape are almost at the door of the auditorium. Hearing Neville's alert, all the little wizards present showed a nervous look on their faces at the same time. Regardless of continuing to looting the food that was still appearing, they picked up the unwrapped tablecloths and spread their legs out. Run away. Okay, Draco, don't show it off. You are not taught you by Hermione. In Dumbledore's gaze, a little boy wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses patted Draco Malfoy with lightning-shaped scars on his head, and directly grabbed his arm and walked out. There are still fish soup and grilled fish stewed at the forest farm. You will have to wait for a new round if you go back late. Even with Sister Hermione and Mr. Hagrid, you may not be able to control the situation for too long. While talking, Harry Potter poked his head out from behind Draco Malfoy, and nodded towards Dumbledore with a look of embarrassment. Principal Dumbledore, thank you for your understanding. Let's go now. Then, the first-year freshman who poured into the auditorium quickly left the auditorium like a low tide. Only a messy dining table and scattered cutlery were left, reminding Professor Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey what had happened here. Creak. The wooden door on the right side of the auditorium was gently pushed open. At this time, the figure of the last freshman just disappeared behind the gate to the auditorium outside the castle. Finally surpassed the other 6 grades and won the first place in the school today. The third graders looked relaxed, talking and laughing slowly from the lower floor of the castle, and everyone seemed to have taken a stimulant. Energetic, well, maybe you can't use the word like. However, all in all, for these children, it is undoubtedly a very proud thing to be able to defeat the little wizards who are older than themselves. Even the usually unsmiling Severus Snape's face looked softer, faintly exuding a particularly pleasant expression. This kind of happy mood continued until they saw it as if it was when the main hall of the auditorium was ravaged by hundreds of orangutans. Professor Dumbledore, what is going on? If I remember correctly, we should be number 1 in the 3rd grade. Before the students behind him fry the pan, Professor Snape, who was walking in the front, squinted his eyes. His original soft expression brushed to the ground, and he asked in a cold voice, "Don't worry, let the classmates sit down." The 1st grade children just took some food from here and went for a picnic outside the castle. Don't worry. There are plenty of ingredients in the kitchen. Dumbledore smiled gently, drew out his wand and waved it lightly. The messy dining table was quickly restored to order, and the cutlery that had been messed up by the first-year students and incomplete cutlery was rearranged. As the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, mobilizing tableware and simply decorating the auditorium environment is really simple for Dumbledore. It is because of this that he will be so interested and break into the auditorium. Draco Malfoy chat with them. 1st grade. Maybe after starting the course, I need to teach them some proper wizard etiquette. Snape raised his eyebrows non-committedly, looked at the restored table, quickly glanced at the students behind him, and snorted. What are you still doing? Hurry up and find a seat. Very good, then. Congratulations to you all for winning the 1st place in the school. Please enjoy the food. Dumbledore smiled and clapped his palms, motioning everyone to look at the dinner plate. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Nothing appeared. Pop, pop. Perhaps some basic installations are still in progress. Everyone patiently wait a few minutes. Amidst the doubtful eyes of the students and Snape, Dumbledore's face became stiff. and he clapped his palms slightly embarrassingly. Snapped. The next moment, there was a crisp sound like a firecracker exploding from the walkway in the middle of the auditorium. A panicking house elf appeared in everyone's sights. Two big bat-like ears trembled in fear, hands tensely twisted the napkins on his body, and screamed loudly. "It's not good, Mr. Dumbledore, the big thing is bad." The 7th grade students used conversion spells, flying spells, and various strange spells to take away all the bacon, cooked food, and prepared drinks in the kitchen. The only ingredients that the students in the next few groups can eat are bread and water. "What did you say?" Snape stood up with a brushing sound. His face turned particularly ugly. He turned his head and looked at the principal next to him with a sullen expression. "Professor Dumbledore, must be dealt with seriously. Don't condone, as Hogwarts, a professor at the magic school, I suggest." Before he could finish speaking, Professor Dumbledore, who was standing in the middle of the faculty seat, suddenly shook his body, let out a faint grunt, frowned, and grabbed his chest with his right hand. There was a mixed look of dazedness and pain. "Professor Dumbledore, what's the matter with you?" Snape was shocked, stopped his words, and looked at the old man nervously. "Professor Dumbledore, is something wrong with your body?" Madame Pomfrey also looked at the old man nervously. "Don't worry, it's just an old problem these days. I've long been used to." Dumbledore waved his hand wearily, showing a haggard smile. On this day, Albus Dumbledore finally understood one thing: that familiar and peaceful Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Maybe he would never go back. Big chapter. Because the doctor said to take a rest these few days to reduce the intraocular pressure, so there may be no way to break out. Temporarily sorry. I really want to be in the top 50. Can I still ask for a monthly pass? Grievous poke hands. Chapter 145. Wait, this soup is poisonous. At the same time, located on the open ground outside Hogwarts Castle, crowded with people, a grand sorority covering almost all the students in the 7th and 1st grades is proceeding unhurriedly. After successfully escaping from the scene of the crime with food, everyone's faces were filled with joyful smiles. "Miss Granger, I think your previous understanding is not wrong. The reason why the school professors set the purpose of assessment and training is not just a waste of everyone's energy and time." Standing next to Hermione, a 7th grade girl from Ravenclaw looked at the grilled fish on the fire. Her eyes shone with strange light, and she whispered thoughtfully, "Undoubtedly, after yesterday's case where first-year students drilled loopholes in the rules and successfully ransacked the school kitchen, the imagination of the originally well-behaved little wizards has greatly expanded. Although in response to subsequent follow-up situations, Dumbledore has temporarily added restrictions to the school rules in the first afternoon, prohibiting all students from entering the school kitchen without authorization. However, this may be able to restrict most of the junior wizards. After all, the powerful magic abilities of the house elves can effectively stop all the wizards who try to break into the kitchen. However, for the 7th graders, it is not a gap that cannot be bridged at all. In the eyes of the 7th grade students who have just mastered the application of the Vanishing Curse and the Advanced Conversion Curse, this is just an advanced simulation of the Advanced Wizard Rank examination. Obviously, if my reasoning is not wrong, how to break conventional thinking and use magic to compete for food with one's own strengths while winning the rankings is what lies behind this Hogwarts life training project. The real test. Yes, it must be like this. The senior Ravenclaw girl put her chin on her right hand and nodded vigorously. While talking, the senior girl shook her magic wand and directed the mutant fish floating on the fire to turn around dexterously. While looking at Hermione with a sigh, she continued, "I didn't expect it." We, who had the longest learning time in school, were almost fooled by the professors at first, but it was your first-year wizards who realized this first. Huh? In fact, if I didn't have Elena, we wouldn't have the courage to take the initiative to try even if we thought of it. Hermione Granger waved her hand slightly bewildered. and a trace of almost invisible loss glided under her eyes. Is this the real goal of the professors? Hermione's sense of accomplishment as she managed to lead her to be second in the school faded away. Before that, she was even happily thinking that as long as all first-year freshmen were urged to complete the training plan as soon as possible, it would be slightly better. Get closer to Elena, even surpass her. The more she tried to think from Elena's perspective, the more she would discover the limitations of her own abilities, and the more clearly she could feel the invisible gap between the two. For example, if there was no explanation from today's 7th grade Ravenclaw, Hermione might still think that what Elena did was nothing more than willfulness and good luck. Fortunately, both of them are still in the 1st grade, and she still has enough time to learn and improve herself. And now this social meeting led by the 7th grade students is undoubtedly a very suitable stage for training oneself. And at this point, Hannah Abbott of Hufflepuff College has already walked in front of her. Temporary competitive training by grade group does not affect the friendship between students of different grades in each college, especially Hufflepuff, who has always been enthusiastic. After the snake and badger melee this morning, the first-year freshman in charge of field rescue soon established friendships with many senior students. Because of this relationship, coupled with the sharing of fish and meat in the common room in the morning, before preparing to use the spell to obtain ample food and drinks, the 7th grade Hufflepuff students took the initiative to come outside the school and asked Hannah want to share lunch with the little wizards in the 1st grade. With the help of the senior students, the efficiency of the little wizards in dealing with mutant fish has been greatly improved. The 7th grade students who have rich experience in cutting medicinal materials in the potion class have a much better knife than the 1st grade little Motu. Not to mention that they can use the coma spell to directly stun the alive and strong Black Lake mutant fish, saving the previous embarrassing process that the little wizards had to take turns to smash the fish with stones. Of course, in exchange, the little wizards in the 1st grade still need to find a way to make enough movement in the auditorium to distract the professors, especially Dumbledore. That's why Hermione made up the previous plan that looked very shocking and openly looted the school hall dining table, and prepared a whole set of rhetoric specifically for Malfoy to respond to Dumbledore's inquiry and find ways to treat the elderly as much as possible. Stay in the auditorium. But other than that, compared to Hannah Abbott, who is not far away from the crowd and coordinating the relationship between the 7th and 1st grade students, Hermione feels that what she has done is nothing but trivial cleverness. If it were for Elena to be here, what would she do now? Is her health okay now? Hermione subconsciously touched the small reserve of food in her arms that was sleeping soundly. A thought appeared on her face, and she stood there blankly. Hey, Hermione, why are you still standing here in a daze? The fish soup is ready, come and taste it. Everyone has a bowl of it and it's delicious. Sure enough, Elena was right. Compared to grilled fish, Hogwarts blackfish stew is more delicious. At this moment, Hannah, with a flushed face, held a bowl of steaming fish soup and leaned in front of Hermione. Tilting her head to look at the obviously absent-minded little beaver, Hannah smiled. Are you worried about Elena? Don't worry, the eldest sister is so powerful, and Principal Dumbledore personally helped her treat and examine her. The body will definitely be fine. Well, I hope Elena is okay. I don't know why, I am still a little worried. After all, according to common sense, the experience of Madame Pomfrey in the school hospital should be able to handle most of the injuries. Why only does Elena need Principal Dumbledore to personally check and arrange the treatment plan? Hermione shook her head in confusion, took the bowl from Hannah, and gently blew the steaming fish soup, preparing to taste the extremely delicious fish soup in Hannah's mouth. Suddenly, a bright red and white spotted mushroom rolled from the bowl and floated on top of the fish soup. Wait, what is this mushroom? Hermione's eyes condensed, swallowing hard, looked at Hannah and asked, Oh, this, Gore and Crab picked a lot of them on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. They look very beautiful, but they lost a few in each pot. They taste good. Hannah chuckled and said with a vague look, her face became more and more ruddy. and she even looked a little abnormally red. "This mushroom is poisonous." Hermione let out a weak moan, and looked around the circle of little wizards who looked like Hannah. Suddenly she knew what she had to do, calling for help from Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 146, The Shortcomings of Children in the Magic World. Amanita muscaria, also known as Amanita muscaria. People have discovered the toxicity of this brightly colored mushroom for a long time, and it is often mashed and used to poison flies, even mice and other harmful animals. As one of the most typical poisonous mushrooms in the world, it usually has a bright crimson, a cap surface covered with white spots, and a large, white gill. The hemolytic neurotoxin contained therein mainly reflects hallucinogenic and mental stimulation. Although compared with the deadly Amanita muscaria, green-capped garlic leaf fungus and many other poisonous mushroom varieties with the mortality rate of up to 90, the direct mortality rate of Amanita muscaria with the brightest color is actually not high. But it really can't stand the frequency of its iconic red background. White class appearance in the public's field of vision is a little too high, especially in children's books, picture albums, cartoons, garden decorations, encyclopedias. This is why Hermione Granger, who just graduated from elementary school, can recognize at a glance that these poisonous mushrooms are poisonous mushrooms even if they can't tell the correct scientific name of these red-bottomed and white-spotted poisonous mushrooms. See, no, adults will always worry that an active child would eat something that shouldn't be eaten. As a child who grew up in the non-magical world, Hermione had come into contact with the stories and pictures of this poisonous mushroom at least 10 times. However, it is a pity that children who grew up in wizarding families such as Ron, Draco, and Hannah did not have the opportunity to come into contact with the Mull authors such as the Grimm's fairy tales, Andersen's fairy tales and the Smurfs' fairy tales. There will be no interesting and educational enlightenment books such as The Ring of King Solomon, The Secret of the Movement of Everything, Schrodinger's Kitten, Olympic mathematical knowledge for elementary and secondary schools. In fact, in the magic world where the entertainment industry and science industry are relatively scarce, children who are restricted from touching wands and using magic rarely receive some targeted preschool education. Slytherin College generally scores high among them. One reason may be that as a descendant of a family of pure-blood wizards, they know some basic preschool knowledge in advance. However, more often, the children of wizard families can only spend their childhood time by watching Quidditch news posters, looking through divination and decryption, and playing wizard chess with their brothers and sisters. Although most only children of wizards cannot do this. Listening to all kinds of strange stories about the magic world from adults. As for the professors of Hogwarts potions and herbal medicine classes, they will not waste time and teach students to recognize this kind of. The toxicity is low, the value of the potion has not been found for the time being. It is not a magical plant, it can be seen everywhere in the wild, and only the stupidest glutton can be poisoned. Ordinary small broken mushrooms. This is the evaluation Hermione got from a potions professor who didn't want to reveal his true identity in a certain potions class after school started. Of course, it is obvious that this long evaluation requires payment. For example, the most classic line of a potions class professor, Gryffindor deducts 5 points. Moreover, perhaps because they grow on the edge of the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest, the onset time and hallucinogenic ability of these mutant Amanita muscaria, which are affected by the unknown influence of the magic forest, are significantly higher than those of ordinary species. Just as Hermione wrote a note and asked the small reserve to fly to Hogwarts Castle for help, the state of the little wizards in the venue who accidentally ate the Hogwarts poisonous mushroom fish soup was visible to the naked eye. The ground deteriorated rapidly. According to the difference between the physical fitness of each student and the amount of poisonous mushroom soup consumed, in addition to the group's trance, everyone physiologically began to experience severe nausea, vomiting, sweating, muscle twitching or clenched teeth, etc. Severe symptoms. Even Hannah Ibo, who only drank a bowl of fish soup, didn't get much better. The girl's lovely face was alluring red, Her bright eyes were misted with mist, and her eyes shook in confusion. He swayed against Hermione's shoulder, groaning uncomfortably like a cat, whispering, "What should I do? What should I do? Oh, can anyone help me?" Hermione hugged Hannah Lolita, who was leaning on her with both hands. Feeling the girl's hot body temperature, she looked left and right helplessly. Her tone of voice unconsciously brought a touch of crying. There are no surviving little wizards on the entire venue, except that she was spared because she wanted to be in a daze. All the other children had already drank more than one bowl of fish soup. When some people vaguely began to realize the weirdness of fish soup, the strong hallucinogenic toxin contained in the alien species of Amanita muscaria growing on the edge of the Forbidden Forest had already penetrated the spirits of the little wizards. Even a 7th grade student can hardly concentrate on thinking about detoxification methods, let alone cast a spell. In fact, objectively speaking, the 7th grade students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are around the age of 17 or 18. And the most in the non-magical world is a group of children who have just graduated from high school. Suddenly encountering such a situation, these 7th grade greenhouse flowers who have been particularly protected by the Hogwarts professors did not cry with the 1st grade little wizards, and they were already very mature. As for Mr. Ruber Hagrid, who was originally regarded as a life-saving straw by Hermione, he did not show such strong physical discomfort. The strong hybrid gene of the giant is particularly evident in the resistance to toxins. However, Hagrid, who had eaten at least 24 Amanita muscaria alone, was in no better condition. At this time, he was paralyzed on the ground, shaking his head from time to time, as if he was drunk. The same as the drunkard. How could this happen? Aren't you having a picnic with the food in the kitchen? How come everyone has become like this? With a violent air blast, Dumbledore, wearing a blue star wizard robe, appeared in front of Hermione. The old man with a slightly angry face glanced at the students who were paralyzed on the ground, healthy and tall. Can't help shaking. Immediately behind Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, carrying the wizard's robe, rushed out of the castle gate at a speed of almost 100 meters, and ran towards the forest field with anxious expression on her face. Perhaps, I should consider letting Professor Sprout add some extra knowledge to the herbal medicine class. Why are you so stupid? Dumbledore glanced at the fish soup in Hermione's hands. His eyes condensed on the red mushroom with white spots, and instantly understood what was going on. Soon, the 1st grade students who won the 2nd place in the school and the 7th grade students who used magic to rob the kitchen, because they accidentally ingested the poisonous mushrooms growing in the Forbidden Forest, the explosive news that the army was almost wiped out spread throughout Hogwarts. Not to mention the shock in the hearts of the teachers and students of the remaining 5 grades after they understood the whole thing, and the cautious thinking that began to surging under the tide. At least at this moment, far away in the luxurious bedroom of Numungard Castle, away from all disputes, Elena, who is lying on the soft and warm bed, is still quite happy. Chapter 147 The Baron Devil's Lair. Little chapter, please forgive. Sure enough, this is the life that a noble spellcaster with supernatural powers should enjoy. Elena rolled around on the big bed holding a soft and light velvet pillow. The curtains of the bedroom have been fully opened, and the view from the huge, spotless floor-to-ceiling windows is extraordinarily wide. The mountains covered with white snow are undoubtedly the most comfortable scenery. The 3-tier dessert track in the living room has been moved by Elena to the desk next to the bedroom. There is a slight crackling in the warm fireplace, and the silver fragrance humidifier left by Dumbledore makes the whole room look like flowers bloom in spring. You don't have to work hard with adults, you don't need to accompany a group of children to participate in military training, and you don't need to think about what the children in the orphanage will eat next. She arranges freely, without external troubles and pressure. All in all, Elena had a dreamlike unreality. In the morning, she was still fighting with several Slytherin students over a grilled mutant fish. However, the only drawback is that in this isolated castle, Entertainment facilities and methods are too scarce. Why didn't you think about stuffing a few books into the suitcase? Even if you secretly put a yo in the suitcase. Elena had opened the two large suitcases that Dumbledore had placed in her bedroom. There was no change as expected, just the things she had brought from home. Elena has not touched one of the suitcases since she arrived at school. If she remembers correctly, there should be a set of duvets made by Benitez, the highest configuration in the orphanage, 2 sets of Lolita, 2 sets of plain fashion short sleeves, and 1 set of denim mix and match styles, 3 sets of casual dress, all are things that you can't use in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, there is nothing in the other box that can bring happiness and entertainment. The original stuffed snacks have almost been eaten on the train, and only 3 bottles of unopened Coke are left. There's willing knives have been taken out of the box and placed in the outside kitchen. As for the previously prepared books such as Advanced Mathematics and Principles of Economics for Charging, Elena is not interested in reading it yet. No TV, no hidden tasks, no soft girls who blush easily. With a wealth of survival experience, Elena has already searched roughly once before. Compared with the rich and vibrant Hogwarts castle, Newmangood is simply a broken stone house without a soul. Not to mention the delicious specialties such as the Black Lake mutant fish and the Forbidden Forest single-horned white deer. In this evil first-generation demon's lair, there are no lichens and edible fungi, only moss, stones, and dust. Goo, yeah. What am I in a daze? Recalling the deliciousness of the grilled fish last night, Elena suddenly came back to her senses. She hadn't eaten lunch yet after patronizing Novelty and visiting the room. Just relying on the candies in the room, there is no way to replace the dinner. She is hungry. If you are hungry, no matter what the beautiful scenery and the favorable environment are, there is no way to enjoy it. Elena glanced at the complete kitchen utensils on the kitchen workbench and the roaring fireplace, and she was certain that she was not a star chef in her past and present, but her craftsmanship has never been lost. It looks like you have to go up to the tower to find the first-generation Dark Lord to unpack the ingredients. While thinking, the girl took out the 2 magic wands from her pockets and hid them carefully in the underwear in the suitcase. Although she used to be caught off guard and the black boxing foundation she had trained since childhood, she narrowly defeated the elderly Grindelwald by 1 game. However, who knows if this legendary Demon King will be so embarrassed that he wants to find his face after he has enough casting distance and psychological preparation. If you want to maintain an evenly matched state between the 2 sides, the most important thing is to never let Grindelwald have a chance to touch her wand. She hasn't forgotten the plot of the offensive and defensive moments in the original work after the wand was obtained by chance because of the countless times in the original. This is especially obvious in the plot of the Salvation Trio against the Death Eaters. If it weren't for Harry's disarming spell like the Forbidden Curse, these stunned little wizards would have never known how many deaths. After hesitating for another moment, Elena recalled the emaciated and thin figure curled up in a narrow corner above, and compared her living environment. After thinking about it, the girl turned around, walked back into the bedroom, grabbed a large amount of candy from the dessert rack and put it in the pocket of the robe before leaving the bedroom. After all, if you think about it carefully, there is a dignified Dark Lord, and now it's poor I'm conditioning my body these few days. The plot is also being adjusted and supplemented. The ode update will be made up tomorrow. Go. Chapter 148. The fastest update of the latest chapter of Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. After a while, following the circling stone steps of the Tower of Newmangood, Elena re-entered the prison cell of the original Dark Lord with a vigilant look. There were no magical traps as imagined, no spell attacks that were expected to become angry into anger, and no sudden attacks. The grey suitcase left by Dumbledore still stayed at the end of the bed. Except for the missing door panel, the room there is no change. Grindelwald sat quietly on the hardwood bed in the corner of the room. Hearing the sound of footsteps from below, the old man raised his head and glanced at Elena, who then walked into the room, frowning slightly inaudibly. Compared to the way she left before, the girl's face has more light traces of smoky black and grey, and she looks a little embarrassed. Little guy. Go on. Grindelwald raised his hand, grabbed the only thin blanket on the bed and threw it into Eleanor's arms, and said indifferently, "Since you have taken away the door panels, you can simply take the blanket with you. Let's not freeze to death in my castle when Albus comes to trouble me again." Elena looked at the clean and tidy thin blanket in her hands without knowing it, and then at the cool-faced old man sitting in the corner, with the corners of her mouth slightly cocked unexpectedly. This old man is still quite cute. Looking at it this way, the Dark Lord back then might still be a very gentleman, dear man. No wonder there will always be rotten girls who like to pair him with Dumbledore. While thinking about it, Elena smiled and shook her head, and put the blanket in her hand by Grindelwald's bed. "I don't use this. You may not know it. I have a super luxurious room downstairs. That's the one next to the exit below the tower." "Okay, little V. Don't think I don't know what you did." Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and let out a sneer, interrupting the girl's follow-up words. No one knows what the situation is in Newmungard Castle better than Grindelwald. During these decades of self-imprisonment, he personally witnessed and perceives how this once glorious castle was gradually destroyed. What's more, the room that Elena was talking about happened to be the room he used to live in. Not to mention the deaf-mute guardian. Even in the entire European magic world, no one dared to tidy up and mess around with his former bedroom. After all, everyone wants to come. All kinds of terrible black magic must remain in the bedroom of the evil dark wizard Grindelwald. How do you know me? Eleanor's eyes widened. In her impression, she did not use her innate charming humanoid skill on Grindelwald, because she was worried that her wand would be robbed, and even the magic was not in him. Used it before. You know, since entering the magic world for so many days, whether it is the Goblin of Gringotts or the professors in the school, so far, the only one who can recognize her as a mixed blood is Albus Dumbledore. If the door is burned, burn it. You can't burn this castle anyway. Grindelwald waved his hand indifferently, and his years of prison life made him tolerant of many things. As for the reason for being able to tell the girl's bloodline at a glance, it's simple since being planted on Newt Scamander's nasty little animals 2 or 3 times in a row. Grindelwald has been very fond of making up for magical creatures' aspect knowledge. With your trivial cleverness, do you think you can hide it from my eyes? A faint color appeared on Grindelwald's wrinkled face, glanced at Elena, who was still talking, and continued. "However, your eyes are really good, little guy. The best view in the entire castle is indeed the bedroom I used to be directly below the tower. Although most of the windows are broken, the fireplace and living room are probably useless. But if you think about it carefully, if you clean up the semi-enclosed bathroom a bit, you can barely live in." Seeing that Grindelwald's brain supplements are getting more and more outrageous, and even when she has begun to tell her how to sleep in the toilet in a comfortable way, Elena can't help but interrupt. "No, I think you may have misunderstood it. Now that room has been completely restored and has become very luxurious and comfortable." Grindelwald, who was interrupted by the girl, was not angry, but looked at Elena with interest and asked. A trace of joke flashed in his eyes. "Well, Ms. Castellana, can you please describe what the room looks like now? How luxurious and comfortable." He really wanted to hear what luxurious and comfortable top-notch bedrooms could be made up by this stubborn little girl who was less than 11 years old and grew up in a mole orphanage. Dumbledore was not entirely wrong about what he said. For so many years alone, Grindelwald really needs some interesting stories to relieve boredom. Glancing at Grindelwald, who seemed to be listening to a joke, Elena frowned rather uncomfortably. According to Eleanor's original intention, she did not intend to show off in front of Grindelwald the comfortable room that Dumbledore had prepared for her, so as not to be jealous or mentally imbalanced after he heard it. However, since Grindelwald wanted to proactively beg for abuse, she just didn't have to worry about it anymore. "You know, She has long wanted to find someone to show off her super luxurious bedroom. Elena recalled a little, and said, "The living room is a golden red carpet with a big golden lion pattern." "Oh, Hogwarts Gryffindor house decoration." Grindelwald nodded. "The bathroom is silver green, with some primitive symbols drawn on the ground, which looks a bit like I." "Poor and superficial little pitiful, it's the rune word Isa, not some ordinary letters." Grindelwald subconsciously commented and raised his eyebrows. "It seems that your Slytherin college has a good taste." "Sorry, please continue." "The bedroom is yellow and black." "Oh, it's now your Hufflepuff at Hogwarts again." "Well, if I'm not wrong, the study should be your Ravenclaw's sky blue and bronze, right?" Before Elena finished speaking, Grindelwald grinned, and then Elena said, "Having known Albus Dumbledore for decades, Grindelwald has no less knowledge of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry than most Hogwarts graduates. To be precise, due to Dumbledore's relationship, perhaps he knew more about certain systems and campus layout." Looking at Elena, who had nothing to say, Gillett Detective Grindelwald triumphantly concluded with a look of seeing through the truth. "However, in general, for a child, the compilation is not bad. I almost thought that Newmangud had become Hogwarts." Chapter 1 Goo. Chapter 149 Two Potatoes and Strange Scars. "Yes, you guessed it right. You are really good." Elena looked immersed in the impeccable reasoning, each face creases as if written triumphant. Gale Tishlindwo silently sighed wisely, did not continue to argue it. Obviously, unless she can immediately pick up a pile of quilts from the room downstairs and take them in front of Grindelwald, even if she takes out a photo, Grindelwald would be able to say that it was her magical PS. "Let's not discuss where I live, you should know the purpose of my coming up." "Let me see what is delicious." Elena glanced at Grindelwald warily, walked cautiously to the end of the old man's bed, dragged the grey suitcase left by Dumbledore and opened it. Looked inside, and her face suddenly froze. The space inside the suitcase is much larger than it looks outside. As soon as I opened it, I felt a faint coolness rushing over my face, just like opening the refrigerator in a previous life. There is no doubt that Dumbledore at least added space magics like the infinite extension curse to this box, as well as some magics that Elena could not name for the time being, and transformed it into a magic version of cold storage. However, compared to the curse cast on the suitcase, the items stored in it are so pitiful that they can no longer be simply described as shabby. The first thing that catches the eye is a lot of potatoes, yam, and yam eggs of different sizes, followed by cabbage, and Gale, and the rest is a small pile of bacon and dry bread that looks familiar, and 5 or 6 large wooden barrels filled with fresh water bearing the Hogwarts school badge. The staple food, vegetables, meat, and water are everything, but it's quite rich. Ha ha ha. Elena's mouth twitched, and she retracted her previous assessment of Dumbledore's generosity. The old carrot is still the familiar stingy old wizard. Obviously, Dumbledore just packed her exactly the same ingredients that were left after she ransacked the Hogwarts school kitchen yesterday. Forget it. Don't be angry. Be gentle and calm. She wants to be a polite little lady. Bang! Elena closed the lid of the suitcase with a blank expression and made a deafening noise. For the sake of the luxurious bedroom downstairs, that's it for the time being. Really only these? Elena turned her head reluctantly, looked at Grindelwald sitting on the edge of the bed and asked, looking back and forth on the old man, as if she wanted to see if he secretly hid the food. "There are some basic potion materials and equipment in the corner of the box." Looking at Albus, "I think I want me to have time to teach you some potion knowledge. Other than that, you can only see these." Grindelwald shrugged. For him, as long as there is food anyway. Glancing at Elena, who was sitting glumly by the box in a daze, the old man thought for a while, and threw Elena a potato with black skin and a piece of dry bread. "Here, this is for you. Take it while it's hot." Grindelwald said to Elena, as if it were a great reward and honor, I don't expect you to say anything nice. I just help you don't burn my castle black just to roast a potato. Of course. The premise is that you at least have to know how to make a few poor sparks from your wand. As he said, Grindelwald grinned and leaked out only a few teeth. He smiled unkindly, and said pointedly, if I remember correctly, you haven't gotten aside from the flashing of fluorescent light time to master other spells. Don't worry, Grandpa. The professors in the school will teach you in a few days, so you don't have to worry about magic. Elena raised her eyebrows, her face full of disapproval. Anyway, there is a fireplace in the room below, so don't worry about the source of the fire. In this free 5-day vacation time, magic is just a pastime to pass the boring time. Even if Grindelwald wants to teach it now, she doesn't necessarily want to learn it. Alright, now take the food I gave you, and the blanket. Get out of my room now. Grindelwald snorted, tilted his head angrily, and issued an order to evict the guests. You call this food? Slightly disgustingly tossed the potato that was roasted like briquettes. Elena was about to say something. Suddenly her eyes pointed and she saw that Grindelwald still seemed to be holding a non-black potato in her hands. Hey, return this to you. Why not? Let's change the potatoes in our hands. Elena threw the potato in her hand back to Grindelwald's knee. Before the old man could react, she stretched out her hand like lightning and grabbed Grindelwald's hands. Hiss. The moment Elena's fingers touched Grindelwald's palm, Grindelwald, who had a relaxed expression, suddenly shook like an electric shock. He took a breath of cold air almost inaudibly, and quickly shrank his hands to go. In the faint light, Elena seemed to vaguely see some red bubbles on the inner side of Grindelwald's palm, which looked like she had just been burned. Patter. Following the old man's violent reaction, the potato that was originally hidden in his hand fell from his hand and landed on the slate floor. It rolled to Elena's feet and stopped. This is, get out, you give me out. Elena glanced strangely at the old man with an abnormal expression. She turned her side dexterously, separated from Grindelwald who was about to pounce, leaned down and quickly picked up the potato on the ground, and stepped back a few times. Step hard. Elena squeezed a little, completely different from the black potato paste before. Take a closer look. The surface of this potato is still slightly hot as if it had just been taken off the fire. There is a small fresh cut on it, which seems to have been bitten not long ago. Looking in from the fracture, except for the yellow outer layer, the inside is all white, faintly exuding a smell of soil and a fresh smell unique to plants. This potato can't be eaten. It's raw inside. Elena frowned, raised the potato in her hand and shook it towards the old man in front of her, saying seriously, starch-rich foods like potatoes cannot be eaten raw, because the starch grains of raw potatoes are not easy to break, and it is difficult for the human body to digest. After rashly eating raw potatoes, it is easy to cause nausea, vomiting, diarrhea and other adverse reactions. There are many ways to identify whether potatoes are cooked or not. The simplest difference is that the inside color of cooked potatoes is yellow, while raw potatoes are white. However, the crux of the problem now is not just the question of raw and cooked potatoes. Mr. Gellert, can I trouble you to stretch out your hand? Elena said calmly. The kid should go back to rest. Don't bother me. Wait. What are you doing? Let go. In Grindelwald's furious gaze, Elena threw the half-baked potatoes in her hand on the table aside, and walked quickly to Grindelwald. Relying on the strange power bonus brought by his own blood, he accurately grasped the upper part of the old man's wrist, and flipped up the palm of Grindelwald who was trying to hide. Sure enough, Elena's eyes narrowed. She hadn't read it wrong before, and saw that Grindelwald's thin and shriveled palms were covered with terrible marks of burns. What's the matter with the burn on your hand? The girl asked hurriedly, and a somewhat ridiculous conjecture appeared in her heart. Could this guy be like rubbing a fireball with his hands, forcibly rubbing two potatoes with magic? But, Wouldn't he cast spells without a rod? Through a second more. Every day to get lucky friends in the forefront of this chapter, remember to join the group to receive event rewards. The group number is hidden in the text of Chapter 28. Chapter 150 Wandless Casting and Potatoes. It's just a little burn. It's normal for wizards, and only spoiled little guys like you can make a fuss. An unnatural touch flashed across Grindelwald's face, and his wrists squeezed, freeing Elena's hands. I just didn't expect. Elena picked up the black roasted potato and easily broke it apart. Unexpectedly, it was thoroughly cooked inside, and a unique aroma of food came out. Although it looks ugly, but if she guessed correctly, this might have been the most successful one in the first generation of the Dark Lord. Don't think too much. I just don't want you to run up again crying to disturb me after a long time holding the food and making a mess. And Grindelwald glanced at Elena, who was hesitant to speak, and Grindelwald snorted slightly with disgust. Don't show that nasty, weak expression. I haven't fallen to the point where I need a little girl to sympathize with the poor. Okay, you can leave. While talking, a faint white light shone from between the old man's slightly closed palms, and with a faint plume of smoke, the scalded blisters on Grindelwald's palm quickly dissipated. A faint light spilled from the skylight above, and the long and narrow beam of light dancing with fine dust made Elena unable to see the look on the old man's face for a while, but the stubbornness behind that proud tone couldn't be more clear. Hey, it looks more delicious than the outside. It's amazing. Although it's battered, it doesn't smell like charcoal fire. Ignoring Grindelwald's eviction order, Elena simply sat cross-legged on the floor, blew the steaming potatoes in her hands, took a bite, and tilted her head in Grindelwald's helpless expression. Asked curiously, I just don't understand why you don't need a spell, even if you don't have a magic wand. It shouldn't be a simple thing to use your strength to cast a spell without a wand to light a fire. Any simple wandless cast, why do you call it a wandless cast, is just to release magic without using a wand. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows amusedly as he glanced at the white-haired dumpling like a rodent nibbling on potatoes, with a hint of mockery and disdain in his tone. Listen, the magic riots of wandless spellcasting and you kids who can't even control their own magic power are completely two extremes. This is a very advanced magic. Magic is a wizard's instinct, a unique talent that may manifest at any time. There is no doubt about this. It will not change because of whether a wizard's wand is in hand or not. In fact, when the wizard is angry or excited, magic will naturally manifest itself. As the magic wand maker Ollivander said in the original book, as long as you are a wizard, you should be able to use almost any tool to show magic. However, this kind of instinct-based magic is fragmented and full of randomness. To be precise, it can only be called wandless magic. It can only approach the result that the subjective consciousness wants to achieve as much as possible, but it cannot be like the magic wand cast. Accurate control. Although in fact, many wizards can't even use magic wands to accurately realize their ideas. If it is said that the difference between the difficulty of humans casting sound magic and silent magic is equivalent to learning the alphabet from A to Z to the complete reading of War and Peace, then casting without a wand is a whole level more difficult than silent magic exist. However, the reason why it is called difficult rather than impossible magic is because even in today's magical world, there are a few people who can skillfully perform wandless spells. Like Albus Dumbledore, and me, Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald said calmly with a calm expression on his face. Reluctantly glanced at the Tsndir original Dark Lord who was as standard as a textbook. Elena tried to swallow the baked potatoes in her mouth and shrugged. Well, I have never denied your magical talent. But, having said so much, I still haven't been able to explain why you burn your hands when you bake a potato. When communicating with most eloquent people, you must clearly remember what the dots of all questions are, so as not to be easily confused by other topics. As a King-level top sophist, Elena will obviously not be distracted by such simple means as Grindelwald. The reason why she didn't immediately interrupt the rebuttal was just because she wanted to finish eating the potatoes and listen to the story quietly. Grindelwald's gentle and graceful expression on his face froze for an instant, and a flash of embarrassment flashed quickly. That's why he hates children the most, especially the little clever ghost in front of him who has a thicker face than the wall. Hiccup. If I remember correctly, the spell of the flame curse should be blazing. Elena burped slightly, pressing her index finger on her lips, and recalled thoughtfully, "You don't need to teach me, and making a mistake at all. The voice should be light and quick when you send it." Grindelwald twitched his eyes, frowned and subconsciously corrected it. After a pause, the old man made a nasty sound sneer. "Then, let's not say whether my spell can be released. Did I burn my only bedboard as firewood just to roast a few potatoes? What's more, stickless casting is not a medium-free casting. Most magic requires a medium to perform. If I use my fingers to cast the raging fire, I have not waited for the potatoes to be cooked, and my arm has already been burned in advance. It's coke." Having said this, as if thinking of something, Grindelwald paused for a second or two, glanced thoughtfully at Elena, who was listening to his lecture, and continued meaningfully. "It's like how elves and fairies can perform magic with a snap of their fingers. The principle of wandless spells is actually just treating our body parts as a magic wand. It's just that, unlike those magical creatures, it is difficult for the fragile bodies of human wizards to directly bear and perform some high-intensity magic." While talking, Grindelwald pointed to the potato in Elena's hand. "You know, the entire magical world today, even if it is Albus Dumbledore you admire, it is impossible for me to be able to use magic power to bake potatoes from the inside out with just one hand." Elena looked at Grindelwald with pride like an old child. Her lips moved without speaking. "Forget it. For the sake of the elderly who are rarely happy, she should not pour cold water."